This is Audible.
Headlines. Primetime Series Book 3 by Ella Frank. Narrated by Charlie David. Dedication. I need you in my life, Sean. Right here beside me. Because without you, nothing makes sense anymore. Xander. 1. Sean. It's hot as hell out here tonight. I glanced over to Nichols, who was seated in the passenger seat of my SUV, tugging at the neck of his bulletproof vest. He'd been bitching and moaning from the second we'd pulled in behind a beat-up Cadillac to settle in for tonight's takedown. Me? I was dealing with the heat. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, but this was my first case since being cleared for duty. And even the prospect of a 4 to 5 hour stakeout hadn't been enough to dampen my mood. I was back on the job, and it felt good. What would feel even better would be finally nailing the scumbag we were sitting here patiently. I swear, there's sweat pooling in the crack of my ass. Or not so patiently waiting for. There better not be any of your bodily fluids on my car seat, Nichols, or you're paying to get it detailed. Plus, the sun's gone down. I'm sure it'll start to cool off soon. It really had been a scorcher of a day, one of the hottest so far this month. And even though the windows were down with no breeze, it was like sitting in a hot box. Cool off my ass? If it's all the same to you, can we stop talking about your ass? It's starting to feel a little too intimate, and I don't want your wife chasing me down. She scares me. Nichols flipped me off, and I chuckled before returning my attention to the street up ahead. Dark, grimy, and unwelcoming. It wasn't exactly the kind of place you'd want a loved one walking around in. It was, however, the perfect place to conduct the kind of shady transaction we were here tonight to intersect. For the past week, we'd been trailing one of Chicago's top drug dealers and his brother. Vincent and Johnny Martinelli had been running one of Southside's top crime rings for the past 20 years, and between the two of them they had a rap sheet 10 feet long. From possession and prostitution to domestic battery and burglary, these two weren't squeamish when it came to getting their hands dirty. But one thing Vincent had always drawn a line at was murder. He subcontracted out to take care of his dirty laundry, which was how he'd lasted so long. But tonight, that was going to end. We'd gotten a tip from one of the local gangbangers looking to cut a deal on where old Vincent was about to lay down some serious cash in exchange for one of his problems disappearing. Which brought me back to my sweaty situation with Nichols. As happy as I am to have you back. Nichols brought a can of soda to his lips and took a sip. Keep your hands to yourself. I scoffed and was about to tell him he wasn't my type when Jenkins, one of the other detectives on tonight's detail, came over the radio. Got eyes on the suspects, but traffic interfered. They're traveling down Washburn in a Crown Vic with an SUV in tow. I straightened in my seat, my adrenaline beginning to hum now as I waited for the cars to come into view. It'd be a real sweet welcome back gift to myself to catch these two and finally get them off the streets. And as the boxy grille of the Crown Vic turned onto 25th Avenue, I tipped my head in its direction. That's our guy, I said, as the car started our way. It crawled down the street, and as it approached the drop-off location, the headlights flicked off, and it turned into an empty lot behind a repossessed apartment block. Nichols shifted in his seat, going for the door, but I placed a hand on his shoulder, halting him. Wait. We wait for backup on this. These two don't play. I grabbed the night binoculars and took a look at the now stationary vehicles. The SUV blocked the Crown Vic for the most part, but when a black Lincoln pulled into the lot from the other side, my senses started to tingle. Here we go. If our intel was on point, that would be Trevi, the banger they planned to contract out for the hit on JJ, a bookie turned snitch. Jenkins, we've got a black Lincoln coming in the east side of the lot, as expected. It should be Trevi. What's your ETA? 5 to 7? Fucking car is broken down. It's blocked the way. Shit. Oh well. I hope these two had something to discuss before they got down to business. When the Lincoln drew to a stop opposite the Crown Vic, the passenger door pushed open and Vincent climbed out. I cursed and lowered the binoculars. Fuck. Jenkins' little traffic holdup had put us in a bit of a bind. We can't wait for them, Sean. If we wait, we'll miss our chance. No shit. I knew Nichols was right. But the idea of just the two of us against these assholes didn't sit well. Not at all. I took another quick look through the binoculars to see Vincent was now holding a black bag. The money. Motherfucker. If we were going to do this, it needed to be now. I tossed the binoculars on the dash and glanced at my partner. Let's go. I shoved open the door, climbed out, and reached for my gun. As Nichols rounded the hood of the car, we darted across the street, heading toward the front of the apartment building, out of sight. The adrenaline was pumping now, the possibility of discovery higher with every step we took, and still no fucking backup. I plastered myself to the brick building by the broken-down stairs, and when Nichols came up alongside me, I gave him a clipped nod. He returned the gesture, and I peered around the corner to check out exactly what we were dealing with. Just as I'd seen from the car, there were three men, Vincent, Johnny, and Trevi, all of whom would be armed. So we needed to get in and get the upper hand before any of them drew their weapons. Nichols and I waited in tense silence as the three went back and forth with one another. And when Vincent finally handed over the bag of cash, I gave the signal. The next second, the two of us burst around the corner, guns drawn and leveled on the three assholes now looking our way. Chicago PD, drop the bag and put your hands up where we can see them. Vincent's eyes ping-ponged between the two of us as we continued forward. Nichols had his gun trained on Johnny and Trevi, but my focus was on the big fish of the family, good old Vinny. Drop the bag and put your hands up, Nichols shouted when no one moved. My heart pounded as we drew closer, my attention never leaving the fucker watching me with cool focus. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Hands up, Johnny, Nichols said. Don't make me fucking shoot you. Before he finished his sentence, though, Johnny reached for his weapon, and Nichols had no choice. The gunshot rang out in the night air, and Johnny fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes, his gun landing on the gravel, his body unmoving. Trevi then went for his weapon, but Nichols was already on that. A shot to his thigh had him crying out and dropping to the ground as Nichols ran over and kicked the piece out of reach. I kept my eyes trained on the man, daring me to blink, as a cruel smile slashed his thin lips. Vincent barely spared his brother a glance before he decided his best bet was getting the fuck out of there, and without another thought, he took off. Nichols gave the go-ahead from where he was slapping the bracelets on Trevi, and that was my cue. Booking it down the back alley between the apartments, I took off after Vincent, gun drawn, legs pumping. I could see the asshole up ahead and reached for the radio clipped to my vest. Squad, this is 2457. Suspect Vincent Martinelli is running. He's heading west on 32nd in the alley between the apartments. Plain-clothed officer in pursuit on foot, I said around labored breaths. I repeat, suspect is running, in pursuit on foot. Vincent grabbed a trash can and threw it to the ground, causing me to half-slide, half-hurdle the thing. But luckily, I made it to the other side without losing too much momentum. Stop! Chicago PD! The muscles in my thighs were burning as I forced them to work harder, refusing to let Vincent out of my sight as he took a left down the side of one of the abandoned houses toward the street. Following his lead, I banked left and cursed when I saw him climbing a fence. Really? First fucking case back and I'm doing shit worthy of the Olympics? Give it up, Martinelli. You know how this is going to end. Perched up top of the fence, Vincent looked down at me, and I stopped, aiming my Glock his way. But before I could get a clear shot, he swung his leg over the metal and dropped to the ground. Gnashing my teeth together, I holstered my gun, made my way forward to the chain-link fence, and scaled the thing like a fucking monkey. When my boots hit the other side, I took off again, gun back in hand as I sprinted across the street. 2457 crossing 32nd to Hancock. Foot pursuit still in progress, I said, just in case they couldn't tell by my gasping breaths. Jesus, I needed to start working out again, or at least more than I already was. Before my little stint in the hospital, this foot chase would have been a breeze. But right now, Martinelli's desire to get away from me made me have to dig real damn deep. As he ran down another side alley, I followed, and when he stopped and turned to take 2 shots, I dove to the side, my shoulder colliding with solid brick, the bullets barely missing me. I steadied myself and fired back, and my aim was spot on. A bullet caught Vincent in the thigh, and he cried out, dropping his gun and grabbing at his leg. I ran forward and shoved him back into the wall away from his firearm. He swung out, his fist socking me in the cheek, causing spots to dance across my vision, before I could put all my weight into holding him in place. I told you to fucking stop, asshole. I holstered my gun and got all up in his face. When you run, it just pisses me off. Yeah, fuck you. A hiss of air left Martinelli's lips as I accidentally bumped into his injured thigh. Then I grabbed his wrist and spun him around, forcing his front to kiss the bricks. No thanks, but I'm sure you'll find someone willing where you're going. Once the fucker was secured, I reached for my radio and put in the call. Squad, this is 2457. Shots fired by police. Roll an ambo to 32nd and Hancock. Suspect is secured. Well, I'd wanted something exciting for my first case back. Mission accomplished. 2. Xander. The sound of Sean's SUV in the drive alerted me to his return, as I added a sprig of parsley to the pasta I'd prepared for dinner. I headed to the door and checked the peephole, and when I was sure it was him, I lifted the chain. This had become a new habit of ours over the past week. Sean had gone back to work, and I was the one at home waiting for his return. It was weird, but somehow the most normal thing in my life these days. Monday, however, that was all about to change. At Marcus's, or Sean's, request, I'd taken the rest of the month off and was seeing a therapist who'd helped me deal with everything I'd been through over the past few weeks. But now it was time to try to reclaim a little bit of my old normal, and that meant returning to my everyday life. First step, work. Hey, Anchorman, I'm home. I looked up from the glass of wine I'd just poured, and when I caught sight of Sean walking into the living room, my mouth fell open. His face looked as though he'd gone 3 rounds in a boxing ring. Bruised and battered on the left side, his cheek had a cut to it and was starting to color. Jesus! I quickly put the bottle down and made my way out of the kitchen. What happened to you? Sean chuckled as he shrugged out of his sports coat. I caught the bad guy, that's what happened. At the broad smile that crossed his lips, I frowned and reached for his face, and in the process ran into his fist? Ow! Sean touched his fingers to his cheek and then grinned. This is nothing. I cleaned it up. You should see. The other guy? Yeah, but he's in lockup, so... Sean reached for my waist and drew me close. How about I just tell you how amazing I am instead? I placed my hands on his chest and looked up into his handsomely rugged, if slightly battered, face. How about I doctor this cheek a little, and then you can tell me how amazing you are? Deal. Okay, sit. Why don't you start in on this? I handed him the glass of wine. And I'll go and raid your first aid kit. I could get used to this. Wine, dinner, and first aid given to me by the man voted, wait, what was it? Sexiest anchorman in the country? I crossed my arms and stared down at him. And where did you come up with that little gem of information? I might have done some research on you today during my downtime. My mouth fell open, and then I laughed. Research? You've known me most of my life. I'm pretty sure what you did was look up gossip about me." Sean leaned back and propped his feet up on the coffee table. "Okay, you caught me." "So you Googled me?" Yeah, I Googled you." "Uh-huh." Sean took a sip of his wine and grinned. "Then you must have also learned that I was voted that 3 years in a fucking row I did. Just how many men am I competing with out there, Xander?" A smile curved my lips as I leaned down until I was inches from his face. "You aren't competing with anyone." "No? If you were, do you really think I'd be here each night with dinner on the table waiting for you?" Sean's eyes dropped to my mouth. "Just so you know, the answer to that would be no." I brushed my lips over the top of his and nipped at his lower one. "I thought you were gonna go get the first aid kit." "You're right. Stop distracting me." Sean chuckled and raised his glass back to his lips, and as his eyes traveled down over me, my heart began to thump. "Stop it." "I'm not doing anything." The twinkle in his eyes said otherwise, however. I shook my head and made my way to the bathroom, where I grabbed the first aid kit, and when I returned, I found Sean with his eyes shut and his head resting back on the cushion behind him. I lightly tapped his leg, and when his eyes opened, he dropped his feet from the table to the floor so I could move in between them. "Are you going to tell me how you got like this?" I placed the kit on the arm of the chair and took out some disinfectant cream and a cotton tip. "And before you worry that this is me nagging, it's—" Sean tugged me down close to him. "Yeah?" "Well, it's not." "Then what is it?" "It's me being—" His lips found the side of my neck, and he kissed his way up to my ear. I sighed, concerned. He slipped his hand under my shirt to finger the waistband of my shorts, and then his lips met mine in a fierce kiss. I entered his mouth and tasted the wine he'd been drinking, and God, what an addictive combination that was. My erection throbbed as he wrapped his arm around my waist. "Get up here," he demanded, and urged me onto his lap. Once I was there, a knee on either side of his hips, the recliner began to rock, causing my hard-on to rub nice and firm against his. Sean waggled his brows. "Now that's a nice little side effect." "Nothing little about it." He grinned and smoothed his hands down to my ass, pulling me in roughly. Then he angled his head and sank his tongue deep inside my mouth, and the groan that rumbled out of him vibrated against my chest. I played with the longer strands of his hair, and when I began to writhe over the top of him, Sean pulled his lips free. "Jesus, you feel fucking amazing." My chest heaved as I stared down at him, and when my eyes caught on the purple tinge starting to color his eye, I frowned. Here he was all black and blue, and I was climbing him like a jungle gym. Come on, Xander, show some restraint. Knowing it was going to cost me every ounce of control to put a stop to this, I reached for his wine glass and downed the rest of the contents in one long swallow. When I was done, Sean laughed. "Thirsty?" "Not the right word." I reached for the cream and cotton tip again. "Hey, stop that," I said when Sean squeezed my ass. "Put your hands under your legs." "How about I put them under your legs?" I narrowed my eyes. "How about I get your cuffs and use them on you?" A low laugh escaped him as he slowly slid his hands down the sides of the couch and under his legs. "There. Satisfied?" "As far from it as humanly possible, but I want to make sure this cut is cleaned up properly." Sean inclined his head, but said nothing else as I went to work. I made sure the gash across his cheek had been cleaned, and when I was satisfied Sean had done a pretty good job of it, I went about dabbing some cream into the wound. It was nasty, that was for sure, and when I mentioned he might need stitches, Sean waved it off. No offense, but the last thing I want is to go to the hospital and have a doctor stick me with a needle. Yes, but if you need to. I don't. It'll heal. You'll have a scar, which will make me even sexier, right? I placed 2 butterfly clip bandages across the cut. Like you need that. Oh, are you saying you find me irresistible? I shut the first aid kit and ran my fingers along his jawline. I'm saying that if they ever do a vote on the sexiest detective in the CPD, you'd be a shoo-in. Sean kissed my fingertips and lounged back in the recliner again, pulling me into his arms. I'm glad you think so. As for how this happened, the suspect socked me one in the face when I finally caught up with him tonight. I raised my head and studied his smiling face. Something that you seem happy about? Wow, not happy, no, but this was a couple of years in the making with how many times this guy has walked free. We got a real scumbag off the streets tonight, and that's always a good feeling. Chasing him down, however, that was not a good fucking feeling. I'm out of shape. I'm lucky this was the worst I got. Okay, I wasn't worried before, but I'm starting to now. Sean laughed and pulled me back into his arms. Nah, no need to worry. It just made me realize I need to up my exercise routine now that I'm back, and I've come up with a fantastic idea. You have? Yep. Want to hear it? I don't know, do I? Mm-hmm. Sean stroked his fingers up and down my back. You're going to come running with me in the mornings, and my job is going to be to chase you. A laugh escaped me as I tipped my face up to his, but Sean's eyes were leveled on me, dark and intense. You're serious? I am. I know you like to run. You use my treadmill every day, and, well, I need a partner. Sean paused, his expression turning grave. Things could have gotten ugly out there, and Okay, I'm in. Anything to make sure he didn't get hurt on the job, and the grin that crept back across his lips told me he knew that. Dirty sneak. Do you really need to chase me? I mean, no, but it'll be much more fun that way, don't you think? I rolled my eyes as he reached for one of my hands and entwined our fingers. Enough about my day, though. How was yours? Oh, you know. Same old, same old. I organized your sock drawer, went to the grocery store, made you dinner, and then counted down the hours until you returned to me. I'd laugh at how pathetic that sounded if it wasn't the truth. I sighed. I know. It was great when you were here, but now you're itching to get back to work. Yes, I'm not a very good homebody. Sean's lips quirked. I don't know about that. I think your body's excellent in my home. I shoved at his chest and climbed off his lap. You know what I mean. We moved to the table, and I placed his plate down in front of him and refilled his glass, then took the seat opposite him. I sprinkled some Parmesan cheese on my pasta, then held it out for him. Thanks for dinner. Any time. Grabbing up his fork, Sean got stuck into his meal, and about 3 bites in, he paused and looked my way. I forgot to ask, did you get a hold of Bailey? My hand paused midway to my mouth, and I shook my head. This had become another new habit of ours, trying to get in touch with Bailey. Whether it be by text or phone, he'd been avoiding us for 2 weeks straight now. He'd even had Henry cancel last weekend's dinner, and I was under no illusions that tomorrow night would share the same fate. At this rate, I wasn't sure he'd ever come around. Sean put his fork down and let out a sigh. This is getting ridiculous. I knew he'd be angry, but really, completely ignoring us? I'm going to go see him tomorrow. I don't know, Sean. Maybe he just needs time. How much fucking time? I opened my mouth to offer up a suggestion, but there was nothing I hadn't said that Sean hadn't already heard. Maybe he's just trying to process. Yeah, well, I'm done waiting. It's making me antsy as shit. And what about Kieran? God knows what he's told him, or if he has. I didn't say anything to that. because for once in my life I had no idea what Bailey would or wouldn't do in this circumstance. I'd known he was going to be hurt, even angry, but I'd had no idea he would cut me off cold turkey and seem happy to leave it that way, forever. "I'm thinking nothing," Sean continued, still talking about the youngest of his brothers. "You know, since he hasn't turned up to give me holy hell yet. But come on, Xander. Bailey's all but blocked us out of his life, and that's not going to fly anymore. We'll go over tomorrow." I screwed up my nose at that. "I think maybe you should go talk to him. If we both show up, he might feel ganged up on. Plus, I'm the last person he wants to see. You're family. So are you. Not technically. I'm going to fix this." I tried for a smile, but I knew Sean could see right through it. "You just need to have a little faith." "I do. I don't know that we can ever come back from this." "You can. I know you can." I reached for my glass and took a sip of the wine. The hole in my heart that Bailey had left behind ached the way it always did when I remembered the betrayal in his blue eyes. "Hey," Sean said, "I'm gonna go see him and we'll work this out." I nodded. Okay. He winked at me and then dug back into his pasta, but the rest of the meal we ate in silence, our minds clearly on what would or wouldn't happen tomorrow. 3. Sean. The rumble of thunder didn't bode well for the day ahead as I pulled my car to a stop at a red light. It was just turning 10 on Saturday morning, and courtesy of the hot-as-hell day before, a wicked thunderstorm had rolled in to greet the weekend. It was kind of fitting, really, considering where I was and what I was on my way to do, but there was no turning back now. I'd made my decision, and I would see this through, no matter how twisted up my gut was over it. Just like last night, Xander had declined my invitation to join me in tracking down Bailey this morning, and while I understood his reasoning, somewhere in the back of my mind was a niggling feeling of doubt, one that I did my best to squash whenever it snuck up on me. I wasn't stupid. I knew the history between the two of them was strong, and I was the outsider here. But I also knew how Xander was with me. I knew the way he melted at my touch, the way he smiled when I walked in the front door, and I knew that nothing other than the real deal would have ever made him risk his relationship with Bailey. Xander was hurting over this, just as I was. The hole Bailey had left was a gaping one neither of us could fix for the other, which was exactly why I was here, turning onto Bailey Street and crawling back to my childhood home like some dog with my tail tucked between my legs. My first instinct after everything had gone down between the three of us had been to chase Bailey down and tell him to pull his fucking head in. After all, if I had to accept Boudreaux in my life, the least he could do was try to wrap his head around Xander being in mine. But after talking it over with Xander, I realized there was much more than just anger riding Bailey. There was a deep sense of betrayal by his brother and his best friend. Yeah, I'd sure made a mess of this, hadn't I? I pulled the SUV over to the curb, figuring a sneak attack might be the way to go. But 5 minutes after removing my keys, I found myself still seated behind the wheel. Fuck. I felt like I was gonna be sick. As a teenager, I'd been the poster child of what not to be like for Bailey and Kieran. I'd been told over and over again I wasn't going to amount to anything. That Bailey was the good son, Kieran the brave, and me, I was just the bad seed. But that was bullshit. I knew that now. I'd been dealing with a closeted drunk who took his anger out on the only person who knew his secret, the person who reminded him most of himself. I'd come close to proving him right at the beginning of the year, too, until Bailey had dragged me out of my funk. And that was the other reason I was here tonight. I owed Bailey. He really was the good one, and I would do everything I could to make this better. After one final pep talk, I shoved open the car door and headed for the drive. As I passed by the garage, I noted one side was open and spotted both Bailey and Boudreaux's vehicles. Good, they were home. Then I reached the porch and went to knock. A loud clap of thunder boomed throughout the sky, making me jump about 10 feet, and when I finally managed to dislodge my heart from my throat, I banged on the front door. I waited on the porch, still and silent, and the only sound I could hear was the thump, thump, thump of my heart. When a couple minutes passed and no one answered, I raised my hand to knock again, and that was when the door was pulled open and filled by Boudreaux in his signature black jeans and tight black t-shirt. I had the fleeting thought to ask whether he owned clothes of any other color. "Dick," he said, crossing his muscled arms over his chest. "Nice shiner you got there. I see you're making friends wherever you go." Yeah, it's good to see you too." "Mm-hmm. I was wondering how long it would take before you decided to show up here in person." I searched his features for the smug, eat shit expression I'd expected, but instead I found one full of curiosity. I had no idea what or how much Bailey had told him, so I decided to dip my toe in and test the waters, rather than throw myself in the deep end. "Well, I need to talk to Bailey and can't seem to get him on the phone, so I thought I'd swing by and see if he was home." Boudreaux narrowed his eyes. "Couldn't get him on the phone?" "Right, I slipped my hands into my pockets to keep myself from fidgeting. Fidgeting, for fuck's sake, like some kind of criminal. Shit, hadn't these tables turned? "Look, is he home? Can I come inside?" I went to move by him, but Boudreaux stepped out and pulled the door closed. "You got a problem?" I said. "No, but I think you do." I'd opened my mouth about to tell him to get the hell out of my way when another rumble of thunder vibrated throughout the sky. "Look, the sky's about to unleash holy hell. Can you just let me in?" "Sorry, can't do that." "You can't do... What the hell does that mean?" Boudreaux shrugged. "Exactly what I said." "Oh, you listen to me. I want to see Bailey." I took a step forward, and when Boudreaux got in my way again, I told myself to stay calm. "Get out of my way, Boudreaux." "Yeah, that's not going to happen." I could feel my frustration beginning to rise as I stared at the stubborn wall of man in front of me. If Boudreaux wasn't careful, I was going to give him a shiner to match my own. And why not? Bailey's not home. The lie was blatant, and he knew it. His car is in the garage. Boudreaux peered around my shoulder and then looked back to me. "He took my car." "Are you kidding me with this shit? Your car is in there too. Just let me inside. I need to talk to him." "I agree. You do need to talk to him. The problem is, he doesn't want to talk to you." Boudreaux frowned. "I'm curious. Were you two ever gonna tell him?" It didn't take a genius to work out the two he was talking about, but I was still trying to wrap my brain around Bailey sending out his muscle man to keep me from getting inside the damn house. "You got to admit, you hooking up with a guy is a mindfuck all on its own, but Xander?" Boudreaux let out a long whistle. "That was a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, I get it. He's one fine piece of ass, but..." "You shut your fucking mouth," I growled, and Boudreaux's lips curved into the smug smile I'd expected to see when I first arrived. "Or what?" "My fist will shut it for you." "Relax, Dick. I just wanted to make sure there were real feelings there with you and ENN's most prized news anchor. You know, before you went down this road." My jaw twitched as I did my best to ground my molars to dust. "And what's that supposed to mean?" "That this road is not going to be easy. Bailey doesn't want to see you or Xander right now. He's hurt, embarrassed, and feels like he's lost two of the people closest to him." "Fuck." I rubbed a hand over the back of my neck. We didn't mean to hurt him. It's not like I took this job expecting to. I bit off my words. Not about to pour my heart out to fucking Boudreaux. But really, the last thing I'd expected when I'd taken the job as Xander's bodyguard was to fall in love with him. What didn't you expect? Nothing. I did my best to glare Boudreaux to death, but as usual, nothing seemed to get this guy out of my life. Well, he can't ignore us forever. Can't he? He seems to be doing a pretty good job of it. You're not helping, Boudreaux. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? I suppose I deserved that. It wasn't like I'd been all open arms with him when I found out Bailey was dating my CI. I took a step back, feeling more defeated than I had in a long time. This was a fucking nightmare. Just forget it. I turned on my heel to head back to my car before the rain started and decided to make my morning even shittier. But Boudreaux called out my name. I glanced over my shoulder to see him eyeing me closely. I'll call you, okay? Maybe I can talk to him or something. I don't know. Well, that was better than nothing. I nodded and, without another word, headed back to my car, wondering when Boudreaux had become the one person in the world who seemed able to help me. But then again, life was getting really good at dealing up the unexpected, wasn't it? 4. Xander. The rain had been falling for a steady 30 minutes or so as I sat in the recliner facing the small window with a book in hand. I'd been trying my best to distract myself ever since Sean had left, but it was no use. No matter how hard I tried to concentrate on the words in front of me, my mind kept wandering back to what Bailey had said the last time I'd seen him. They'd been bitter, hurtful words, words of the heartbroken and humiliated. And no matter how many times I told myself that Bailey would get past this and forgive us, I wasn't 100% positive I was being honest with myself. I looked back to my book and sighed. I was getting nowhere with this, so I reached for the remote instead, about to find something to zone out on, but then my phone began to ring. Quickly grabbing it up, thinking it would be Sean, I looked at the lit screen to see my mother's number flashing back at me. That was unusual. She generally checked in with me Monday mornings for our weekly catch-ups. Immediately thinking the worst, I hit accept and brought the phone to my ear. Hey there, Mom. To what do I owe this unexpected call? Hello, Alexander, and what do you mean? I don't need a reason to call. That was true, but she always did have a reason. My parents lived by their schedule. If they had you penciled in for Monday morning phone calls, then they didn't deviate from that unless there was a very good reason. It had been that way my entire life, scheduled, punctual, and on time. It was a sign of good manners. At least, that was what I was raised to believe. Of course you don't need a reason. I just wasn't expecting it. Is everything okay? Yes, everything is fine. In fact, your father and I had a wonderful idea that we wanted to run by you, which is why I'm calling. Oh, and what's that? I swear, my parents were busier now that they were retired than they had been when they worked. But after leaving the cold, harsh winters of Chicago for the warm weather Florida had to offer, I could see why. Who wouldn't want to be out enjoying life when every day felt like a vacation? Well, we want to fly up and visit you for your birthday. We thought we could come and stay with you and organize a party. We haven't visited since all of that horrible business with the attack, and we'd like to see you with our own 2 eyes. I slowly slid my book onto the coffee table as I tried to wrap my brain around what she was suggesting. But instead of being able to process it and give any kind of logical response, alarm bells began to sound in my head. My parents wanted to come here, to Chicago, where I had all but moved out of my place and moved in with Sean, Bailey's straight older brother, who was now my boyfriend. The first part of that scenario was troublesome enough, but trying to imagine explaining the last part of it was, well, unimaginable. I thought I would have more time before telling my parents about Sean. Time to get Bailey on board and then tackle my family. But it seemed fate had a different idea for us. It was now or never. That sounds great. I can't think of anything I'd enjoy more than a visit with you and Dad, but don't tell me you're going out of town or on assignment. You said you were only going back to work this week. No, it's nothing like that. I'll be here, but I got tripped up on my words for a second, something totally unlike me, and my mother immediately caught the slip-up. Alexander, what is it? Is everything okay? Getting to my feet, I ran a hand through my hair. Yes, everything's fine, but I need to tell you something. How to best explain this? I could take the easy way out and tell her I was staying with a friend, but that felt wrong. It somehow lessened everything Sean and I had been through over the last few weeks and cheapened what we felt for one another now. No, I needed to be upfront. I needed to lay it out and let them know how things were before they showed up and found out firsthand. They knew the Bailey brothers, not to mention my history with them, so this was going to be quite a shock, to say the least. Okay, my mom said. Well, you know you can tell me anything. I know. I stopped by the small window and stared out at the rain running down the glass. I'd love to see you and Dad next week, and you're welcome to stay at my place, as always. But I swallowed, and then just ripped the Band-Aid off. I won't be there. I'm not living at the apartment right now. There was a long pause as my mother processed that information, and then the questions began. What do you mean you're not living there? What happened? Where have you been staying? Are you sure you're all right? If anyone had ever wondered where I'd gotten my curious nature from, they need not look any further than my mother. I'm fine. It was just too difficult to be there after everything that happened, and finding out that lunatic had been in my place made me feel uncomfortable. It was one of the things I was working on with my therapist. I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell us? I didn't want to worry you any more than I already had. Alexander, when are you going to realize that it's our job as parents to worry about you? I'm okay. I'm just not ready to live there again, yet. That's completely understandable. That's what my therapist tells me. Well, she sounds very wise. I chuckled. Oh, she is. Anyway, if you'd like to stay there with Dad, you are most welcome. So, where have you been staying? With Bailey? Actually, here goes nothing. I've been staying at Sean's house. Sean? Bailey's big brother? Yes, I said before I lost my nerve, and then just kept right on going. We've gotten close after that night. We're dating. Another much longer pause stretched between us, and then she said, Sean Bailey? I pinched the bridge of my nose, wishing I could see the expression on her face. Yes. I didn't realize he was gay. He always had a girl on his arm, from what I remember. Shit. I'd known this would be something people speculated about when they discovered we were dating, and I probably should have had a response at the ready. I guess my charming nature made him switch sides. Alexander, please don't be flippant about this. I'm not. I really was, but I wasn't in the mood to get into this right now. Something she clearly wasn't understanding. You've been through a traumatic event, and I understand Sean was the one to help you. But maybe now isn't the right time to enter into a relationship. Maybe the two of you should put a bit of space between. I don't want space between us, Mom. That's kind of the point. The sound of the front door slamming caught my attention, and I moved into the hall to see a wet Sean stepping through the door. He caught my eye and waved, and I pointed to the phone and mouthed, 1 second. He nodded, kissed my cheek, and then headed off to the bathroom. I don't want to tell you how to live your life, Mom said. But are you sure about this? About Sean? It seems a little... I'm sure, Mom. And Bailey? What does he think about it all? And that was my cue to get off the phone. Look, I've got to go. If you and Dad still want to come to town next week, let me know, and I'll tell the front desk at my building to expect you. Okay. I'll tell your father and call you during the week. Sounds good. We'll talk then. Thanks for calling. I love you. Love you too, Mom. Bye. After ending the call, I made my way down to Sean's bedroom, and found him stripped down to his briefs, pulling on a dry pair of jeans. I leaned up against the door jamb and watched the show before making my presence known. Well, this doesn't bode well. Did Bailey toss you out in the rain? Sean glanced at me, then pulled a shirt from a drawer and tugged it over his head. Didn't even see Bailey. Boudreaux wouldn't let me inside. What? I straightened and walked in. Yeah, turns out Bailey doesn't want to talk, see, or even let me in the house. Damn it. Bailey was taking this much worse than either of us had expected him to. We'd known there would be pushback, but not at this level. Bailey was always the congenial one, the lover, not the fighter. So, now what? Boudreaux said he'd call? I guess he's going to try to help us? Really? I cocked my head to the side. He didn't threaten to kick your ass? Shocking, right? Very. I'd figured Henry would have a great time holding this over Sean's head. Well, I guess we wait and see what Henry suggests. If anyone knows Bailey's mind right now, it'd be him. Sean nodded and squeezed my arm. Funny, before all of this, I would have said you knew Bailey the best. I would have too, but things had changed, and I wasn't sure they'd ever be the same again. Henry will know what to do. Agreed. Sean stepped around me and toward the door, but at the last second stopped and looked back at me. Oh, who was on the phone? Everything okay? I looked down at the phone still in my hand and was about to tell him, but changed my mind. Best to tackle one thing at a time, and since Mom wasn't sure if they were definitely coming, I let Sean worry about that at a later date. Everything's fine. Sean's eyes narrowed on me. You sure? Mm-hmm. I slipped my phone into my pocket and walked over to him. Why don't you throw those in the laundry and then come and help me pick out a movie to watch? It's the perfect weather for it. You're right. Sean slipped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me into his side. And pizza? I chuckled. Why not? With this new exercise program you have roped me into next week, I'm going to need the carbs. Sean slid his hand down my back to my ass. Then you better think of a meal to eat tomorrow night, because I plan to make you work off these carbs today in a very private and personal workout. Oh, yeah? Uh-huh. One-on-one training. I grinned and shoved him away from me. Go and put your clothes in the laundry, and I'll start searching for a movie. Something with some action? Okay, but also a little romance. Sean's mouth parted as though he were going to have an opinion on that, but then he nodded and disappeared into the laundry room. Sometimes opposites could attract. They just had to compromise and meet somewhere in the middle. We both knew and believed that. Now, if only everyone else in our life could get on board, that would be amazing. 5. Sean. A rap of knuckles on my passenger window Monday morning made me unlock the car door, and Boudreaux pulled it open. Late last night he'd reached out and asked if I was free first thing to meet, which I'd agreed to, although now I was starting to have my doubts. This was all feeling a little devious, and wasn't that what pissed Bailey off in the first place? If he knew about this, he would not be happy. Morning, Dick. How goes it? As Boudreaux climbed inside and shut the door behind him, I twisted in my seat to take the tray of coffees and brown paper bag he held. It goes. I sniffed at the lid covering the cup, and Boudreau laughed. It's caffeine, I promise. If I was going to poison you, I would have done it back in the day, not now. He settled in and smoothed his hands along his jean-clad thighs. Although this does feel eerily familiar, no? Meetings in secret in your car. Just keep your hands to yourself. I've heard you're into the men these days, but sadly for you, I'm taken. Shut the hell up before I make you. See, we can't do that either. Sorry, I have a no-kissing policy, especially my boyfriend's brother. I couldn't tell if the dig was at me or Xander, but it was enough to make me curl my fingers around the steering wheel in a death grip so I wouldn't strangle the mouthy fucker. He was, after all, the only person on the planet right now who had any hope of getting Xander and myself a face-to-face with my stubborn brother. You done? Oh, I haven't even started. He snatched the bag back and opened it to fish out a chocolate chip muffin. I got you a lemon bar. I raised an eyebrow, and Boudreau shrugged. What? I'm observant. He was that, and that was why he'd been such a valuable CI. He was also smarter than most, which made him more dangerous. Boudreau had always been difficult to wrangle and hard to control. I was close to positive he'd been using me just as much as I had him, for reasons I still didn't know about, and quite frankly, didn't want to. You used to inhale those things when we'd meet up, and it's what Bailey always gets you for dessert. Taking the bag from him, I pulled out my pastry and took a bite. As the tangy curd hit my tongue, I thought about the last time I'd eaten one of these. It had been back with Xander when I first realized how much he was coming to mean to me. That felt like forever ago. How was it only weeks? Speaking of Bailey, did you talk to him? Boudreau reached for one of the coffees, and after I took the other one, I tossed the tray in the back. He took a sip and then placed his cup in the holder closest to him. I felt him out a little. And it's obvious he's still carrying this around with him. He's quick to snap at things. He's not sleeping really well. And anytime yours or Xander's name comes up, he looks like he's caught between wanting to vomit and wanting to commit murder. Great. None of that sounded like the Bailey I knew. He was always the happy, easygoing brother out of the three of us. Oh, what about Kieran? Has he been around? Boudreau gave me the side-eye. No, but he's spoken to Bailey on the phone. About me? Yeah. And Xander? Yeah. Together? As Boudreau hemmed and hawed over his answer, my frustration bubbled up and out of me. Stop fucking around with me, Boudreau. He took a bite out of his muffin and shrugged. Maybe you should have said that when you and Xander were alone together. Okay, I was about done with this bullshit. Did you come here just to bust my balls? Nah, but you've got to start looking at this from Bailey's point of view. Last month, you and Xander hated each other. We didn't hate each other. So maybe hate's a little harsh, but you certainly weren't kissing or fucking each other. Hey, watch your mouth. Am I wrong? No, but so what? Things change. Many things? Boudreau scoffed. Not only have you switched sides, but you decided to do it with your little brother's ex-boyfriend. How would you feel? Oh, come on. I get that it's a shock, but we're all adults here, and it's not like we planned it. And that's the only reason I'm here now. I know you two didn't do this on purpose. Hell, Xander looked like he wanted to throw up the first time I suggested you two were hooking up. That's real fucking nice to hear, Boudreau. Get to the point. All I'm saying is, it's obvious Xander had no idea how he was feeling. So what did you do? Get him drunk and move in when he was all vulnerable? Fuck you. It's not like that. No? Boudreau reached for his coffee and took a long swallow. You have to admit, that's how it looks. Well, it's not what happened. I gritted my teeth. Not that I have to explain that to you. See, that's where we disagree. You do need to explain it to me. Because right now, I'm your only hope with Bailey. And you better be fucking serious about this, Sean, or I'll kill you for hurting him this way. Aw, that's sweet. It's also the first time you've ever said my name. Wasn't sure you actually knew it. If I'm threatening to kill you, then I'm gonna make sure to use your name. That way you know I'm dead fucking serious. And I believed him. There was this underlying current that vibrated around Boudreaux. It always felt as though there was something hidden a little deeper that I wasn't aware of, and never would be. So I'm gonna ask you again, how did this happen, you and Xander? After finishing off my lemon bar, I wiped my hands and then rested them on the bottom of the steering wheel. I don't know, it just did. There was no drunken night, no sleazy seduction. We were just... I cut my words off and looked his way, and instead of the smirk I figured Boudreaux would be sporting, there was an understanding in his eyes that I hadn't expected. We were in an intense situation that made it difficult to keep our distance from one another. We learned more about each other in those first 2 weeks than we had over 2 decades, and the longer we were together, the closer we got. I thought back to the night at Xander's place, when we discovered his stalker had been inside his home. That was the first time I'd kissed Xander. The first time I'd acknowledged the feelings growing between us weren't some strange delusion. I hadn't gone to his room with the intent of ending up in his bed. But even now, when I looked back on the way that night went down, nothing had ever felt more natural than holding him in my arms. I ran a hand through my hair. We didn't plan it. It just happened. And it's very important to me, okay? Xander, he's special. I wasn't sure if it was the defeat in my voice or the fact we'd spent more time talking than we ever had in the past, but Boudreaux nodded and said, "Okay, leave it with me." He pushed the door open, and I grabbed his arm. "Leave it with you? What does that mean?" "It means exactly that. I'll talk to Bailey, see if I can get him to call you. But you and Xander need to let him make the move, okay?" "Okay. When do you think that'll happen?" "Honestly? Yeah. I have no idea. This whole thing has pretty much turned his world on its ass. Everything he thought he knew and understood makes 0 sense right now. But I'll talk to him." I gave a clipped nod, and as Boudreaux climbed out, I called his name. "Yeah? Thanks." A light gleamed in those dark eyes, and he inclined his head. "No problem. I'm actually rooting for this. But just remember, you break his heart, I'll break you." Boudreaux slammed the door shut, and as he headed back to his car, I watched him in the rearview mirror. At least Bailey had Boudreaux to watch over him if he decided to write me off forever. But that wouldn't happen. Bailey would come around, would see how crazy I was about Xander, and understand that sometimes love finds you when you least expect it. After all, he'd fallen for an ex-con. If anyone should be able to understand that opposites could attract, it would be Bailey, right? 6. Xander. My first day back at work went off without a hitch, and considering this was my second attempt in a month, I was glad for it. The broadcast tonight had been pretty run-of-the-mill. There were a couple of hurricanes brewing out in the Caribbean that would no doubt give us trouble soon enough, but for now, they were just angry tropical storms that we were keeping an eye on. Sean had texted earlier to let me know he'd meet me for dinner downtown, and as I headed out of the studio and into the newsroom, the sight that greeted me made me smile. Sean was leaning against Ryan's desk with his arms and ankles crossed. In dark jeans and a black button-up shirt, he looked sinful and sexy. His eyes locked on mine and didn't let go. My pulse sped up as I crossed the room, and damn, he looked good, strong, masculine, and all mine. "Good evening." Sean looked me over and nodded. "It is now." I chuckled and wondered how Sean could make me feel so good with such a simple sentence. I felt like a damn teenager going on my first date ever. I glanced over my shoulder to see how many eyes were on us, but there was no one in the room. The switchover for the night well underway. "Looking for someone, Anchorman?" I turned back and stepped up to him, and Sean immediately uncrossed his legs. I moved in between them and placed my hands on his chest. "The only person I'm looking for is right in front of me." "Oh, yeah?" Sean wrapped his arms around my waist under my suit jacket. "Yes, you look very handsome tonight." "Well, I have a hot date." "Do you?" "I do." I looped my arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him gently. "Then I should probably let you go so you can meet up with him, huh? If you intend to keep grinding all over me, you should probably take me to your office and—" "Sean, hi." I looked over my shoulder to see Ryan weaving his way through the desks toward us and released my hold on Sean. "Don't run away just yet, Anchorman." Sean put a hand on my waist, keeping me in place. "Otherwise Ryan is going to think I'm very excited to see him." I whipped my head back to Sean, who mouthed, "It's your own fault," just as Ryan reached us. "Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you." I turned to face Ryan, and he quickly added, "You know, up and about instead of—" "Yeah, I get it," Sean said as he reached around me to shake Ryan's hand. "It's good to see you too, man." Ryan beamed at him and then turned his attention to me. "Great show tonight. Do you need me to get that suit to the cleaners?" I was about to answer when Sean moved to his full height and stepped in close behind me. "No, he doesn't have time. I'm stealing him for dinner." "Ah," Ryan nodded, then looked to me. "Lucky. Well, if that's it." "That's it," I said, as Sean squeezed my waist, and suddenly I couldn't wait to get out of there. "I'm going to head home. You two have a good night." "Thank you, we will. I'll see you tomorrow, Ryan." "See you then. It really is great to see you, Sean." He waved, grabbed his bag off the back of his chair, and headed out of the newsroom. I turned to face Sean and ran a hand down his chest. "Let me grab my briefcase and I'll be right out. Don't be too long or I'll have to come in there and get you. And that would be bad because—" Sean gave me a thorough once-over that made my cock throb. "Because we have dinner reservations and we'd miss them." The heat swirling in his eyes almost made me invite him inside. Dinner be damned. But I took a step back. I wanted to go to dinner with Sean. I wanted to hold his hand in public and connect with him as the couple we now were. "What's that smile about?" I made myself step into my office before I gave in to temptation. "Take me to dinner and I just might tell you." 2 glasses of Merlot in, and I was feeling nice and relaxed. I'd never been to Luigi's before, but the small Italian restaurant that was tucked into a narrow side road downtown was an absolute delight. The interior was like something out of a movie, low lit with candles flickering on each table, and the romantic swells of violins in the air made the mind wander to intimate dinners and passionate affairs. Add in some authentic homemade pasta, marinara sauce, and wine flowing glass after glass, and I was in heaven. Sean couldn't have picked a more perfect place to bring me, and the fact that we were hidden away in the back corner gave us a sense of privacy to enjoy one another without being interrupted by people when they recognized me from their nightly newscast. "How's your food?" I swallowed the bite I'd just taken and reached for my wine. "Oh, delicious." Sean took a sip of his water and nodded. "I love Luigi's. I used to come here all the time for their pizza when I was a rookie." "Really?" "Yep, worked out of the precinct a couple blocks down." "Did you like working patrol?" Yes and no." Sean twirled his fork in his pasta. "It was good experience. Those first years are formative in a cop's life. That's where you learn what to watch for, how to handle yourself in stressful situations, and how to deal with criminals in a way that is both legal and controlled. It's where you earn your stripes and experience." "That makes sense. It's similar in the broadcast world. We start local and work our way up." Grunt work, to research, to minor assignments. Then, if you're lucky, you get your big break. Sean settled back in his seat and grinned. Oh, so it's got nothing to do with the fact that you're really fucking easy on the eyes? I smiled at him over the rim of my glass. Not that I'm aware of. I believe they were more interested in my journalism skills than what I looked like in a suit. Sean's eyes roved over me as though the suit under discussion was nowhere in sight. Stop looking at me like that. Like what? My cock jerked, and I shifted in my seat. Sean. Right here, Anchorman. Didn't I know it? With the wine swirling through my veins and the heated look Sean was aiming my way, it was a miracle I hadn't climbed across the table and attacked him. Are you going to tell me about your meeting with Henry, or just tease me all night? I asked. Is that what I'm doing? You know it is. Sean took a piece of bread from the basket on the table and spread a liberal amount of butter on it. He basically grilled me about how serious we were and then threatened my life. I coughed around the sip of wine I'd just taken. Threatened your life? Sean finished his mouthful and nodded. Yeah, basically said if we were breaking Bailey's heart for a quick fuck, he'd kill me. Wow. Henry didn't mess around, did he? I picked up my napkin and dabbed at my lips, trying to think of something to say to that. I told him it was none of his business, but he was pretty adamant. I licked at my lips, suddenly nervous to ask this next question, even though I was almost positive of the answer. What did you say? Sean sat forward in his seat and reached for my hand. He wrapped his fingers around mine and grazed his thumb across the back of my knuckles. I told him that what we had was important to me, that you're something special. Neither of us planned this, Sander, but I can't help but feel like it was meant to be. My panic receded at the soft expression in Sean's eyes. And what did he say to all of that? Sean took in a deep breath and then let it out, sitting back in his seat. He said he'd talk to Bailey, try to help us out. He also said he knew this was coming, even before we did. He did? Yeah. Apparently you were acting a little strange at one of the Saturday dinners. I remembered. Henry had been grilling me about Sean and asking how things were going. Then he'd flat out asked me if the two of us were sleeping together. Back then, the idea had seemed so absurd that I'd almost spat out my drink. It was amazing how much could change in a handful of weeks. Anyway, he said to leave it with him and he'd work on Bailey. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it looks like we need to put our trust in Boudreaux. My lips twitched at his resigned tone. You know, you're going to have to tell me about that one day. What? How you two ended up working together. You don't want to hear about that. Yes, I do. I grinned at him. Chalk it up to my journalist curiosity, but I find your relationship with him very interesting. I don't have a relationship with him. It was business. He brought me information and I paid him for it. End of story. Except it's not. Here he is helping you out with your brother. Helping us out? Okay, helping us out. Sean's eyes narrowed, and I couldn't help but chuckle. What? It's true. He even lives in your childhood house. Are you trying to put me in a bad mood? No, I'm just trying to make you realize that despite all your bluster, I think Henry might have grown on you a bit. Sean screwed his nose up. Can we change the subject, please? I nodded and thought about my conversation with my mother this weekend. She texted me earlier this morning to say they still wanted to come to town for my birthday, and now that it was set in stone, I needed to tell Sean about it. I actually have something I need to discuss with you. Sean sat up a little straighter in his seat. Okay. It's nothing bad, I said when it was clear that was where his mind had gone. It's just, damn it, why was I suddenly so nervous? It's just what? I traced my finger around the base of my wine glass and then said, "My parents are coming to town." Sean frowned. "They are? When?" "Next weekend." When Sean merely looked at me, waiting for more of an explanation, I took in a deep breath and then let it out. It was now or never. "It's my birthday, and they thought they'd—" "Wait, it's your birthday? Shit, did I miss it?" It was hard to believe that in all the years we'd known each other, we had no clue about these kinds of details. I couldn't have said when Sean's birthday was, and the fact that we knew each other so well in some ways, and hardly at all in others, made me smile. It was an interesting and wonderful mix, this familiarity and discovery. "No, you didn't miss it. It's August 22nd. The sheer relief on his face made me ask, "When's yours?" "December 2nd. He rubbed at his forehead. "Thank God I'm not the only one who didn't know." That made me laugh. "Why would you?" "I don't know. Seems like something I probably should have known. Anyway, sorry. So, your parents are coming to town?" "Yes. Mom wanted to stay with me, but obviously I'm not staying there and had to explain that to her." Sean eyed me, waiting for the other shoe to drop. "I told her about us together. I hope that's okay." Sean didn't say anything at first. Then he sat forward and reached across the table for my glass of wine. He took a long swallow and then placed it on the table before nodding. "Yeah, that's cool." I arched an eyebrow. "That's cool?" "It's okay. I just—" When Sean cut his words off, my stomach sank. He wasn't okay with this. I could tell by the look on his face, the tone of his voice. "What if they don't like me?" "Don't like you? Sean, they've known you your entire life." Sean leaned across the table and said in a low voice, "As Bailey's older pain-in-the-ass no-good brother, not as your boyfriend." All of my worries about him not being okay with this disappeared in that moment. He wasn't concerned about them knowing we were together, but that they wouldn't think he was good enough for me. "They're going to love you," I said, lacing my fingers with his. "How could they not?" Sean still looked unconvinced, but he nodded. "I'll take your word for it." "Good. I told them they could stay at my place since it's empty. Mom seemed happy with that, since she wants to throw a party." "A party, huh?" "That's what she said. But I wanted to check with you first. I wasn't sure you'd be comfortable enough about us for that just yet." "If I was any more comfortable, it would be indecent. I don't care who knows I'm with you, Xander. Not one little bit." Sean brought my hand to his lips and kissed my palm, and my breath got caught somewhere in the back of my throat. "Tell them I'm looking forward to seeing them." I nodded, my words disappearing completely at the affection in Sean's eyes. "You want dessert?" "Yes, but nothing on that menu." "Take me home?" Sean raised his hand and called, "Check, please." 7. Sean. "Ready to sweat, Anchorman?" I grabbed my front door key off the entry table and slipped it into the zip pocket inside my shorts as Xander finished tying his running shoes. The sun was barely up, but with the heat and humidity lingering from the day before, this morning's run would still be a tough one. "Ready to sweat and kick your ass," Xander said, straightening and cracking his neck from side to side. I winced, never understanding how that made anything feel better. "Kick my ass, huh? That's a pretty arrogant claim, considering we've broken even over the last couple of days." Yeah, these workouts had turned into a game of physical one-upmanship. "Broken even?" Xander scoffed. "I don't think so. I've beaten you every single time." I said as we walked toward the front door. "That's not how I remember it." "No? Then how do you remember it?" Once the front door was shut and locked, I took a nice long look at Xander, who was waiting by the SUV in those loose gray running shorts and blue Nike workout shirt. He looked fit, sexy and ready to, just like he said, kick my ass. Bring it on. The way I remember it, I sauntered over to him, making him back up until he was against the side of the vehicle. You ran, and I caught you. That means I won. Xander bit down on his lower lip, and my cock twitched. That was the whole point of this new running program, was it not? It wasn't the beginning. I couldn't help my smug grin. Now I just want to fall behind to watch your ass in those running shorts. Xander laughed and pushed me away from him, then started to back down the drive. So now you're going to tell me you let me run ahead so you can watch me? He shook his head. Okay then, detective. Come get me. Without another word, Xander turned and took off on the route we'd mapped out over the weekend. We decided morning runs were the best for us, since Xander was an early bird and I headed out to work not too long after we got back. Plus, during August, the only time to exercise outside and not die from heat stroke was either before the sun came up or after it went down, and I'd like to get that shit over and done with ASAP. As Xander headed down the usual streets, I followed at a good clip, enjoying the sight of him up ahead, as I always did. At first, I really had suggested we work out to get my fitness level back up to par. But after one session watching his powerful legs eat up the pavement like it was no trouble at all, falling back so I could watch his form had become something of a guilty pleasure, one that often left me as aroused as it did tired. My feet slapped against the pavement as I kept a steady pace, my eyes locked on the fluid form of the man up ahead. I could see his shoulder blades through the tight stretch of his shirt as his arms swung with just the right momentum. He was a thing of beauty to watch, sheer masculine beauty, which I'd never even noticed before. But something about the flexing of his calf muscles, the tight curve of his ass and trim waist, made my heart pound almost as hard from lust as it did from the exertion of running. Xander made this look easy and effortless, and as he rounded one of the street corners to come up on a long, straight stretch, I picked up my pace until I was beside him. What was that you were saying about beating me? I flashed a shit-eating grin and then took off, my legs pumping, my chest heaving as I powered up the road. I could hear Xander's footfalls directly behind me, his pace never faltering, and as we turned onto my street, the race to the finish line was on. The adrenaline took over and my competitive side asserted itself, and I reached deep down for those final vestiges of endurance to bring it on home. So, apparently, did Xander. About halfway up my street, he zipped by me like it was no effort at all, his discipline earlier clearly helping him out here on the final stretch, as he cranked it up a gear and really let loose. I dug deep, searching for some kind of final gear that I might have hidden away, but there was no catching him. Xander was fucking fast, and the challenge of chasing his sexy ass was making me stronger every day, which was the real reason we were out here to begin with. As he reached the top of my drive, Xander stopped and put his hands behind his head as he watched me come to a standstill. His breathing was coming in hard pants now. When it was finally under control, he aimed a smirk my way. Beat you. He looked pretty damned pleased with himself. Nah, I was taking it easy on you. You wish. I kicked your ass. You can admit it. I eyed him as he ran a hand through his hair, the damp strands neatly falling into a sexy style that looked pre-planned as opposed to post-workout chic. I already told you I let you run ahead so I can watch. Xander chuckled and headed toward the front door, his shirt and shorts molding to his body now in a way that left little to the imagination. And when it came to Xander, my imagination was impressive. I took out my key, and when he held his hand out, I shook my head and kept walking until his back was up against the door. You know, I used to hate losing, I said, and rubbed my thumb over Xander's lower lip. But I gotta say, I don't mind coming in behind you. Why do I get the feeling we aren't talking about running anymore? I have no idea. Maybe you have a dirty mind. Maybe you're full of it. I'm talking about running. Xander reached for me and gathered my shirt in his fingers, tugging me close so he could bump his very hard erection up against mine. Then he kissed his way up my jaw to my ear. Liar. As he began to suck on my lobe right there on my front porch, I growled and rolled my body into his. God, he felt good. So damn good that I placed my hands on the front door to hold myself steady so I could grind against him a little harder. Xander moaned and smoothed his hands around my ass, and as he pulled me harder to him, he wound a leg around the back of mine. Fucking hell. Things had just gone from 0 to 60 in the blink of an eye. And if I didn't get the door open and the two of us inside sometime in the next 5 seconds, Xander's shorts would be around his ankles right here on the doorstep. Jesus, I said, you gotta let me open the door or my neighbors are about to get one hell of a show. With his legs still wound around the back of mine, Xander jutted his hips forward and licked a slick path along his top lip. And it was a miracle I didn't come right there. Then open the door. I swallowed, and when it was clear he wasn't about to let me go or stop rubbing his hard dick on me, I reached around him and inserted the key. Once it was unlocked, Xander sank his teeth into my jawline, and my entire body thrust forward against him. Now, how about you take me inside, detective, and show me just how much you love coming in behind me? I didn't need to be told twice. Not a second later, we were inside behind a locked door, and I had a feeling we wouldn't make it much further than there. 8. Xander. Bang! The sound of the front door slamming shut behind me was all the warning I got before Sean's hand was on my wrist, and I was spun around to face him. Where do you think you're going? Nowhere, judging by the lust flickering in his eyes. Sean slowly parted his legs, bracing his back against the door, and in his black shirt and running shorts, he was sexy as hell. The fine sheen of sweat I tasted on his skin outside had me stepping between his legs, and his arms immediately wound around my waist. He squeezed and tested the roundness of my ass, and without another thought, my mouth was on his. The second our lips met, it was like a lit match on gasoline. The fire that had been simmering between us throughout our run exploded, and the flames began to consume us. His mouth parted under mine, and when I slipped my tongue inside, the sinful sound that rumbled out of him made every nerve ending in my body react. My pulse raced, and my cock throbbed, as I ran my palms down his chest to his waist. Damn, Anchorman, get your hands on my skin. I grinned against his lips, and then slid my fingers under the hem of Sean's shirt. His skin was hot to the touch, and when I trailed my fingertips along the waistband of his shorts, Sean let out a groan and dropped his head back against the door. Unable to resist, I nipped my way along his jaw as I shoved his shirt up his torso, and the salty sweat from his run was like an aphrodisiac on my tongue. I hummed at the potent taste, then licked over the stubble I'd just bitten. Sean punched his hips forward against mine. I looked him in the eye, and the wild look in Sean's gaze made me shove his shirt even further up his tall frame. When I reached his chest, I dragged the front over the top of his head until the shirt was framing his bulging biceps and wide shoulders, and then took a step back to inspect my handiwork. Sean reached down to adjust his hard-on, and holy shit, if he didn't look like an invitation to sin, I don't know what did. His abs were tense with built-up desire, and his arm flexed as he decided the pressure from his hand was exactly what he needed, and kept at it. The scar on his lower abdomen was an imperfection on an otherwise fit body, but instead of seeing it as a reminder of the night I'd almost gotten him killed, I'd learned to look at it as the lengths this man had gone to save me, and that made him impossibly sexier. "Come back here." Sean stroked himself a little harder. "No, I think I want to watch for a minute or two." Sean's eyes narrowed, his lids heavy with desire, as he licked his lower lip and curled his fingers around the cotton of his shorts. "And what is it you want to see, Anchorman?" I smirked at Sean's arrogance, because instead of pissing me off like it might have back in the day, it now made me hot as hell. These past weeks, Sean had been an eager student, but lately he'd really been coming into his own, his usual confidence and assertive nature surfacing in the bedroom in a way that made my cock ache and my blood run hot. But I still sensed there was more, and this morning I planned to pull it out of him. I lowered my eyes to his busy hand. "I want to watch you get yourself off." Sean's hand moved a little faster, and I shook my head. "Minus the shorts." His eyes sparked at the request. Then he slipped his thumbs into the sides of his shorts and dragged them down. With every new inch of skin he revealed, my mouth watered a little more. The distinct V-lines and his dark treasure trail led the way to the Holy Grail, until he finally freed his thick shaft to my hungry gaze. "Damn, Sean." My voice sounded ragged as I reached for myself and squeezed, my own dick now begging for release. But I didn't want to come just yet, so that meant it needed to stay exactly where it was, for now. Sean wrapped his fingers around his leaking cock, and I let out a hum of approval. "You like watching?" "Yes, I really do." Sean's eyes flared. "You never said so before." "You never asked." Sean scoffed and swiped his thumb across the swollen head. "Ah, so this is an ask and thou shalt receive kind of deal." Hell yes, it was. Something Sean clearly understood. "Then get over here and on your knees. I want to watch you suck my dick." I took a step forward until we were once again toe-to-toe, and without another word, I lowered to my knees. When I was at his feet, I glanced up at Sean's body, and the sight was unreal. With his shorts mid-thigh, the elastic sat just beneath his balls and pushed his shaft up toward me like an offering. His tense abs and features relayed just how on edge he was, and the blazing eyes locked on mine made my blood hum. Moving up on my knees, I reached for his engorged length and wrapped my fingers around him. A grunt of pleasure left him, and his hips punched forward. I closed my eyes and rubbed my cheek along the side of his shaft. I took in a deep inhale. The masculine scent of him mixed with arousal so intoxicating that it was like a drug. Then I turned my head and flicked my tongue across the head of his cock. "Fuck!" Sean tore his shirt off and tossed it aside. The harsh line of his mouth and twitching jaw urged me to push him further, to drive him over the edge. I tightened my grip around the base of his shaft and sucked the tip between my lips. Sean's hands found the back of my head, his fingers weaving through the damp strands, and when I swirled my tongue around his hot flesh, a groan of guttural pleasure filled the air. "Xander! Oh, shit! Come on!" I glanced up as I continued to tease the tip of him, daring him to take over here and be in charge, and as though he could read my mind, Sean shoved his hips forward. His shaft slid along the center of my tongue, and the rough glide made me open wider. I tightened my hold around him and drew my lips up his length before closing my eyes and swallowing him back down. I did it over and over again, each time taking him deeper, until Sean's hips began to move and he shoved between my lips. A curse ripped throughout the house as I relaxed my throat and took him all the way back. And when I reached for his balls and gave a gentle squeeze, the fingers in my hair flexed. "Christ," he growled. "Ah, you're asking for it." Yes, I was. I wanted him to lose it. I wanted to see what Sean was like when he stopped thinking and really owned his actions. I drew my mouth off his length, swiped my thumb along my lower lip, and sucked on it. So give it to me. 9. Sean. The challenge in Xander's words called to something primal inside me as I stared down at the man at my feet with the swollen mouth and lust-filled eyes. He was pushing me. I could sense it in every move he made, every word he said, and with that final challenge, I decided to take him up on it. I twisted my fingers around those thick strands of hair and angled his head so he was looking up at me. The sight of his stunning face hovering precariously close to my slicked-up dick was so fucking hot that I almost lost it right then. But it was clear Xander wanted more, and lucky for him, I was in the exact right mood to give it to him. A flush stained his cheekbones. From the run, or the foreplay, was anyone's guess. But when coupled with a well-fucked mouth and come-get-me eyes, he looked so damn sexy that I could barely think straight. "Get on your feet," I said. And if I'd been worried at all about Xander's reaction to taking orders, that quickly vanished when a wicked smirk crossed those pouty lips. Up until this very second, I'd always been very conscious of my sexual behavior and performance when it came to Xander. Knowing he was more experienced and probably had preferences I had no idea about. But something inside me was telling me to forget all of that bullshit right now. We'd spent the past few weeks exploring and getting to know each other intimately, and right now, Xander was looking for me to step up and take control. I sure as shit wasn't about to let him down. As Xander got to his feet, I grabbed his chin and leaned in to nip at his lower lip. "You said if I wanted to know something I should just ask, right?" Xander sucked in a breath, and his body swayed into mine, his gym shorts brushing up against my bare cock. "Right." I teased my lips back and forth across his, making sure to move out of contact whenever he tried for something more substantial. Then I turned his head and licked a path up to his ear. "Do you like it a little rough sometimes, Anchorman?" Xander moaned as his fingers dug into my chest. "A little hard and dirty?" He tried to nod, but I was holding his chin firm as I sucked on his earlobe. "Because I want to fuck you really hard right now." This time, when he tried to move, I let him, and when his gaze met mine, I had my answer. Xander's eyes were so dark they were almost black. He was that turned on, and before he could say a damn word, I captured his lips in a savage kiss. My tongue entered his mouth as though it belonged there, sweeping the inside and making sure to taste every single spot as Xander smoothed his hands down my ribs to my cock. Damn, he was driving me crazy, teasing and tormenting me, testing every vestige of restraint I had. But when he got his fingers around me and tugged, I bit down on his lip and heard a groan that was so hot, all my restraint vanished. I tore my mouth free and grabbed at his hands, halting him. Then I stepped out of my shorts and walked forward, making him retreat. When his back hit the wall of my hallway, I raised an eyebrow and kept coming. I had the sudden urge to devour and destroy every inch of this man. "You're looking a little overdressed there." I could see Xander's erection thick and hard behind his shorts, and when he took hold of the hem of his shirt, I shook my head and reached for his wrist. He glanced down, then I grazed my thumb over his pulse point. It was racing a mile a minute, and I knew exactly how and what he was feeling. I was so damn hot for him that my heart was pounding almost as hard as my cock. "Don't think for a second you're going to deprive me of stripping you naked the way you just did me," I said. Xander's lips parted on a swift inhale. "Yeah, let's see how you like being teased, Mr. Thorne. Now turn around and face the wall." When Xander's cheeks flushed, I wondered for a second if I'd accidentally stumbled onto some kind of fantasy of his, and decided that even if it wasn't, by the end of this encounter, it would be at the top of his fucking list. When his back was to me, I raised a hand above his head, placing his palm against the flat surface. Xander hung his head like he was praying for patience. Then I took his other hand and repeated the move. I took the final step. My cock nestled in against his soft cotton shorts, and the delicious friction was too much to pass up. I placed my hands over the top of his and ground my lower half against them, rubbing my leaking dick between his cheeks, shoving those shorts in the crack of his ass. Xander thrust back on me, and I muscled him forward until he was plastered up against the wall. I scraped my teeth down to the curve of his shoulder, lowered my hands from the wall, and grabbed the hem of his shirt. "Let's get you out of these clothes," I said, and then moved back just enough that I could draw the material up his torso. When I reached his head and removed it, I was happy to see Xander's hands automatically found their place back on the wall. I tossed his shirt to the ground and took in the tense arms and shoulders, the long line of Xander's back, and the high, tight ass his shorts were still covering. Unable to resist the lure of all that naked skin, I moved in and splayed my hands on his hips. Then I placed a kiss at the top of his spine. "Ah, Sean." Xander's moan was so satisfying that I did it again. And when his salty skin hit my taste buds, I flicked my tongue out, and he moaned, louder this time. "Oh, you like that?" "Yes." The breathy confession made me smile. Xander sounded as though his mind were shutting down and he was floating high, and I was the drug that got him there. I smoothed my hands around to where his cock was outlined in his shorts and cupped him in my palm as I kissed and licked my way down his spine. Xander's arousal had soaked through his shorts to make a mess of my hand, and knowing he was this hot for me just cranked my wheel even harder. When I reached his lower back, I let go of him to drag his shorts free of his hips, and when they hit the floor, he immediately stepped out of them. Eye level now with his spectacular ass, I pressed a kiss there, followed with a sharp little bite. Xander's head whipped around, his eyes searching out mine, and when they connected, I cupped his ass in both hands and nipped him again. "Sean." I flicked my tongue over the red spot now marring his right cheek. "Oh, God." Xander shoved back into my hands, clearly wanting my mouth again, and I complied, this time licking a path right across it. Yeah? I thought we already decided this morning's theme." I plumped his ass in my hands. "If you want something, ask, remember?" Xander's eyes flared as he nodded, and it looked for a second like he might be trying to decide between killing me or fucking me. I was banking on the latter. "Good. And what is it you want, Xander?" Xander lowered a hand off the wall to wrap his fingers around his dick, and as he gave it a nice, hard tug, he bit down into his lower lip and slammed his eyes shut. "Widen your legs," I ordered him, wanting a better view of what he was doing, and for a couple of minutes I was content to sit at his feet with my own dick in hand and watch him pleasure himself. But soon watching was no longer enough. Letting go of myself, I climbed to my feet, crowded in behind him, and wedged my heart-on between his ass cheeks. "Xander," I said, my voice gravel rough, as he started to rub against me like a cat in heat. "Tell me what you want." Xander leaned his head back on my shoulder, his eyes so heavy with lust now that the lids were barely open. His lips were red, wet, and swollen from his teeth and my cock. He was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen, and the fact I'd made him this out of his mind made me feel like a prince among men. I'd done that to him, was still doing it to him. "What do you want, Anchorman?" "You, in me, right here, right now, Sean. I can't wait anymore." His words were desperate, strung out, and I knew the feeling. I nipped at his ear. Wait here and don't move a muscle. You look perfect. I reluctantly stepped away from him and backed into the living room. Absolutely fucking perfect. 10. Xander. My legs shook as Sean disappeared into the living room, and I remained standing with my hands up, bare-ass naked, and legs spread wide. Up until a few minutes ago, I'd never realized the cops strip-searching me naked fantasy was one that would get me off. But according to my throbbing dick, being frisked by a specific detective who was equally naked was pushing my buttons in ways I'd never imagined. With the taste of Sean still lingering on my tongue, I closed my eyes and made myself count backward from 100, hoping to quell my desire to reach down and get myself off before he came back. It had been a long time since I'd felt this needy, felt this insatiable desire to be taken in a raw, unrestrained way. But when I got like this, I didn't care where I was or how I got it, and right now, I wanted Sean's thick cock to drive me out of my fucking mind. Sean re-entered the hall just as that thought hit, and my ass tightened as he brought a condom packet to his lips and tore it open. I groaned. Shit. This was about to get out of control. Sean stopped beside me, his eyes roaming all over my body as he rolled the condom on. Then he slowly slid his tongue over his lower lip. How you doing, Anchorman? He opened a packet of lube next and squeezed half in his hand. Gotta say, I've never seen you this strung out. I kinda like it. He knew exactly how I was feeling, judging by that arrogant smirk, and then he slipped his hand between the wall and my body to give me a nice long stroke and whispered across my lips, You look like you're in the mood to fuck. There was no point in denying it. My decorum had left the second we'd gotten in his house and behind a locked door. I let out a shaky breath. To be fucked, yes. A husky chuckle left him. Then I bit his bottom lip hard and he grabbed my chin. You want to be fucked? Yes, I did. I really, really did. I nodded. Sean said, as he stepped behind me and placed a kiss to one of my shoulders. I can give you that. The next thing, his slippery fingers were sliding down between my ass cheeks, the tips massaging over my eager hole. Oh, I panted, shoving back, wanting something to desperately penetrate me. Yeah? Sean scraped his teeth along my shoulder and then sank them in, as he pushed his 2 fingers inside and went knuckle deep. A harsh groan left me as I moved up to my toes, and when my body relaxed and throbbed around the intrusion, I shifted back to the balls of my feet, taking them just a little deeper. Jesus, Xander. Sean's voice was rough as sandpaper, making my knees go weak, and he reached up with his free hand to place it over the top of mine. Now anchored to the wall, I turned my head to lay my cheek flat on the cool surface, and my eyes caught on the wild expression in Sean's eyes. He looked about 2 seconds away from losing his shit, and when he caught my eyes, a depraved smile curled his lip, and he slowly drew his fingers free before pushing them back inside. I cursed as he brushed over my prostate, and he knew when he hit the jackpot because he chuckled and did it again and again. Sean, I managed as he continued to stretch my hole and massage that perfect spot. Sean, I said a little more harshly. He lifted his head and licked a path along my jaw to my mouth. What? Ask me for it. My breathing was coming in rapid bursts now, my chest heaving against the wall even as my dick made a mess of it. Get your cock in me. Sean grinned. Ask nicely. Fucker. He was enjoying this. Please, get your cock in me. Sean laughed, and the vibration made my entire body tremble. He dragged his fingers free and lined up his cock. I turned my head so I could rest my forehead against the wall, and Sean placed a hand on my ass cheek and spread me open a little. Wanting to give him as much access as possible, I shifted my legs apart and heard him growl in appreciation. The head of his erection nudged up against me. Then he was tunneling inside. Smooth and strong, Sean powered in me with a force that was both needed and appreciated. It was intense and exactly what I wanted. My shout echoed throughout the whole damn house. "Fuck me," Sean growled as he grabbed my other hand and pinned it to the wall, plastering himself along my back in a way that made it difficult to know where he began and I ended. I was wrong earlier. I squeezed my eyes shut as my body adjusted to his, my excitement and adrenaline a hair trigger away from detonation as Sean throbbed inside me. Wrong? Yeah. He kissed the crook of my neck and shoulder, his fingers entwined with mine. You look perfect now, with me inside you. Yes, feels perfect too. I shoved back on him. Meant to be. Sean kissed my temple. Don't ever fucking forget it. Then he slowly withdrew and tunneled back inside with such strength that my eyes slammed shut. Again, I demanded, done with the talking. I wanted to feel this mind-blowing connection in action. Sean curled his fingers around mine as he pulled out and thrust back inside again, and the pleasure was so intense that my vision began to blur. Jesus, he felt good. Strong, powerful, and 100% in control as he finally let go and really took me. His warm breath on my neck and hot skin against mine created a fever-like energy that made the flames burn even hotter. Then Sean let go of one of my hands to reach for my cock, and I turned my head. The second our lips met, the fire went from a flame to a burning inferno. Then I fucked back onto him, using his body as desperately as he was using mine. The flames licked over us, and the potent scent of sex filled the air. I could feel my mind shutting down as my body took over, Sean consuming me in ways I hadn't experienced in years, if ever. It was as though he were in my mind, body, and soul, and I could feel myself teetering on the precipice. Sean was biting and sucking at my neck, and I knew there'd be marks there well after this was over. God, Xander. His heavy breathing in my ear told me he was close to losing it. You feel fucking unbelievable. He powered back inside me, hitting all the right spots. And as my body clamped around his erection, our orgasms hit. I gripped his fingers as I began to shake. And when he bit into the crook of my neck and jerked behind me, I came all over his hand and wall with no thoughts in my head other than how damn good I felt in his arms. Holy shit. With the flames now extinguished, it was shocking we weren't a pile of ash on the floor. Instead, we were slumped forward using the wall as a prop to keep us both up. Fucking hell. Sean's raspy chuckle in my ear brought me back to earth. He finally pulled out of me and turned me around. Oh, you made a mess of my wall. Should I apologize? Not on your life. Sean stepped in and took my face between his hands. Then he pressed a kiss to my lips and whispered, I love you. I grinned, ran my hands down his sweaty abs to his hips, and smacked his ass. I love you too. I think it's safe to say we burned a few extra calories this morning. You think? If we burned any more, I might not be able to walk into work today. It's gonna be a challenge as it is. Looking awfully pleased with himself, Sean backed up and reached down to roll the condom free. So, I'm showering alone? I gave his phenomenal body a thorough once-over. Not on your life. Just don't ask me to race you to it." He chuckled and headed off in the direction of the bathroom, and I didn't much care about coming in last, because watching his firm ass was a sight I'd never grow tired of seeing. 11. Sean. "You believe this shit about Huntley getting out on bail yesterday? Can't believe anyone would fork over cash to get his ass out of lockup." I rocked back in my chair to eye Nichols looking at his computer screen. It was Friday morning, and I was already thinking about making a second coffee as I twirled my pen through my fingers. You know it was his bigwig father. The Huntleys have more money than God. They aren't about to let their precious little boy sit in our holding cell as a plaything for more than a couple hours. Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't have him out sooner. What was that, 48 hours? Yeah, not bad for a suspected rapist. I hear you. From what I understand, the victim's going to have a real hard time fighting this one. She's from a lower income family. They'll probably end up settling. Nichols shook his head. Kind of cynical, no? Yeah, I guess it was. But when you'd been on the job as long as I had, it came with the territory. You know I'm right. Nichols slowly nodded and then rolled his chair around to face me. So listen, Captain didn't want you to think he was checking up on you, since you passed your physical and all, but he wanted me to do it for him. Yeah, that about sums it up. I thought back to the foot chase the week before and threw my pen on the desk. Is this about Martinelli? 'Cause, in all fairness, it was hot as fuck that day. I know. I was sweating it out in the car with you. And he's not questioning your ability. I mean, you caught the fucker. He just wants to make sure you're comfortable out there. And that you are too, being my partner. Nichols shrugged. I ain't worried about that. I just don't want to watch you bleed out a second time, if you catch my drift. Yeah, I got it. And I feel fine. I actually stepped up my exercise routine after that motherfucker dared me to a running match. I won't be caught winded again, don't you worry. Again, Nichols said, holding his palms up. I wasn't worried. Uh-huh. I was about to ask him if he wanted a coffee when my cell vibrated on the desk. I sat forward to see who it was texting me, and when I saw Bailey's name flashing on my screen, I quickly scooped it up and got to my feet. Hey, you want a coffee? I'm gonna go make some. Yeah, sure. I could go another cup. Nichols held out his world's best dad mug. I grabbed up mine and then headed to the break room. Once I was inside, I loaded up the coffee maker with a new filter and some ground coffee. Then I added the water and hit go before I leaned back against the counter and finally opened Bailey's message. As ridiculous as it was, my hand shook. I was nervous to read a goddamn message from my younger brother. Bailey. Hi, Henry said you want to talk to me. It wasn't exactly the, hey, I've missed you, we really should talk I'd been expecting, but beggars couldn't be choosers. And at least it was progress. He was reaching out to us. Yeah, is there a time and place that suits you? We could come there tomorrow, like usual. I hit send and stared at the phone as though it were going to blow up in my hand. My stomach was churning, a weird mix of nerves and guilt, as the 3 little dots appeared on my screen. A couple seconds later, Bailey's next message came through with the force of a sucker punch to my already aching gut. Bailey. Tomorrow is fine. I don't care what time. Just you, not Xander. Okay, that didn't sound like progress. This was not good. Not good at all. Bae, I think the 3 of us should all sit down, don't you? I already knew what his answer would be. At least I thought I did, until he replied, No, I don't. You can come by whenever. I have nothing to say to Xander. Fuck. Why was Bailey being so damn stubborn about this? Well, it looked like I was going to have to talk some sense into him. He'd given me a come to Jesus talk when I'd been acting like an ass, so maybe it was time to return the favor, to remind him how much Xander meant to him. Fine, I'll be there tomorrow around noon. Bailey. Fine. Tomorrow. That was it. That was all he wrote. I stared at the message and read the whole thing back 3 times over, and still couldn't believe this was a correspondence with Bailey. How had this happened? The coffee machine beeped, but I was too caught up in what had just taken place to care. Instead, I hit call on Xander's number and waited for him to pick up. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. Don't tell me you miss me already. A smile automatically hit my lips. I missed you the second I left you in bed. But that's not why I'm calling. No? I could hear the grin in Xander's voice and almost changed my mind about telling him the real reason. But he'd want to know what was going on, and we'd promised not to keep things from each other, no matter how much it might hurt. No. I let out a sigh and rubbed the back of my neck. Bailey just texted me. Silence greeted me, and for a few seconds all I could hear was the blood ringing in my ears. That's great. I could hear the forced happiness in Xander's voice, but knew it was killing him that Bailey still hadn't reached out to him. What did he want? God, I really didn't want to tell Xander this. I didn't want to smash the hope I could hear in his voice. But again, I'd promised the truth and wasn't about to start lying now. He wants to see me tomorrow. 1 heartbeat, 2 heartbeats, 3. Just you? And there it was. Yeah, just me. Fuck. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth. I'm sorry, Xander. It's okay, he said, his voice laced with disappointment. And in that moment, I wanted to track Bailey down and shake the shit out of him. How could he be doing this to Xander, to his best friend? It wasn't okay, and no matter how many times Xander told me it was, I knew he was lying. Look, I've got to run, but I'm really glad he reached out to you, Sean. I eyed the clock and realized Xander would be in his car right now, heading to his weekly therapy session with Dr. Lewis. I'm sorry, I said again, even though it felt completely and utterly inadequate. Don't be. You have nothing to be sorry for. There was a pause and then, Sean? Promise me you'll go and see him tomorrow. That's important to me. That you both work this out. Your brothers, family. Don't even think about me. My heart broke at the request because it showed just how unselfish Xander truly was. He wanted me to mend my relationship, even at the expense of his own. But I wouldn't let that happen if it was the last thing I did. Hey, Anchorman? Yes. I love you. I love you too. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Will do, I promised. As we ended the call, I knew that was one thing I could do for him, because ever since we'd started dating, I now had a reason to be safe and get home, and his name was Alexander Thorne. Chapter 12. Xander. You seemed distracted this morning. Dr. Lewis's voice cut through all the white noise as I watched a handful of children play outside her office. She probably had a point. If she'd asked me about any of the things we talked about during this session, I wouldn't have been able to say. My mind was too focused on the conversation I'd had with Sean nearly 40 minutes ago, a conversation I'd replayed over and over again. I'd say that's a good assessment. Do you feel like telling me why? I turned to face the good doctor, who was watching me with curious eyes. Not really, but I'm assuming that was a rhetorical question. Not at all. This is your time, your money. We can talk about whatever you like. If not that, how about your sleeping habits? Are they any better since the last time we spoke? I eyed her from where I sat on the plush high-backed chair by the window and wondered what angle she was playing. Dr. Lewis had the uncanny knack of making you believe you were doing things in your own time of your own accord, when really, deep down, you were doing exactly what she had planned all along. I knew that was part and parcel of her job, and I had to give her credit. She was really good at it. Yes, I'm sleeping much better. I was finally able to get off the Ambien and go back to the melatonin. That's great. She opened her leather binder and uncapped her pen. And any interruption once you fall asleep? Any dreams? Nightmares? No. For the last week, I've slept all night, no interruptions. Unless Sean counted. Good. She smiled at me, and when I returned it, her eyes narrowed. That's not good? I frowned. Of course it's good. Why wouldn't it be? She crossed her legs and placed her pen down in the center of the binder. You know one of the downsides about being a public figure, Alexander? Off the top of my head? Lack of anonymity, privacy, the occasional stalker. When she didn't respond, I turned to look back out the window. But I'm guessing none of those are the answer you were looking for. One of the downsides is that I know a genuine smile when I see one. What you just gave me was forced. You've been struggling to get a good night's sleep for weeks now. Been having the most horrific nightmares about Sean dying in your arms. And now that they're over, instead of jumping up and down with joy, you look like someone ran over your puppy. I rubbed a hand over my face. I don't own a puppy. Maybe you should. They're good for the soul. I nodded, but said nothing. Instead, I concentrated on the children again. A couple of them had broken off and were playing catch with one another, while another sat by himself under the tree playing with his baseball cards. Alexander? Huh. I turned my attention back to Dr. Lewis. I said maybe you should get a puppy. I'm living at someone else's house. I doubt he'd appreciate me bringing home a dog. Dr. Lewis picked her pen back up and jotted something down. Why haven't you moved back into your place yet? You know why. Because it reminds you of Kyle, of where this all started. But it's not really where it started, is it? You first met him at the news station, and yet you're back there working now, aren't you? I swallowed, trying to see where she was leading me, trying to see what trap she was laying for me to step into. Yes, but that's different. In my house, he was snooping around taking selfies. He was in my private space, my bedroom, my bed. I don't want to go back there. Ever? I blinked at her and thought that over. Yet. Again, she nodded and wrote something down. What did you just write? Exactly what you said. Somehow, I doubted that. And what about the situation with Bailey? Have you spoken to him? Seen him? No. My answer was short and succinct, and as soon as it was out of my mouth, I knew Dr. Lewis wasn't buying it. Really? Yes, I haven't spoken to or seen him. That wasn't a lie. Then what has changed? Excuse me? She shut the binder and shifted in her chair, recrossing her long legs in the opposite direction. I asked you what has changed. Nothing. I told you I haven't seen him or spoken to him. Yes, but something else has happened. For weeks you've been trying to sleep, and now you can, which should make you more amiable, not distracted and curt. You're happy to be living with Sean, and nothing there has changed. Then you say the situation with the best friend is the same, yet your mood drastically declined when I asked you about him. So why don't you tell me what's changed with your friend? I rubbed at my forehead and shoved to my feet. He reached out to Sean today and wants to talk. I see. She paused long enough that I looked over my shoulder at her. Does that upset you? No, I want them to talk. But you also want him to talk to you. I turned back to the window. Of course, but that's not up to me. Why not? Because I'm the one who messed things up. Are you? According to what you told me, Sean did too, right? Yet Bailey wants to talk to him. Well, they're brothers, blood. It makes sense that they'll work things out. I want them to. And if that happens, where does that leave you? My eyes strayed back to the boy with his baseball cards. and I quickly turned my back on the scene, the image hitting too close to home. My eyes flicked to the clock, and I'd never been more grateful to see that my time was up. I have to get going. I picked up my briefcase from where I'd placed it by my chair. Dr. Lewis looked at her watch and nodded. She got to her feet and crossed the room to her desk. A word of advice, Alexander. Yes. Be honest with yourself. That's the only way this is going to work. Dig deep and see what it is that's really bothering you. And maybe the next time you're here, we can work on it together. I buttoned my jacket and gave a clipped nod, then headed out the door. As I climbed inside my car, I turned the AC on blast and sat there for a minute, letting her words replay in my head as my attention shifted to the children chasing each other around the yard. I closed my eyes, leaned back in the seat, and thought about all of those summers spent growing up with Bailey. All of the memories I shared with him. There was a lifetime of them, and my heart ached at the thought that there would be no more. No, it couldn't end like this. We couldn't end like this. We'd made a promise to one another that nothing would ever tear our friendship apart, and while I knew I'd done some major damage to it, I had to believe that in the end we could repair it. Of all the times I'd stood out here on the Bailey's front porch, I could only ever remember being this nervous once before. That had been the night I realized my feelings for the middle Bailey brother were a lot stronger than friendship. It was ironic that tonight I was here to see if we could go back to that, our friendship. I took in a deep breath and wiped my palms on my pants. God, I couldn't tell if it was nerves or worry causing the knot in my gut. But either way, what I was about to do needed to be done. That was the only hope in salvaging the friendship we'd had long before we decided to take things to the next level, and almost lose ourselves in the process. I stared at the front door, and was just about to knock when it was pulled open by Mrs. B. "Xander," she chuckled, and flashed a brilliant smile my way. "You scared me half to death." "Likewise, Mrs. B. You caught me right as I was about to knock." "Well, I was just heading out. Bailey's inside in the kitchen. Will I see you for dinner?" Probably not after what I was here to say, but I wasn't about to tell her that. "Probably not. I have to head into work." "Oh, that's right. Congratulations. Bailey told me about the head field reporter job. That's exciting." "It is. A little nerve-wracking too, but it's what I've been working for." Mrs. B reached out and squeezed my arm. "You're gonna do great and see so many things. Just be careful out there." "Well, it's just local to start with." "Yes, but we all know you aren't going to stop there. As long as I've known you, all you've ever wanted was to be a journalist." It really was. Bob Willis at ENN was my #1 idol. My dream was to end up behind an anchor desk at a national level one day, but I knew I had to pay my dues first. "Thank you, I appreciate that." Mrs. B smiled and stepped around me. "Of course, I see big things in your future, mister." I chuckled and waved as she headed off down the drive to her car, and then made my way inside. This house was as familiar to me as my own, and when I stepped into the kitchen to see Bailey sitting at the breakfast nook reading over some papers, my gut did that thing where it twisted around on itself. Bailey glanced up, and when he spotted me standing just inside the doorway, that warm smile brightened his features, and all I could think was, please let us be okay after this. "Hey there." Bailey went to slide out of the bench seat, but I shook my head. "No, don't get up." I crossed the tiled floor and leaned down to press a kiss to his lips. As I took the seat opposite him, I nodded to the papers. "What do you have there?" Bailey flipped them over, immediately piquing my curiosity. "Nothing." "Yes, that's obvious by the way you're hiding them." He chuckled and rolled his eyes. "Seriously, it's nothing. Just something I've been thinking about lately." "Oh yeah? Care to elaborate?" Bailey looked down at the papers and frowned. I'm still thinking about it." Then he returned his attention to me. "But I'll tell you as soon as I know." I nodded and sat back in the seat, trying to work out how to start this conversation. When it became clear I was struggling to find the right words, Bailey took my hand in his. I wasn't expecting you this morning. Is everything okay? Shit. Why did he have to be sweet? So caring? And why was I so stupid that I was about to ruin everything? Yes, but I wanted to talk to you. Bailey squeezed my fingers and licked his lips, the same lips I'd kissed 100 times over. It was a nervous habit of his, and it was clear he was picking up on my own unease now. Okay, so what's up? Just say it, I told myself. Stop being a coward and spit it out. Look, there's no easy way to say this, Bay. But with this new job and the hours, they're going to want to send me on assignment, and I really want to go. As that one word floated in the kitchen between us, I nodded. Yes. Bailey looked me dead in the eye and then gave me the saddest of smiles, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. It broke my heart in a way words never could. I figured. Wait, you figured? Yeah. Bailey let out a soft chuckle that was at odds with the sad smile. It didn't take a genius to work it out. We've been going in different directions lately. I get it. When you're getting home, I'm already asleep and vice versa. We never have time for one another. And when we do, it's just not what it should be. I was so shocked that all I could do was sit there and stare at him. I'm right, aren't I? You feel it too, the disconnect? I did, but hearing the words from his mouth was like a sledgehammer to the solar plexus. Here I'd been, all ready to snuff the light out of my boyfriend, and Bailey was getting the words out first. I do. Yeah. Bailey tugged on my hand. Come over here. I got to my feet, then slid in beside him, and he turned over the papers in front of him. At the top it read, Police Academy Application Form. I swallowed in a gulp of air and pressed my fingers to my lips. Bailey had talked about joining the force for years, most of his life. His father and brother, Sean, were both part of the CPD, and selfishly, I'd always been thankful he hadn't followed in their footsteps. Apparently, he'd changed his mind about that, or was at least thinking about it. Somehow, I had a feeling I'd just made the final decision for him. I know you always hated the idea of me on the force, but it's not so much that as... I paused and turned to look him in the eye. I couldn't imagine Bailey, my sweet Bailey, out there on the streets dealing with the worst of the worst, and I was terrified of what it would do to him mentally. I worry about you, Bay. That won't stop just because we aren't dating. I know. He bumped shoulders with me. But how do you think I feel when you head into dangerous situations for your job? And now as head field reporter, it's not just going to be bad weather. Eventually it'll be bad people and wars and God knows what else. He had a point, but still, Bailey as a cop, I wasn't sure what was more worrisome to me. The idea of him being injured on the job, or the idea of him losing that pure positivity he exuded. Either way, it wasn't my choice to make. I just needed to be there and support him the way he always was for me, the way he was now, even though it meant we were putting an end to something we'd both figured would be forever. It's weird that we both came to the same conclusion at the same time, huh? Not really. Bailey entwined our fingers. We were best friends before we were more. We know what the other is thinking. True. My eyes blurred as I looked into his perfect face. That'll never change, right? What? Being best friends? Never, Bailey whispered, and laid his head on my shoulder. No matter what, we always promised friends to the end. I love you. I love you too. I kissed the top of his buzzed head and felt a tear roll down my cheek. Friends to the end. And while it most certainly felt like the end of an era sitting there with the boy I loved and knew I always would, I had the fleeting thought that if I couldn't make things work with someone as wonderful as Bailey, did that mean I was destined to be alone? For good? Only time would tell. 13. Sean. Apples and cinnamon. That was the one memory that always hit first whenever I set foot in my childhood house. It was the scent that had lingered in the air when my mother had been alive, whether it had been from the fall candles she burned all year round or the pies she liked to bake. It was the smell of comfort, the smell of home, and I remembered the first time I walked into this house and that smell had vanished. That was the day it really sank in that she was never coming back. The day I had to let her go all over again and remind myself what she would want from the 3 boys she'd left behind: unity, loyalty, love. And right now, I was failing her. The creak of the hardwood floors made me turn from the living room window to see Bailey standing behind me, his arms crossed, and with a grim expression that told me he'd rather be anywhere else than here. God, I couldn't remember the last time he'd looked so angry and disappointed in me. Actually, that was a lie. The last time had been a few months back. I'd been in a bad spot after a particularly long and horrible case and had been doing my best to forget about it, with the help of any alcohol I could get my hands on. Bailey had pulled me out of that, sat me down and given me a come-to-Jesus talk that had basically ended up with the ultimatum: clean up or stop coming around to see us. Now here I was, better than ever before, largely thanks to him. It was anyone's guess how long we stood there staring at one another. Seconds, minutes, hours. But all the words I'd carefully rehearsed, the ones that explained how and why what happened had happened, well, they'd up and vanished. I felt like a pauper finally getting a showing with a king, only to lose all ability to form coherent sentences now that I was finally here. Bailey? Sean. Yeah, we were off to a fantastic start. On the plus side, he hadn't forgotten my name. I slid my hands into the pockets of my shorts, and when he merely stood there, I let out a sigh. Is this why you asked me over, for a silent standoff? No, I asked you because I knew you wouldn't leave me alone until I did. And what did you expect me to do, just stop calling you? I was hoping. Right. Bailey was like a time bomb, and if I'd been smart, I would have gotten the hell out of the blast zone. But I was not so smart. What the hell, Bay? You're acting like a damn stranger. I'm acting like a stranger. Bailey dropped his arms to his sides and strode over to me. You're the one who, after 3 decades, has burst out of the closet to start sleeping with my best friend. I opened my mouth to refute that, but didn't have a great response, considering he was right. Never in a million years could I have guessed that one, Sean. So you want to talk about strangers and not being able to recognize people? Why don't we start with you? Where the hell did my oldest brother go, and who is this coward in his place? Okay, that finally got my tongue working. Coward? How the hell do you figure that? Bailey took another step forward and jabbed me in the chest. Only a coward would go behind someone's back the way you two did. You must have had a great laugh at the hospital when Xander convinced me he wanted to stay with you out of the goodness of his heart. I should have known better, that it was his dick he was thinking about. Hey, hold up a second. This is Xander you're talking about, you know, your best friend? I know exactly who I'm talking about. I also know he isn't a saint. Neither are you, for that matter. So, tell me, was fucking him worth ruining the relationship between all 3 of us? I couldn't believe the shit flying out of Bailey's mouth. In fact, if I wasn't seeing him with my own 2 eyes, I would have believed this was someone else altogether. Reminding myself I was there to talk this out with my brother, not get into a fist fight with him, I did my best to swallow my impulse to go on the defense. Instead, I took in a deep breath and tried to think rationally. First off, the only one ruining relationships around here is you. You've cut off me, Xander, and I'm assuming Kieran, unless you two have been getting together on your own. When Bailey remained stubbornly silent, I continued on. And second, we are not just fucking. This is serious. What is happening here is not some fling we thought might be fun. We realize we might have gone about this the wrong way by keeping it from you. Oh, how kind of you. But it was none of your fucking business. We were going through something traumatic, something that brought us closer than most will ever understand, and we wanted to make sure it was real and true before anyone else had an opinion. I'm sorry that hurts you, but it's the truth. So, I'm just supposed to be happy and accept that my straight brother and ex-boyfriend lied and went behind my back because they wanted to work out how deep this thing really went? Bailey shook his head. You hid it because you knew how much damage this would cause. You knew and didn't want to deal with it, just like everything else in your life. Wow, low fucking blow. Look, I know you're angry, and you have every right to be, but is acting like an asshole really helping? You're killing Xander with this bullshit silent act. Then maybe he should have thought about that before he decided to trip over your dick. I cursed and shoved a hand through my hair, turning away from him before I did something stupid like punch him in the face. When did you become so cruel? I whispered, before I even knew I was going to say it. I'm not being cruel. I'm being human, Sean. This is what happens when you screw someone over. They get pissed off. They get hurt. I shut my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose. This was getting us nowhere, absolutely fucking nowhere. He was too angry and I was too defensive. That wasn't a recipe for forgiveness. It was a recipe for trouble. Is there anything I can say to make this better? That can get us back on track? Or am I just wasting my time here? You can tell me that you and Xander decided this was the dumbest thing you've ever done and that it's over. My stomach revolted at the thought. And that would make it all better? Just like that? No, but it would be a start. He was serious, too. I could see it in his eyes. You'd really do that to him? After everything he's been through over the last few weeks, you'd make him choose between his best friend and his boyfriend? Boyfriend? Oh, not sure if he's told you this, but Xander, he likes variety. I knew he was trying to hurt me as much as I'd hurt him, but somewhere along the way, Bailey must have forgotten who he was fighting with, because I was the king of fighting dirty. Maybe that was the case when he was with you, but as far as I know, he's not looking anywhere else. Fuck you, Sean. Hey, you started it. Color flooded Bailey's cheeks as he marched past me, slamming his shoulder into mine as he walked over to the window. My blow had hit hard. As we stood there in stony silence, the tension that had been at an all-time high finally began to fizzle out, and what was left was an overwhelming sadness, a feeling of loss similar to that of a loved one, and we both knew how that felt. Bae, I started again, this time lowering my voice. Come on. This is getting us nowhere. We have to talk about this sooner or later. I can't, Sean. Bailey bit off his words as though trying to control the flood of emotions taking over. I don't know if I'll ever be able to talk about this, and that's all I can give you right now. Well, that was honest. Okay. I shoved my hands in my pockets and headed for the door, then stopped to look back at Bailey. His shoulders were slumped as though he'd just gone 3 rounds with a heavyweight champ and lost spectacularly. But the truth of the matter was that no one had really won, had they? Bailey. Bailey glanced over his shoulder, and the heartbreak in his eyes was so gut-wrenching that it almost brought me to my knees. I'm sorry we hurt you. That's the last thing we ever wanted. He said nothing, just stared at me with those bleak, glassy eyes, and before I changed my mind and did something rash, I turned on my heel and walked out the door. 14. Xander. When I kissed Sean goodbye earlier and sent him off to meet Bailey, I'd felt as though I was sending him to the gallows, and he'd looked similarly grim. That had been about an hour ago, and as I sat here wondering what was worse, being the one in the middle of the fight or the one waiting at home on the outcome, the one thing that kept repeating in my head was that at least Sean was getting the opportunity to say his piece. As it stood right now, Bailey wouldn't even return my texts. I tried not to fixate or stress over the wall Bailey had erected between us, but with every day that passed, the distance and strain between us was weighing heavier and heavier on my heart. I missed my best friend, my confidant, and though I knew it was selfish to even wish for, in the back of my mind I wanted to celebrate this moment of my life with him, falling in love. That wasn't going to happen anytime soon, though. Not when the person I'd fallen for was Bailey's brother. I glanced at my watch for the millionth time, and when I heard Sean's SUV come up the drive, I jumped to my feet and ran to the door. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't decide what I was more nervous about, how the discussion went or how Sean was feeling after it. Either way, I braced myself for whatever kind of mood was about to walk through the door. Moments later, Sean came in, and when he spotted me, he offered a grimace that made my stomach clench. Shit. Whatever had gone down between the brothers hadn't been anything good. There was no hopeful smile, no confident smirk, indicating that this was all cleared up. "Hey," he said as he shut the door and tossed his keys on the entry table, and that one word confirmed my suspicions. Whatever had happened at Bailey's hadn't involved mending fences and broken hearts. In fact, Sean sounded more dejected than ever before, and considering I'd seen Sean at his worst, that was saying something. "Hi." When he slipped his hands in his pockets, a clear indicator he was putting up a barrier of some sort, I respected his choice and kept my hands to myself. He walked down the hall, and I followed in silence, sensing he would talk when he was ready. But when he headed straight to the kitchen and opened the cabinet I knew housed the hard liquor, I finally spoke up. "Well, this doesn't bode well." Sean grabbed a bottle of bourbon and 2 glasses. "Trust me, you're going to want one of these." I nodded, and as he poured a glass, I took a seat at the dining table and waited. Sean brought over both drinks and the bottle and took the seat opposite me, and for a minute he just sat there staring at the bottle as though it held all the answers. Hell, maybe it did. I'm guessing things didn't get resolved. Sean reached for his glass and traced the rim with his fingertip. "You could say that. I can't remember ever seeing him like this, Xander." "Angry?" Sean scoffed. "Ha, angry? Hurt? Mean? If I hadn't been standing in the room with him, I would have thought I was talking to a stranger. It's like he's possessed." I reached across the table and laid my hand over the top of Sean's. When he slowly drew it free, my chest tightened. Not wanting to admit how much that act of withdrawal hurt, I focused on the topic at hand. "What did he say? Does he want to sit down and talk about it?" "That's literally the last thing he wants to do. I'm thinking he would have been happiest ramming his fist in my face." "I'm sure that's not true." Sean looked at me over the top of his glass. "Trust me, it's true. This is more than anger. It's like we've broken some sacred fucking code and, along with it, killed the sweet side of Bailey we knew." He tipped the glass up and swallowed the alcohol in one gulp. "Maybe it's just more time he needs. Then we can talk." "Xander, you're not listening." "I am, but what else can we do?" Sean cut his eyes to mine, and that was when I saw it. The answer I'd been dreading all day, ever since Bailey had texted him. "End things. That was what that look said. End things now and let them go back to the way they were. Or maybe not even that. End things now and hope they would go back to the way they were. Did he ask you to break up with me? Sean blinked, and the look from a second ago vanished. Sean, did Bailey ask you to end things with me? Sean lowered his eyes to the empty glass, and when he went to refill it, I snatched the bottle out of his hand and got to my feet. Answer me. Sean looked up at me, and no words were needed. He did, didn't he? Wow. I turned my back on him so he wouldn't see the pain I could no longer hide. Not only was I going to lose Bailey because of this, I was also going to lose Sean. This was the one thing I'd feared most. What did you tell him? I whispered, and when silence was all that met me, I closed my eyes and asked again, a little louder this time. What did you tell him? I told him that wasn't going to happen. I slowly pivoted to face him. He was staring down at the table, his eyes trained anywhere but on me. But maybe it should. If I hadn't been looking directly at him, I might not have believed the words I just heard. As it was, it took a couple of seconds for me to digest. Excuse me? Sean finally looked up, his dark blue eyes full of conflict and pain. Maybe it would be smarter, too. I don't know. Put a halt on this thing before it ruins something you can never replace. Each new word out of Sean's mouth was like a physical blow to my body. This thing? Oh, I'm confused, Sean, because I thought this thing was a relationship you wanted to fight for. Isn't that what you told me? That you didn't want to lose me? It is. It was. I just... Sean shoved to his feet and took a step toward me, and I took a giant one back. I don't want to be the reason you and Bailey don't talk anymore. What if this desire, this moment with us cools? What if I fuck it up somehow? It just might be better to end it before it really begins, you know? Are you really going to throw a lifetime of friendship away for this? My stomach dropped as I stared at the man I'd stupidly fallen in love with, and I swallowed back the bile rising in my throat. I would not fall apart, not here, not now. Falling apart in Sean's arms was what had landed me in this mess to begin with. If you don't know the answer to that, then I can't help you. Sean took another step toward me and reached for my hand, but I quickly drew it back. Don't. He looked off toward the hall that led to the front door, then back to me. I think I'm going to go out for a bit. It took everything I had not to beg him to stay. Fine. Sean nodded. Okay. Then, without another word, he disappeared down the hall. The last thing I heard was the sound of the key in the deadbolt, and that was when it sank in that I was well and truly alone. 15. Sean. I'm an idiot. Such a fucking idiot that it was difficult to think of a time where I'd been more of one. I stood at the foot of my drive and stared up at my house and wondered if Xander had put the chain on the door to keep me the hell out. After the dumbass things I'd said to him today, I wouldn't blame him. I scrubbed a hand over my face and shut my eyes. Jesus, how had I managed to fuck this up so badly? Not only did my brother hate my guts, now Xander was probably in there packing his bags. But that was what I told him to do, wasn't it? My chest tightened, and I rubbed the heel of my hand over the ache. So this is what it felt like to fall in love, huh? Moments of blissed-out happiness coupled with moments of pure torture. Apparently so. But sometime during my hours-long tour of my neighborhood, I'd come to the conclusion that I wouldn't trade it in for a second. So what the hell are you doing standing out here, moron? Good question. and the fact that I was now talking to myself was probably a clear indicator that I wasn't really in the right frame of mind to make any monumental decisions tonight, or any decisions for that matter. I made my way up the drive and tried the front door, fully expecting the chain, but when it opened with no issue, I stepped inside. All of the lights had been turned off, but as I made my way past the living room, I noted the bottle of bourbon and 2 glasses exactly where we'd left them. The house was silent as I continued toward my bedroom, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I was sure I'd find Xander with his bags packed, ready to leave. Instead, I found the bedroom lights off, the curtains drawn, and Xander curled up under the covers. The sheer relief that flooded me was overwhelming. I removed my clothes and climbed beneath the sheets, and as I lay there staring at the ceiling, I couldn't help but wonder what he would do if I reached out and touched him. As it turned out, I didn't have to wonder for long. "Are you ready to talk now?" Xander switched on the bedside lamp and stared down at me, and his no-nonsense expression coupled with his usually perfect hair sticking up all over the place made me smile. I think so." Xander shoved me in the arm, hard. "You think so?" Then he tossed the covers back and got to his feet. "Well, you know what? I know so." His hands were on his hips now, and while I knew he was dead serious and this was no time to get distracted, I was finding it difficult to keep my eyes off the tiny scrap of material covering. Not that much. "You don't argue with someone, tell them you should break up, and then walk out the damn door, Sean." Sensing that now probably wasn't the right time to tell him how spectacular he looked all pissed off, I kept those thoughts to myself and dragged my eyes up to his face. "I know I handled that horribly." Yeah, that sounded about right. I didn't know what to do, okay? I still don't." "So your solution is to just end things with me. Is that what you really want?" "Does it matter?" "Yes, it fucking matters." My eyes widened. I couldn't remember ever seeing him so worked up, so irate. "You matter, Sean. When are you going to realize that?" Xander's words lingered in the air as I slowly pushed back the covers and shifted to his side of the bed. When my feet touched the ground, I took his hand and tugged him between my legs. His jaw was bunched, and his lips were drawn into a thin, tight line. He looked frustrated, irritated, and 100% ready to argue with me, and never in all my life had I seen someone so damn appealing. "I don't want to end things." Xander looked off over my shoulder, and I shook his hand to get his attention. "I mean it." He bit down into his lower lip, the frustration turning to hurt as his eyes roamed over my face. "Then why did you say it?" "Because I'm an idiot?" Xander shook his head. "Try again." I thought back to the sadness in Bailey's eyes, and now the worry in Xander's, and sighed. "Because I hate seeing the people I love hurting." "Then why would you think leaving me was the right thing to do?" "Because you were his first." The words were out of my mouth before I could even think them through. Xander blinked, and his confusion was obvious. "So what does that mean? That I never get to fall in love again?" "No," I said, and then finally voiced the one thing that had been swirling around my head all afternoon. "You do. Just maybe not with me." "That's ridiculous." "Is it?" "Yes." Xander cradled my cheeks and tipped my face up in his direction. "I can't pick and choose who I fall in love with. No more than you can." "But Bailey is my friend. He's someone I love dearly and respect. But he doesn't get to dictate my personal life, Sean, and he shouldn't be dictating yours either." I let out a deep breath and shut my eyes, resting my forehead on Xander's stomach. Ugh, I hate this. Me too. I took his hips in my hands and rubbed my cheek up against his warm skin. But I don't want to lose you. Xander trailed his fingers down to my chin. Then stop pushing me away. You're right. I know that. It's just... I bit off my words, not sure how to express what I was feeling. It's just what? Xander's eyes implored me to open up, to lay it all out there and be vulnerable with him in ways I'd never been with anyone else. I'd already given him my heart, but now it was time to give him my soul. It's easier to make someone leave than to be the one left behind. That's true, but you seem to be forgetting. I'm not the one who left. I'm the one standing here, begging you to stay. Chapter 16. Xander. The absolute trust radiating from Sean was something I'd never seen from him before. But as he sat there at the edge of his bed, I could sense the enormity of the moment. Here was a man who, for as long as I could remember, had held everyone in his life at arm's length. Sure, he was always there for them, was a big brother in the sense that he gave his two little ones a hard time on every possible occasion. But Sean was an absolute professional when it came to hiding his feelings. Hell, in these past few weeks, I'd learned more about Sean Bailey than I had in over 3 decades, and what I discovered had endeared him to me in ways I had never imagined possible. Not only had Sean endured years of backhanded insults from a father who had more to be ashamed of than his son ever would or could, but he'd also had the horrible burden of informing his brothers of the secrets their father had been keeping. This man standing in front of me was so used to being alone, so used to sacrificing himself to make those around him happy, that here he was trying to do it again. But he had another thing coming if he thought I was going to let him fall on his sword for anyone this time around. Yes, we could have handled the way Bailey found out about us better. But did that mean we had to throw away what we'd found together in an attempt to make peace? I love you, I said, and swept my thumb across the stubble on his cheek. I appreciate what it is you thought you were doing by telling me we should end this. But my answer is no. I'm not letting you do it, Sean. Sean opened his mouth, about to argue his point, but I shook my head. No, I understand you think this is the only way to fix this, but you're wrong. But Bailey has nothing to do with this decision. I moved down to my knees between his and settled there. This relationship is between you and me. Not Bailey. He's happy and in love with Henry. Don't you deserve something like that? Don't I? We're all adults here. Surely we can act like it. Sean's jaw bunched under my palm, and he looked off over my shoulder. But I gently brought him back to face me. What do you want? Sean looked into my eyes with a desperate kind of longing, and I finally understood the reason he did it, why he threw himself down to protect those around him. Because if he was about to send me away, I was willing to fall on that sword for just another hour in his arms. Sean, if you want me, then I'm right here, ready to fight for this with you. But if you plan to end this for brotherly love, then make sure it's your decision, not someone else's. Sean's eyes shimmered as he drew me up between his legs, and my breath caught. His lips ghosted gently across mine, and as a tear escaped and rolled down my cheek, he brushed it away with his thumb. I'm not ending anything with you, Anchorman. I love you. His lips at my temple made the tears fall a little faster. Hey, stop that. We'll work this out. I promise. Sean stroked my back, and then I pulled away to look him in the eye. If you ever do that to me again. Sean slowly smiled and shrugged. What can I say? I'm an idiot. You're not an idiot. You're a strong, self-sacrificing man who thinks about everyone's feelings, sometimes to the detriment of his own. But this time, Sean, I need you to think about what you want. I'm looking at it. My smile was instant, and Sean took my hand and tugged me to my feet. Come back to bed, he said, as he scooted across the mattress and drew me down by his side. I slipped my hands under the pillow. When did you become my favorite thing to look at? Damn, there went my heart. About the same time you became a serious smooth talker? Sean traced his fingers down the side of my face to my chin. I mean it. This face of yours, it's not only stunning to look at, it gives me purpose. You give me purpose. You make me want to be the one who fixes things and is all brave and strong. You give me a reason to want to come home at night. I shifted the final few inches closer to him. Then I closed my eyes and pressed a fierce but tender kiss to his lips. Exactly. A reason to come home. To me. You don't need to be the brave one who sacrifices himself this time. You just need to be here. That's all I need. I'll work this out with Bailey, but not at the expense of you. I need you in my life, Sean. Right here beside me. Because without you, nothing makes sense anymore. Sean rolled over until his arms were by my head and settled between my legs. I'm not going anywhere. I wound my arms around him, holding him in place. Promise? Promise. I kind of love where I am right now. I closed my eyes and let out a sigh. I could feel his heart thumping in time with mine, and knew we would be okay as long as we stuck together. Sean looked down at me and brushed his fingers through the strands of hair lying across my forehead. I think I'm going to reach out to Bailey tomorrow, invite him to my birthday. Silence fell between us, and I couldn't decide if Sean thought my idea was good or completely pointless. It's kind of a tradition we used to have, I added. We never miss a birthday, ever. And I know he doesn't want to talk to me, but that doesn't mean I should give up, right? Sean flashed his crooked smile that always made my world make sense. I think it's a great idea. Maybe it'll help. Maybe. We'll see. Sean pulled me into his arms. Sleep. I've kept you up late enough as it is. True, but at least we can sleep in tomorrow. Now there's an idea. Sean kissed my temple and smoothed his hand down my side. How about we spend tomorrow right here in bed? I tugged his arms around me tight and nodded. He didn't need to convince me. In his arms was exactly where I wanted to stay. 17. Sean. As I pulled into my spot down at the precinct Tuesday morning, I caught sight of Nichols climbing out of a sweet new ride and let out a loud whistle. For as long as I'd known him, Nichols had been driving around the same beat-up Ford Escort that had a door that wouldn't open and 3 windows that were permanently up. We'd always given him shit and taken his car on stakeouts because it was the only one we were willing to lose. But as I came around the hood of my SUV to stop by the sleek black Dodge Charger he was locking up, I had to admit to feeling slightly envious. So, what did you have to promise the missus to get her permission to buy this bad boy? Nichols smirked as we headed toward the station. Oh, what makes you think I had to promise her anything? Because you've been driving around the same piece of shit car since I've known you. True, but her car was in the shop this weekend. And when she got stuck at the mall in said piece of shit car, the wife decided it was time to upgrade. Apparently the 95-degree heat and no windows didn't agree with her. I chuckled as I reached for the door and pulled it wide. So she let you go out and buy the first muscle car you laid eyes on? A minivan was the plan. Then she saw me in that and decided we should work on filling the minivan instead. Nichols winked at me, and I winced. Okay, TMI, man, but good for you. Never thought I'd see the day you were driving something made in this decade. I waved to the desk sergeant as we continued on to the bullpen, where several other detectives were changing out shifts and arriving for the morning. Yeah, whatever. I'm just happy to have AC back in my life. I was seriously thinking of renting that old thing out as a sweat box during the summer for extra income. Hey, with what they pay us around here, I don't blame you. When we reached our desks, I tossed my keys down and powered up my computer. I pulled my chair out, about to plant my ass in it, when Wagner, my least favorite person on the fucking planet, leaned back in his and caught my eye. Funny that you're bitching about pay. Would have thought you'd be set up nice and good after protecting the golden boy of national news. The speculation over my paycheck from the job with Xander had run wild throughout the precinct, since most of us picked up secondary jobs when we wanted to earn some extra cash. Wagner, however, had been particularly vocal about it. Hardly surprising, since the guy was a fucking parasite who complained monthly about paying child support. But I wasn't in the mood for his bullshit this morning. Not that it's any of your fucking business, but I didn't do it for the paycheck. I did it because he was in trouble and asked for help. Is that right? Wagner shoved back from his desk and got to his feet. I'm not about to get into this with him. I turned my back on him. Because according to this, you did it for a piece of ass. When a magazine landed on the desk in front of me, I looked down to see a double-spread article with the headline, "Undercover Bodyguard Takes on a Whole New Meaning. Just how closely did he guard Thorne's body?" splashed across the top. Beneath that were photographs of Xander and yours truly holding hands outside a Luigi's, and then inside in the back corner, enjoying each other almost as much as our meal. I managed to get about 3 sentences into the article before the words began to blur. But I read enough to put together the fact that someone over at Entertainment Now had discovered my name, real job as a detective, and decided that, somewhere during their little narrative, I had taken my job as Xander's bodyguard to a whole other level by getting extra close with him under the covers. It was actually pretty spot on. But it wouldn't have been my first choice to come out of the closet to the men now gathering behind me. I picked up the magazine and flipped it shut like I wasn't bothered by it in the least. Then I swiveled in my chair to face Wagner. Didn't picture you as the type to keep up with the Kardashians. He snatched the magazine out of my hand and sneered at me. Yeah, well, I didn't picture you as the type to stick your dick in another guy for some extra cash. Guess you never really know someone, huh? I was on my feet and toe-to-toe with the asshole before he had the chance to blink. What did you just say? Oh, you heard me. Wagner angled his chin up, and I shoved him back a step, needing him out of my face before I broke his. You need to walk away from me right fucking now. Nichols got in between us then. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. But as I took in the surprise on my other workmates' faces, a red haze started to color my vision. Wagner straightened his shoulders and then held the magazine up for everyone to see. It's all right here, guys. Feel free to have a read during your downtime today. His lip curled in a way that made his face even uglier. No wonder Thorne picked you to watch over him. Figured he'd get his money's worth. Someone to protect his ass. And fuck it. That was it. I shoved forward with all my might, trying my best to muscle past Nichols, but damn, the man must have been lifting some serious weights. I couldn't get past him. Or maybe it was an inner survival instinct holding me back, because if I got my hands on Wagner, I was gonna kill the motherfucker. He's not worth it, Nichols muttered, as Wagner sauntered back toward his desk, and the nosy assholes who'd come to check out the commotion began to disperse. When it was clear I finally had my shit back under control, Nichols grabbed my coffee mug and said, Not sure this is wise, but let's go get you some caffeine. I followed him, acutely aware of the eye still on me as we made our way toward the break room. Once we were inside, I took a seat at the table and watched in silence as Nichols went about making the coffee. I was still trying to wrap my head around what had happened. One minute, we'd been joking about his hot new ride, and the next, Wagner had decided to out me in front of all my peers. Fuck. It wasn't that I was ashamed of Xander and what we had, but the way he'd come after Xander, degrading him in that way. Fuck that. I wasn't about to let some asshole talk about him that way. And if I had to shut Wagner's mouth with my fist, then so be it. You okay over there? I turned to look Nichols' way. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? Nichols gestured to the newspaper on the table that I'd crumpled into a fist. You seem a little tense. Can you blame me? Wagner's a piece of shit. He's lucky his teeth are all still in his mouth. Agreed. He was pushing it. Pushing it? I sat back in the seat and kicked my legs out in front of me, crossing my arms and legs. That fucker was asking for it. He's a homophobic dickwad who couldn't find someone to sleep with him, even if he paid them. Nichols slipped his hands into his pockets and leaned back against the kitchen counter. Agreed, again. But he's not worth your job. I know. Nichols slowly nodded. Good. And I'm sure that's the last thing Xander would want. You to lose your job because of him. You're not wrong there. He'd kick my ass. And I'd pay to see it. I bet you would. The room fell silent for a second, and then I said, Aren't you going to ask? Nope. No? He shook his head. It's none of my business. Huh. I got to my feet, and when I reached his side, Nichols bumped shoulders with me. Plus, I've known about you two since you asked me to come and help that night of the awards. I think it's great. Xander makes you a nicer person to be around, and that, in my books, makes him A-OK. I smirked and shook my head. I don't know how it happened. It just did. That's how you know it's real. Who the hell knows why we fall in love? We just do. Count yourself lucky, man, and hold on to him with both hands. But if he asks you to buy a minivan, yeah? Make sure he sees you sitting in a Dodge Charger first. It's a game changer. 18. Xander. I swear, if your ass isn't in my makeup chair in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to send Marcus to your office to personally escort you over. I grinned at Cynthia's put-out tone as she reprimanded me over the phone. I was usually in her seat 45 minutes before I went on air. I always complained she could do it in less, but as she constantly liked to point out, the time block had nothing to do with her skill and competence, but with all of the interruptions, pop-up emergencies, and last-minute changes to my write-up. 20 minutes for makeup and 25 minutes to avoid disaster. Right now, I was eating into her time block. I'll be over there in 10 seconds or less if you want to live to get on air tonight. I pushed to my feet. I'm on my way. She had already hung up before I could attempt the word goodbye, and I clicked on my email inbox one last time to refresh it. When no new mail popped up, I sighed, grabbed my phone, and headed for the door. All day today, and yesterday, I'd been refreshing and checking my emails like I was paid to do so. But as I headed across the newsroom toward the dressing rooms, I knew I needed to chill out and focus on the job I was actually there to do. That was easier said than done, though. Yesterday morning, I'd reached out to Bailey regarding my birthday this coming weekend, and even though I knew he wanted nothing to do with me right now, I'd blindly hoped that this would be the one thing he wouldn't be able to ignore. Birthdays were our thing. They always had been, ever since we were boys. No matter how old we were turning, who we were dating, or what was going on in our work lives, we always showed up for the other's birthday. We hadn't missed one in all the years we'd been friends. I was just about to pull the door to the dressing room open when my phone vibrated. But instead of the text I was hoping for, It was my mother letting me know that they would be arriving in Chicago Friday. I sent her a quick message asking if she needed me to send a car or pick them up, but she assured me they would be fine and she'd be in touch. Then, because I'm a pathetic human being, I refreshed my email one more time. Alexander Thorne, get in here now! No new messages. I sighed, shut the damn thing off, and then pushed through the dressing room door to see not only Cynthia, but Ryan, who was currently sitting in my makeup chair. I'm sorry, did you get lost? I said, as Ryan spun around and closed the magazine he was reading. Your desk is out in front of mine. Cynthia was leaning back against the bench that housed her makeup and hairstyling products. I looked between the two of them, and the curious expressions on their faces made me frown. Something was going on, something more than me running late. Okay, what's happening here? Huh? What do you mean? Cynthia smiled a little too brightly as I walked in. Then I eyed Ryan. What? You look guilty. Or like you're hiding something, like you're both hiding something. So I'll ask again, what's going on? Ryan turned his attention to Cynthia, who shrugged. Then he held out the magazine to me and said, Page 25? I frowned, took the magazine, and flipped it open to where I'd been told. There, staring back at me in bright colors, were images of Sean and me outside of Luigi's. In one, we were holding hands. In another, Sean was kissing my cheek. And across the top was the headline, Undercover Bodyguard takes on a whole new meaning. Just how closely did he guard Thorne's body? Oh my God. I took in the 2-page spread again and then skimmed over the article. And as the words began to sink in, I knew exactly why Ryan and Cynthia looked so scandalized. There, laid out in clear detail, was Sean's name, his real job as a detective with the Chicago Police Department, and the fact he'd been undercover as my boyfriend the whole time to protect me from my crazed stalker. A fact that neither Cynthia or Ryan had known until, I was guessing, right this second. I opened my mouth, trying to think of what I was going to say to them, but for once in my life, I had nothing. How had this happened? Who had talked to them? Shit, I needed to call Sean. I held up a finger, about to tell Cynthia to give me a sec, but she said, Don't even think about going anywhere until you sit your ass in that chair and tell us in very explicit detail how you made your sexy undercover boyfriend fall in love with you for real, because, honey, we want to know. I let out a chuckle and nodded. I will, I promise. But I need to go and call Sean really quick. If he hasn't seen this already, he's going to be shocked, to say the least. The very least. Did you read this part? Ryan snatched the magazine back. Chicago Police Detective Sean Bailey was brought in undercover to play the role of Alexander Thorne's boyfriend in an attempt to apprehend Mr. Thorne's stalker back at the beginning of this month. I think we can all agree he excelled at this particular job, and it seems that this role is one that the detective has decided to step into in real life. Don't they make a handsome couple? Ryan held the magazine to his chest and nodded at me. Very handsome. I rolled my eyes. You're ridiculous. And you are a big, bad liar. So is he Bailey's brother? Cynthia grimaced as though she already knew the answer to that. Yes, his oldest brother. I've known Sean most of my life. And you never dated? No, Sean was always straight. Ryan's jaw all but hit the floor. I can't believe this. You ended up with a hot cop who not only saved your life, but fell in love with you and switched sides? What am I saying? Of course you did. You're Alexander Thorne. Yes, my life is a real walk in the park. Wow, we have a lot to talk about. Cynthia pointed her comb at me. Go make your call, but hurry. I still need to make you gorgeous, and you still need to give us the dirty details." I nodded and fished my phone from my pocket as I backed out the door. As it swung closed behind me, I sent off a quick text to Sean warning him about the article. I was about to head back inside when my cell vibrated in my hand. I glanced down at it, and the name on screen took the wind out of my sails. I leaned against the wall and stared at the message bubble. Bailey. For a moment, I'd almost forgotten I'd been waiting to hear back from him. But now that he'd responded, I almost didn't want to open it. Just seeing his name there was more than I'd gotten from him in weeks. And I didn't want that ruined if the message inside was anything less than positive. I took a deep breath in, and then told myself to stop being such a coward. Then clicked on the message and waited for it to open. What I saw staring back at me made my eyes blur. "Tell me what time and where. We never miss birthdays." I closed my eyes and fell back against the wall, my knees threatening to give out. I'd been wondering if he would remember, and now I had my answer. He might be angry with me and hurt by what had happened, but he wasn't ready to give up on us any more than I was, and that gave me a glimmer of hope. 19. Sean. "Sean?" Xander's voice carried up the hallway as he shut the front door, and I was struck by the power he had to calm me by merely calling out my name. All day, I'd been dealing with curious looks, whispers behind my back, and more phone calls than I'd ever received in my life. That one article in Entertainment Now had set off a chain reaction I'd had no hope of stopping. I dealt with it, one fire after another, but as I sat in my living room, where there was nothing but all this loud noise in my head, I'd never been more thankful to see Xander walk through the door. "Sean, are you in here?" "I'm here," I said, and Xander stepped into the room. "Why are you sitting in the dark?" "I needed some peace and quiet." Xander shrugged out of his jacket, then tossed it over the arm of the love seat. "It was a long day." "No shit. It wasn't every day that your face and love life ended up in the gossip magazines. By 6 o'clock, it had been all over the entertainment news shows, too." "Yeah, it was." Xander loosened his tie and was about to move to the love seat when I reached for his wrist. "Sit with me." He looked down at my lap and then sat across it. I pushed my toes to the floor, making the recliner rock. "You okay? I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to call. I only found out about the article before hair and makeup." Xander searched my face for some kind of response, and if he'd asked me an hour or so ago, my answer would have been a definite no. But as I sat with him in my arms, I realized I didn't care who knew we were together. The genie was out of the bottle, or the closet, and I wasn't about to stuff it back in. "Sean?" "Yeah, sorry. What?" "I asked if you were okay." I stroked my hand up and down his thigh and nodded. "I am now." "Are you sure?" "Yeah. Things were a little hectic today, but this is exactly what I needed." "Me in your lap?" "Always." Xander frowned. "Did you read the article?" After Wagner had all but shoved it down my throat, I'd gone back and found it online. So by the time Xander had sent the text warning me about it, I'd well and truly had that sucker memorized. "Yeah, I read it." "I'm sorry. I don't know where they got all their information from, but rest assured I'm going to track that person down and give them hell." Although he was being dead serious, I couldn't help but smile. Hell, huh? Yes, that was a huge violation of our privacy. They had no right to tell people what they did, and there was only a handful of people who knew. It's okay. It's not okay. Well, no, but I took in a deep breath and then let it out. Everything that was in there was true. Who I am, why I was there, that I've fallen in love with you. It's all true, Xander. I don't give a fuck who knows that. I just wish I'd had a bit of a heads up so that dipshit Wagner didn't have the chance to get under my skin the way he did. Xander's lips twitched. Does he still have all his teeth? Yeah, thanks to Nichols, but it was close. I don't doubt it. I remember the way you used to, discuss your differences with people. I kissed the side of Xander's head and grinned. That was a long time ago. I don't get into random fistfights anymore. I've grown up, become more level-headed. Xander turned to look at me, a skeptical expression on his face. Since when? Since a couple months ago. Ah, that's interesting. It is, isn't it? I kissed his lips. I started dating this classy, sophisticated guy who makes me want to be... Makes you want to be what? The man he sees when he looks at me. You are that man. You've always been that man, Sean. Unable to help myself, I lowered my head and stole the sweetest kiss I'd ever had in my life. It was gentle but passionate, and spoke of the connection that neither of us had expected but now both craved. I love you. Xander cradled my cheek and looked me directly in the eye. All of you. The rough and humble side that I grew up with, and the sweet, sexy side that I'm just now discovering. I love it all, and I wouldn't change a thing. I kissed the palm of his hand and then drew it down to cover my heart. We sat there in comfortable silence, letting the moment settle around us. My entire life I'd always felt alone in some capacity, even though I was part of a large family. 2 brothers, a loving mother, and a father who was always there, even though at times I wished he hadn't been. But unlike Bailey, who had made friends wherever he went, and Kieran, who had found his place in the fire department and made friends with any woman who looked his way, I'd always had a difficult time connecting with others, preferring to keep them at arm's length rather than invite them in. It wasn't a mystery as to why. My relationship with my father was nothing but a wall I'd built over time to eventually keep him out. I just hadn't realized that that barrier also stood between me and everyone else as well. I'd always felt excluded from the mix, and I'd done a really good job of pretending I was okay with that. Until now. Until this moment, right here. And I never felt more present or more connected with someone as I did Xander. Sean. Xander straightened up so he could look at me. I know a lot has happened today already, but there's something else I need to talk to you about. The seriousness of his tone made my pulse thump a little faster. I tried to think of what else could have possibly happened, but then it hit me. I'd been so caught up in this magazine and the article that I'd almost forgotten the other issue when it came to the 2 of us. Bailey. 20. Xander. It's about Bailey, isn't it? One thing I'd come to learn during the time that I'd spent with Sean was that not much got by him. He was smart, intuitive, and perceptive as hell. He was also a professional at reading me, apparently. Yes. Sean took my hand, weaving our fingers together as though he was afraid I was about to leave. He reached out to you? I couldn't help but smile. Tonight, just before I went on air. I assume it was good, judging by the look on your face? Honestly, I have no idea. I'm just happy he wrote me back. Sean squeezed my fingers. What did he say? Well, you know how I asked him about my birthday? Yeah? I shifted on Sean's lap to pull my phone from my pocket. Then I opened the messages and handed it over. I held my breath as Sean read the first response I'd gotten in weeks from Bailey. Then he handed the phone back and nodded. That definitely seems like a step in the right direction. I looked down at the words I'd been over-analyzing all night. Tell me what time and where. We never miss birthdays. Then I looked back to Sean. You really think so? I mean, it's more than I expected after talking to him this past weekend. So maybe he's had time to think things through. Maybe Henry finally talked some sense into him. I wanted to believe that, and had tried to convince myself of it. But I wasn't naive enough to believe that just because my birthday was coming up, everything would magically right itself, and Bailey would forget why he was ignoring me in the first place, especially when faced with Sean and me together. I don't know. I shut the phone and slipped it onto the side table. It seems a little too good to be true. No. Sean pulled me into him and wrapped his arms around me. It seems like Bailey, the old Bailey. You're important to him, Xander. He's not going to let years of friendship go down the drain because of who you're dating. Even if it's his brother. Even then, he's not that stupid. Now, if it was Kieran, I shoved him in the arm, and Sean chuckled. I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness, Bay isn't the kind to hold a grudge. I'm actually surprised he's carried this on for as long as he has. He's hurting. Yeah? But so are you. And the sooner you two can get together and talk about it, the better. I agreed, but then had a horrible thought. Maybe my birthday isn't the best place for us to reunite. Do you think I should try to see if he wants to meet up before then? I mean, it's not a terrible idea, but it's not like you two are going to have a drag-out fist fight in front of friends and family. True, Bailey and I weren't the type to settle things with a wrestling match, but still, I didn't want things to be awkward. Maybe I should call him, see if he wanted to meet up. But then I thought about his message again. If he wanted to meet up in advance, he would have said so. But he'd been pretty specific in what he was willing to do at this stage. I shouldn't push my luck. You're right. I'm sure it'll be fine. He wouldn't have agreed if he felt uncomfortable. Exactly. Plus, Boudreaux will be there to keep an eye on Bailey. He wants the two of you to make up also. He's going to do everything he can to get you two talking. I pressed a kiss to Sean's jaw. Okay, I'll leave it alone. I'm just happy he got back to me. Me too. But I think this is the perfect way to restart things. I nodded, and then shifted off Sean's lap so I could get to my feet. You want a nightcap before bed? Sean stood and took my hands in his, drawing me in close and wrapping my arms around behind his back. Nah, I realized tonight while waiting here for you that I don't need that anymore. Not to calm me down or to get me through a shit day at work. No, I just need you. My stomach flipped, and I took a step back. But, not wanting to end this moment we were sharing, I took his hand in mine. I really am sorry about the magazine. I know it couldn't have been easy dealing with the guys at work. Sean shrugged. I don't give a shit about the guys at work. The only person I was slightly concerned with was Nichols, since I have to sit in a car with him, but you know what? What? He already knew. Told me that you make me more tolerable, so you're all right in his books. More tolerable? Yeah, something about being more human and less of a grumpy shit. Sweet, maybe? Sean snorted. I'm pretty sure that's the last fucking thing Nichols would think of me. But since I'm not sleeping with him, I don't really care. Good to know. Yeah, I figured you were worried. So worried. I laughed as I headed off down the hall, tugging Sean along behind me. But I bet I can think of something that will help keep me on your mind, even when I'm not around. Sean pulled me into his arms, then lowered his mouth by my ear. I don't ever need help thinking about you, Anchorman. Not ever. And if that makes me sweet, then I guess you're gonna get a fucking toothache, because that's not gonna stop, ever. I turned my face until we were nose to nose and gently kissed his lips. Well, how about you take me to bed and show me how sweet you are under the covers? Sean frowned and then started to laugh. Okay, that was bad, especially for you. Not bothered in the least, I headed off toward his bedroom and called out over my shoulder. That's because it wasn't my work. If you hurry up and get naked, I'll do my very best to research the story under discussion and come up with a much better headline. Clearly, Sean was all about the work because, in the blink of an eye, he was naked and pulling me into bed, determined to help me research my next big, very big story. 21. Sean. The vibrating of a phone on the bedside table made my eyes open Friday morning before my alarm had a chance to go off. It was still dark outside, but as the phone lit up the room and continued its relentless wake-up call, Xander groaned and stretched in my arms. It's yours, I grumbled, as his ass nestled against my morning erection, and I closed my eyes to enjoy the sensation before he scooted out of my arms, reaching for the still vibrating cell. I yawned and rolled to my back before looking to the clock to see it was 5:45, and figured whoever was calling must have something to do with work. The last thing I expected when he flicked on the bedside light was to hear, "Hi, Mom. How are you?" I winced at the bright light, and when my eyes adjusted and I rolled over to face him, Xander looked down and mouthed, "Sorry." No, you didn't wake me. Just lying around in bed. You know I'm always up early." I eyed Xander's lap where the sheet was doing a horrible job of concealing his hard-on, and then chuckled when he shoved me to my back. "You just arrived. That was an early flight." Xander paused, listened, and then nodded. "The front desk at my place is expecting you, and have put 2 keys aside. I also had the place cleaned and aired out, since I haven't been back there for a while." Xander gave me a half-smile, and I knew without him even saying it that he was thinking he'd overstayed his welcome here. But just to be clear that that was not the case, I reached for his hand, squeezed it, and whispered, "Not letting you ever go back." His eyes softened as I kissed his knuckles. Then he went back to chatting with his mom. I settled back on the mattress, content to lie there and relax to the soothing sound of his smooth voice. Not a difficult task at all. Just ask his millions of viewers each night. But when you added in the sleep-mussed hair, the easy smile curving his lips, and the pure joy lighting his eyes as he conversed with his mom, Xander was real easy to sit and watch, or lie and watch as it was. After a few minutes of small talk about the flight and their plans for the week in Chicago, the talk switched to Sunday and Xander's birthday. I heard him discuss a time and if she wanted him to do anything. And when they started to argue over her response, which had clearly been no, Xander finally gave in with a sigh. "Well, don't go crazy, okay? You're supposed to be up here relaxing, not planning some extravagant get-together for me." There were a few more words, and then Xander glanced down at me with an odd look on his face. "Tonight?" I arched an eyebrow, and Xander smirked. "Mm-hmm," he said into the phone, then nodded. "That works. Okay, sounds good. You and Dad go settle in and get some rest." "I will, promise. Love you. Bye." Xander ended the call and placed his phone back on the bedside table. Then he scooted down under the covers and turned on his side to face me. "Mom says hi." My eyes widened, and he chuckled. "You look positively horrified. What's bothering you more? The idea that my mother is saying hello to you? Or the fact she knows you were lying in bed next to me?" "The second one?" Xander laughed louder. "And that's funny. Why?" "Because you look like she's about to walk through that door and chase you out with a broom or something." "I wouldn't put it past her. Your mom is kind of scary." "No, she's not," Xander grinned. "She's lovely. She once threatened to tell my mom I was sneaking out at night when she caught me climbing your back fence." Xander bit down on his lip, his shoulders shaking as he tried to hold back his laugh. "Well, in her defense, you were kind of a delinquent. I was a 17-year-old boy, And she was a high school teacher, trust me. She had your number. And yet here you are wondering why I'm worried she knows I'm in your bed? Technically, Xander moved under the covers until he was lying over the top of me, and then he winked. I'm in your bed. Same thing. I grabbed his ass and arched up into him, grinding my stiff dick against his. I hardly think I'm what she had in mind for her golden boy. Maybe, maybe not. Xander kissed his way up to my ear and whispered, "That's why she wants us to all have dinner tonight." My entire body froze. He raised his head to look down at me, eyes twinkling with mischief. "You're serious right now?" "Do I look serious?" Yeah, he did. He also looked seriously hot. His cheeks were flushed, his lips were swollen, and the hopeful look in his eyes told me this was something he really wanted, me to meet his parents. "Are you sure?" I wasn't exactly the kind of guy people lined up to take home to their parents. "Yes, I'm sure." Xander laughed and leaned down to kiss me. "But only if you want to. I realize it's a big step, and she kind of sprang it on us." "I want to," I said before he could finish, and no one was more shocked than me that I actually meant it. "I've just never gone home to meet the parents before." "Will you settle for a restaurant?" I think I can remember which knife and fork to eat my appetizer and entree with." "I wouldn't care if you didn't. I just want you there." Any shock or panic I'd felt at the idea of a sit-down dinner with Xander's parents vanished. He seemed so genuinely pleased at the idea that his excitement was difficult to ignore. "You look way too happy right now." "What? I shouldn't be happy to introduce my boyfriend to my parents?" "You should, but considering your parents already know me and probably think I'm a heathen." "They know the teenage Sean." "Oh, that's even worse," I said, making Xander laugh. "Stop worrying. Easier said than done." Xander lowered his head and began to kiss his way down my neck. "Well, maybe I can help distract you." My dick stood up and paid attention to that. Xander threw the covers back and began to kiss and lick his way across my chest. I shut my eyes and ran my fingers through his hair, and when Xander circled my nipple with his tongue, I thrust my hips up against him. He scraped his teeth over the spot he'd just licked, and when I twisted my hands in his hair and jerked his head up, Xander's eyes met mine and he grinned. "Distracted yet?" I rubbed my cock up against his and licked my lips. "Getting there." With his eyes on mine, Xander lowered his head and licked a path up the center of my sternum. "I wonder what else I could do to take your mind off things." I had plenty of ideas, and they all revolved around his mouth on a very specific part of me, something Xander agreed with clearly, because he went back to kissing his way down my torso, where he traced all the ridges and grooves with that wicked tongue. God damn, he was driving me crazy. Then he opened his mouth and sucked the tip of my cock between his lips. "Fucking hell," I said, and slammed my eyes shut. Xander shifted further down the bed until he was on his stomach between my thighs. He lowered his lips down my throbbing shaft, and I arched up into it. All thoughts other than his hands, mouth, and the sexy sucking sounds left my mind. I was too busy now thinking about how I could prolong the pleasure he was giving, so I could stay lodged in his talented mouth. "Xander," I growled, fisting my hands in his hair. He drew his lips up my length, and when his lust-hazed eyes found mine, I shook. Christ, he was so damn hot, and with those sinful lips all sticky and swollen from my dick, he looked like sex personified. Unable to stop myself, I reached down and swiped my thumb across his full lower lip. He sucked it inside. "Distracted?" So fucking distracted. I can't even remember my own goddamn name. Xander's smile was downright devilish as he lowered his head back between my thighs. By the time 6 a.m. rolled around, the only thing I could remember was that Xander had a really talented mouth, and I thank God it was mine. 22. Xander. So, just how fancy is this place? I smiled at Sean's question as I leaned back in my chair and stared out at the city lights of Chicago. I just finished up with my broadcast for the night and was waiting for him to arrive so we could head out to meet my parents. I was looking forward to tonight, but I had to admit, I was a little nervous about my mother's initial reaction to me dating Bailey's brother. I hoped it wouldn't be an issue, and my mother wasn't the type to intentionally start trouble. But with everything as touchy as it was right now, the last thing I needed was any doubt in Sean's mind when it came to the two of us. Mine either, for that matter. She had texted and asked if we'd be free to meet them at Julian at around 9. Thrilled at the opportunity to visit one of my favorite restaurants in Chicago, I'd sent a confirmation and then let Sean know what time to meet me. Define fancy? Sean's groan made me smirk as I got to my feet and headed to the window. I'd missed this view. The buildings, the lights, the hustle and bustle of a city that never really slept. But at the same time, I wouldn't give up the peaceful nights I had in Sean's arms. For the first time in my life, I truly had some balance between work and life, and I wouldn't trade that for anything in the world. Let's see, I grinned, and when I spotted my ridiculous smile in the reflection, I shook my head. I was in so deep with Sean that I wouldn't care if he turned up wearing a burlap sack. But I wasn't about to let him know that. Are you wearing a tie? There was a pause, and then Sean cursed. No, do I need to wear a tie? I almost laughed at the panic in his voice. Sean was usually so blasé about things, not caring what people thought one way or another. But the second he'd found out my parents wanted to have dinner, he'd been spitting out. You didn't tell me I needed to wear a tie. Of course I hadn't. There wasn't a dress code for the place. But Sean didn't know that, and I was going to file this little moment under the payback column for the frog. I didn't? No, you didn't. My lips twitched. Don't worry about it. I'm sure whatever you're wearing is fine, and if you want a tie, I have plenty to spare here. There was a pause, and it took everything I had not to put him out of his misery. But then Sean sighed. I suppose that'd work, especially if you don't think I look the part. I was about to tell him I was just playing around with him when a sound at my office door had me turning around to see Sean. Standing in my doorway with his shoulder resting against the frame, Sean held his phone to his ear and wore a smile just this side of arrogant. He was dressed in all black from his shiny shoes to the press pants and button-up shirt. He'd left his collar open a couple of buttons at the neck, and the jacket he'd paired with the outfit molded to his broad shoulders and arms like it was designed specifically for him. He looked smoking hot, and knew it, like the kind of man you wanted to take home and to your bed, the kind of man your mother warned you to stay away from, not bring to dinner. Even an anchorman. If I'd thought Sean looked devastating, the deep, velvety sound of him saying my name just about melted me to the ground. Hello. Sean slowly lowered his phone, ended the call, and slipped it into his pocket, then pushed off the doorframe and started my way. Like a panther stalking its prey, he was sleek and smooth, and when it was clear he wasn't about to stop when he reached me, I backed up until I was pinned against the glass window. Still think I need that tie? I didn't think he needed anything at all, not one damn thing. I think you look fine. Sean's eyes roved over my face to my mouth, and the commanding sexual energy pouring off him made me lick my lips. Jesus, I was about 2 seconds away from calling my mom and dad and canceling, just so I could lock my office door and get Sean's hands on me. Fine, huh? I took in a shaky breath and then tongued my top lip. You know you look seriously hot right now. Stop it. Stop what? I'm not doing anything. He lowered his head and placed his mouth by my ear. I'm not even touching you. That's half the problem. Don't I know it? Sean winked at me and then, unfortunately, took a step back. So, do I pass inspection? Considering I'm close to canceling dinner just so I can take a closer look, that would be a yes. Sean chuckled, and I had to close my eyes for a moment and count back from 20. I gotta say, you're doing wonders for my ego right now. And to think, you were worried I'd embarrass you. My eyes flew open, and I placed a hand on his chest. That's the last thing I was thinking, and you need to stop thinking like that too. I wouldn't have cared what you turned up in tonight, as long as you turned up. For you, always. Good. Now let me get myself together so I'm decent enough to walk out of here. I headed around my desk to grab my briefcase, and when I looked up to see Sean watching me, my heart thumped a little harder. Wow, I was one lucky guy to have him as my date tonight. Julian was a relatively new restaurant in Chicago, and had fast become one of my favorites. Named after its owner and manager, the world-renowned chef Julian Thornton, the place had become an instant hit and was known for its exquisite cuisine, wines, service, and charm. The place was more difficult to get a reservation at than it was to get a personally delivered Mont Blanc from Angelina's in France. But, luckily for me, Henry had an in with the owner, and after my first night here and an introduction with the famous chef, I'd been given similar privileges. Sean and I stepped out at the revolving door and into the front entrance of the place, where we were greeted by an elegant woman dressed in a pristine uniform of black and white. She flashed us a brilliant smile. "Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation with us tonight?" "We do," I said. Sean remained silent, looking over our hostess's shoulder to the main dining room. "I believe the other guests in our party are already here. It's under Xander." She scanned the reservation book and then nodded. "Ah, yes, there you are, if you'll follow me." I glanced at Sean, who was still busy soaking in the stunning architecture of the dining room, and reached for his hand. We were led past several round tables with pristine white linen set to perfection. The small wall sconces in little alcoves gave off an intimate glow that made the place feel sensual and romantic. If it had just been Sean and myself out for dinner tonight, I might have slipped our hostess some cash to find us the most private booth out here. As it was, she was weaving us past the bar and toward a table where my mother spotted us and immediately got to her feet. "Alexander!" As the hostess left us, my mother stepped out from her chair and rushed over, then cradled one of my cheeks and placed a kiss on the other. "Oh, honey!" She took a step back and gave me a thorough once-over. "You look so well, so very, very well." I took her hands in mine and returned the kiss. "Thanks, Mom. I feel well. You look fantastic, as always." She was wearing an elegant black dress for the evening, her silver hair cut pixie short, and highlighting eyes the same color as mine. She was a beautiful lady, even now as she entered her late 60s. "Flattery will get you everywhere, even off the hook after taking so long to invite us out here after your incident." I shook my head and stepped aside for Sean, and her eyes widened. "Sean Bailey? My, is that really you?" Sean, who'd been silent up until now, cleared his throat and leaned forward to offer his hand in greeting. But my mother wasn't having any of that. She walked forward and drew him into the same embrace I'd just received. I couldn't help but laugh at Sean's shocked expression. But after the somewhat awkward exchange, Mom let him go and ran a hand down the lapel of his jacket. "As I live and breathe, I would not have recognized you, mister. He sure does clean up nice, doesn't he?" "Way to be subtle, Mom." You know he's right here. He can hear you.
Oh, I know. I just can't believe I'm looking at Bailey's oldest brother. What a strapping, fine man you grew into. Well, come on then, Sean. Sit down over there by Ray and we'll order some drinks.
Sean nodded and then grabbed my hand, halting me. I turned back to see him glancing past my shoulder. Don't you dare leave me alone with him tonight. I lowered my gaze to his mouth. Or else. What? Xander? Stop it. Stop what? I smoothed my hand down his lapel, much like my mother had. But his reaction to me was much different. His eyes darkened and fell to my mouth. Oh yes, payback could be so much fun. I'm not doing anything. Sean's jaw twitched as I licked my lower lip. Then I winked and said, I'm really hungry. Better feed me. I smirked and turned on my heel and was more than a little pleased at Sean's tortured sound in my wake. 23. Sean. Torture. That was what tonight was all about. Torture. I could see right through Xander's little plan. And if he hadn't looked so hot in his light gray suit and navy blue shirt and tie, I might have had some chance of coming out the victor of this little game. But he did look that hot. And now that he had me where he wanted me, sitting between him and his father, I was being tortured by the wandering hand sliding up my thigh. If it had been anyone else seated at the table with us, I probably wouldn't have cared. But these were Xander's parents, people I'd known since I was an unruly teen. I wanted to make an impression, a good impression. But if Xander kept sliding his hand up my leg, the only impression I was going to make would be the outline of my dick punching through the table. So, Sean, I hear we have you to thank for saving Xander from that crazy man last month. Ray had ordered the poached Louisiana shrimp and a round of drinks to get things started tonight. As Xander continued to test my resolve, I reached for my bourbon and managed to nod. That's right, but I was just in the right place at the right time. Ray took a sip of his beer and looked to his son. That's not how Xander tells the story. From what we hear, you stepped in as his bodyguard while you were looking for this creep. That's not your usual line of work, is it? No, I'm a detective with the Chicago Police Department. Oh, like Bailey. Laura, Xander's mom, looked between the two of us, and Xander's hand froze. Bailey doesn't work for the police department anymore, Mom. That's right. You said he was some kind of private detective now, didn't you? How is he liking that? It was an innocent enough question, but for some reason it made Xander sit a little straighter in his chair and reach for his Manhattan. Not wanting him thinking about Bailey or anything other than having a good time, however, I decided to answer for him. Bailey is a PI now, yeah, and he was an officer on the force before that. My youngest brother, Kieran, oh yes, I remember him. Cute little kid. I scoffed. He's a lieutenant with the fire department now at Station 73. Laura beamed as she took a sip of her Chardonnay. It's so wonderful catching up with you. It was always so lovely to see Bailey after your parents passed, but... Bailey's not here, Mom. Sean is. Xander's voice was polite but firm, and I could tell by the silence that swept around the table that I wasn't the only one who noticed. I am well aware of that. Then can we stop talking about him, please? Laura looked to her husband as I leaned into Xander and said, Hey. Xander turned, and the worry swirling in his eyes made me reach for his leg under the table. What's going on? Are you okay? I'm fine, but I'm here with you tonight. I don't want them talking about your brother all evening. Ah, okay. So that's what was going on. Xander was worried about me. Worried I would be upset by the reminder of his past. Jesus, he was so fucking sweet. It's all good, Anchorman. I'm fine. I pressed a kiss by his temple and whispered, I know who you're going home with tonight. When I shifted back to my seat, I could see a look of concern furrowing Laura's brow. He's all good, aren't you, Xander? Just ate some bad shrimp. Xander scoffed, and when I looked at him, he shook his head, but his smile had returned. "I'm sorry," he said to his mother, and this time when he placed his hand on my thigh, I reached down under the table to squeeze it. The message was clear. I'm right here with you, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Dinner was delicious. I'd never eaten that good in my life, and after the rocky start to the evening, things had been going along fairly smoothly, for the most part. The only time things had gotten a little iffy was when Laura suggested Xander come stay with them in Florida for an extended vacation. But that had soon been settled by the quiet and unassuming Ray, who seemed to have both his wife and son's number. I was also starting to believe he had mine, because while Xander and Laura had been discussing the finer details of Sunday's party, I'd noticed Ray watching me with a serious look of contemplation in his eyes. Now, I wasn't exactly the type to be scared off easily by confrontation, but considering this guy had borne witness to my misspent youth, I found myself shifting uncomfortably under his inspection. He had something on his mind, something he'd been dying to ask ever since Xander had steered all conversation toward the non-personal after the shrimp and happy hour mishap. But I had a feeling my luck was about to run out, because while the other two were distracted, that left me wide open for... "So, Xander's living with you now?" The probing personal questions. "He is, yeah. It was difficult for him to go back to his place after everything that happened." Ray settled back in his seat. "That was over a month ago." "It was, but there's no time limit. He's welcome as long as he wants to stay." "So he hasn't moved in with you? This thing is temporary?" I narrowed my eyes, wondering if he meant our living situation or our dating situation. But not wanting there to be any confusion, I turned to face him, making sure to keep my back to Xander and Laura. "Let me be crystal clear here so there's no misunderstandings. I know this all seems fast and strange to anyone on the outside looking in, but what we have, it's real." Ray opened his mouth to interrupt, but I wasn't done. Chalk it up to bad timing, I guess, because if Bailey hadn't been such a stubborn ass these past few weeks, I might have had more patience for the suspicious undercurrents in Ray's words. "We shouldn't work. Trust me, we both know that. We're the last two people who thought something between us would spark when I took this job on. But it did. Something clicked. Something really special. I'm in love with Xander, and nothing about that is temporary." Ray slowly nodded. Then his eyes flicked over my shoulder and I turned to see Xander and Laura looking at me. Shit. Okay, so maybe I'd gotten a little overzealous in my explanation. I was about to apologize when Xander leaned over, took my face between his hands, and kissed the ever-loving hell out of me. Caught off guard, I reached for his wrists and held on. And when he finally released me, the smile on his face was worth whatever hell old Ray was going to give me. "I have to admit," Laura said, picking up where her husband left off, "I was a little taken aback when Alexander first told me the two of you were dating. Not only because you're Bailey's brother, but we also thought you were..." "Into the ladies." Xander glared at his father. "Dad." "What? We all know it's the elephant in the room, Xander. You've been steering us clear of it all night. But I think your man here can handle a little bit of truth. He sure knows how to dish it out." I held a hand up and then looked to Xander. "It's okay. We knew this was coming. We're out of our bubble now, remember?" "Yes, but I don't want you to feel pressured," he said. "I don't feel pressured." I looked between Ray and Laura and smiled. "I feel extremely lucky that I finally got a chance to know your son." I took Xander's hand and brought his knuckles to my lips. "I only wish I'd gotten the chance sooner." "Well," Ray said, inclining his head in our direction, "that's good enough for me." I was about to respond when the waiter stopped by the table with a check. I reached for it, and Xander protested. I said, shaking my head. "Tonight's my treat." "Nonsense," Laura said,
and tapped Xander on the arm. "You pass me that right now." Xander went for the check again, and I held it out of his reach. "Sean, you don't have to do this. I want to do this." Xander frowned and sighed. "Okay." As the three of them went back to talking, I opened up the leather fold to put my credit card inside, and the price at the bottom of the slip almost made me revisit my dinner. Fucking hell! This meal had cost more than most people paid for rent. But, trying to play it cool, I slid my credit card inside and prayed to God I had enough left on there that shit didn't get embarrassing. 10 minutes later, as we stood out on the curb waving to the back of the Uber we'd just put Xander's parents in, he leaned into me and said, "You're going to let me pay you for that meal?" "I don't think so. Sean, that dinner had to be well over—" "Shh." I wrapped an arm around Xander's shoulders and tugged him into my side. "It's all taken care of." No. They invited us for dinner. I'm not letting you. I already worked it out with the kitchen staff, I said as I walked us toward our Uber. They said I should have it worked off by the end of next month. Xander stopped and glared at me. I grinned, opened the car door, and gestured inside. "Your chariot awaits." "Sean, I'm not letting you pay for dinner," he said as he walked to the open door. "Pity there's nothing you can do about it." I took his chin in my hand and pressed a kiss to his lips. "And just so you know, I'd work 10 years in a kitchen washing dishes if it meant winning over your parents." Xander stared at me with disbelief in his eyes. "You're about to get really lucky tonight." He slid inside the car, and I followed him. Then my plan was a complete success. Let's go home. 24. Xander. "Heads up. Henry and Bay are on the elevator." Sean's words were for my ears only as he kissed my temple and passed me a scotch on the rocks. It was Sunday night, and my birthday was well underway. It always amazed me what fantastic organizational skills my mother possessed, because how she'd managed to put together a party in only a couple of days was mind-blowing. The food was delicious, the drinks never-ending, and the smooth sounds of jazz complemented the low hum of chatter throughout the apartment. This was the kind of get-together I usually thrived at, but no matter how hard I tried to relax into tonight and enjoy it, I was on edge. It was weird enough being back at my place for the first time in forever, but add in the anticipation of Bailey appearing in my hallway at any moment, and the nerves and apprehension I'd managed to keep at bay for the past couple of days came rushing back with blinding force. This was ridiculous. It was just Bailey, for heaven's sake. I'd known the guy nearly my entire life. But the problem was that all of the good memories had since been replaced by one I couldn't seem to shake. The last time I'd seen him, and the devastation on his face. "Hey," Sean bumped his shoulder into mine. "Don't look so worried. It's your birthday. Everything's going to be great." "You're right." I took a sip of my drink and nodded, trying to shove aside any negative thoughts. My mom had gone to a lot of trouble tonight with a gold and silver theme throughout. She turned my apartment into a classy, elegant palace, and I refused to ruin that by having a horrible panic attack like at work a few weeks back. "Of course I'm right. We've got enough food here to feed half of Chicago, and enough alcohol to wash it all down with. Your friends and family are happy to see you up and about, and you are looking really fucking hot." I smiled and glanced over at the chocolate fondue fountain, where Ryan and his date were trying to decide between the fruits or sweets to cover in the good stuff. I had to agree with Sean. Tonight really was going great, and it was nice to see everyone away from work for a change. We were always so busy down at the newsroom, and the only time we ever really got to relax was at a work event. So this was nice. It was informal, feel-good, and stress-free. "So this is where the birthday boy is hiding out." Henry Boudreau. I'd recognized that easygoing, relaxed drawl anywhere. It was distinctive in the way that you didn't expect it from him. A badass by nature, and bad boy due to his upbringing, it still shocked me that the good boy, Bailey, had ended up with him. But now more than ever, I understood that opposites really could attract. Sean and I turned to see Henry standing behind us with Bailey by his side, and a breath that I hadn't even realized I was holding left me in a rush. Bailey looked good. His hair was buzzed short, and in dark jeans and one of the light blue button-downs he favored, he looked like my best friend, the Bailey I knew. "You found me." "Hey, Bailey." Bailey's hand tightened around Henry's, and then he looked between Sean and me and nodded. "Hey." "Well, that was better than nothing." "Boudreaux," Sean said, and then, shocker of all shockers, held his hand out toward Henry. Whether it was a conscious move or not, the peacemaking gesture wasn't lost on his brother. Bailey was looking at Sean like he'd grown a second head. "Hey, man." Henry took Sean's hand and gave him a nod. "Glad you two could make it." "It's Xander's birthday," Bailey said, his eyes moving between the two of us and then finally landing on me. I wouldn't have missed it. Those words meant the world to me after everything that had happened, and I couldn't help but smile. "I'm so happy you're here." Bailey returned the smile, and while it might have looked genuine to those around us, I knew better. Oh, the mechanics were all there, but the expression didn't quite reach his eyes, and that just wouldn't do. "Why don't you come with me?" I suggested. "Let me make you a drink." I knew it was unfair to put him on the spot like that. Who would say no to the birthday boy? But too bad. I'd waited too long to have a chance to talk with him, and I wasn't about to let my best chance pass me by. Bailey looked to Henry to see if he was okay hanging with Sean, or maybe to gauge his reaction to my request. And when Henry nodded and released Bailey's hand, I could have kissed him. We weaved our way through the clusters of people gathered around the room, and as we headed into the kitchen, I glanced at Bailey. Quiet and contemplative, he was careful not to get too close, but instead kept a calculated distance, something we'd never needed as long as we'd known each other. Trying to focus on the fact he was here above all else, I stopped at the counter that housed every alcohol and mixer known to man and gestured to the vast array of choices. "What's your poison tonight?" I asked, trying to lighten the mood. "Something mixed, or are you looking for something straighter?" Vodka cranberry, thanks. Straight's never really been my thing." The dig made me pause. "What? It's the truth." It was, but it didn't take a genius to know exactly what he'd been getting at, and it had zero to do with drinks. But deciding to take the high road, I ignored my impulse to confront things head-on and went about making his drink. A little later, I handed over the glass with a lime wedge inside and grabbed myself another scotch on the rocks. Bailey moved to stand at the kitchen island and look at the people chatting amongst themselves. I came up beside him, closed my eyes, and took in the moment. For years, Bailey and I had been such an essential part of each other's lives that not having any communication lately had felt as though I'd lost a part of myself. I wondered if he felt that way too. "I really meant what I said back there, Bay. I'm so glad you came tonight. It means a lot to me." Bailey nodded, but didn't look at me, just continued to stare out at everyone talking amongst themselves. So I took a step closer and turned toward him, wanting to finally say the one thing I had yet to have the opportunity to tell him. "I'm so sorry for everything that happened." The second the words left my mouth, Bailey visibly stiffened, but I continued, determined to convey how horrible I felt about the entire situation. "I never meant to hurt you so badly, Xander," Bailey said, his jaw set, his eyes glassy. "I don't want to talk about that tonight." I bit back my response and nodded. "Okay. I came here because it's your birthday, and we don't miss birthdays." I tightened my fingers around my tumbler and looked away, automatically searching out Sean where he was still talking to Henry. I held out hope that if those two could be cordial with one another, anything could happen. "Well, thank you. It really means a lot to me." Bailey nodded, picked up his drink, and took a sip. "Me too." Then he headed off and made his way toward Henry and Sean. As I watched him go, I told myself to be satisfied with what I'd just been given. But deep down, I knew I wouldn't be happy until things were back to normal between us. I downed the rest of my drink and kept my eyes on the three across the room. When Bailey finally reached them, Sean looked at me. A frown crossed his brow, and he shook his head. Then he excused himself and headed in my direction. Not wanting to see Bailey's reaction to that, I turned and leaned against the kitchen island, trying to think of a good reason to duck out on my own birthday party. When Sean entered the kitchen, I gave him the best smile I could muster, but he wasn't fooled, not for a second. "Okay, Spill, what happened?" "Pretty much nothing." He arched an eyebrow and looked down at my empty glass. Then he grabbed the bottle off the bench and refilled my drink. "What do you mean, nothing? You two haven't talked in weeks, and after 10 minutes together you both look like you want to throw yourselves off the balcony." That's how it felt, too, and all because I destroyed something perfect and pure, our friendship. He wasn't really in the mood to talk. At all? About anything that wasn't my birthday, and what he said with you and Henry was pretty much the extent of that. Sean pulled me into his arms and hugged me. "I'm sorry, Anchorman." I sighed. "Me too." "I mean, you should be. I had to make small talk with Boudreaux." I chuckled and slipped out of his arms. "You two seemed to be doing better than we were." I figured it was the best way to keep the guard dog at bay while you two talked." "Well, I appreciate the thought." Sean winked at me. "You can thank me later, but right now, how about we go and find the food table before all this alcohol goes to your head?" I glanced over my shoulder to see Bailey looking at the two of us. Knowing I wasn't going to get anywhere else right now, I turned back to Sean and nodded. Maybe I could track Bailey down again later after everyone else left for the night. "Alexander? Sean?" We turned to see my boss, Marcus, standing behind us with a glass of wine in one hand and an envelope in the other. It was about an hour or so into the evening, and despite my misgivings about being back here and the rocky reunion with Bailey, I'd managed to find my smile and good nature, determined not to disappoint my mother and show everyone who was nice enough to be here tonight a good time. "I apologize for running late. I got held up at work. Happy birthday." Marcus held out the envelope. I took it, and he clapped me on the shoulder. "No need to apologize. I'm just happy you made it." "I wouldn't have missed it." Marcus looked out the open doors that led to the terrace. "I've heard stories about this place." "Stories?" Sean said, looking between me and my boss. "Yes. Rumors about a certain room that revolves have floated around the office for a while now." Sean chuckled, wrapped an arm around my shoulders, and said by my ear, "You're so lucky it's not your bedroom, or I might be really fucking jealous about now." I smirked, and was reminded of the first time he'd set foot in the great room, and freaked out over the spinning floor. I turned my attention back to Marcus. "Let me guess. Ryan?" "I think it's safe to say that's an accurate assumption. But since I got the information a few rows down the grapevine, I can't be positive." "Uh-huh," I chuckled, and then started opening the envelope. Remind me to check my security footage later to see what exactly he got up to when he was coming up here to get my things for me. Marcus nodded and took a sip of his wine. I pulled out a birthday card and opened it. 2 tickets fell free, and when I picked them up, I saw they were box seats to the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. "Have you ever been before?" "To the symphony? No, I haven't." Marcus looked to Sean. "Have you?" There was no way Sean had ever been to the symphony. I would have bet money on it. "Do I really strike you as the type who'd go see an orchestra?" Marcus eyed him over the rim of his wine glass as he took a sip, and the smile that slowly crossed his lips was just this side of devious. "No, you don't, which is why I'm so delighted to ask you and Alexander to join me next month." I bit down on my lower lip, trying to hold back my laugh, because I could tell this was Marcus's way of paying back Sean for every time they'd butted heads over the past month or so. "We'd love to," I said before Sean had a chance to speak. Thank you. Marcus raised his empty glass and nodded. Perfect. I'll see you both there. Can't wait, Sean mumbled, making Marcus smile even wider. Then his phone began to ring and he excused himself, heading off toward the French doors. The fucking symphony? Poor Sean. It won't be that bad. I ran my hand down his chest and swayed in closer to him. The scotch I'd been sipping on all night had made me feel nice and relaxed, and I'd love another chance to peel you out of a tuxedo. Oh, yeah? Sean wrapped an arm around my waist and tugged me in close to him, and I tipped my head up to brush my mouth across his. Definitely. I sighed against his lips. When his tongue slipped out to tease me, I angled my head, and my eyes caught on Bailey across the room. He was standing beside Henry, who was also looking in our direction. When Sean's hand slid down to my ass, Bailey's eyes narrowed, and he spun on his heel, about to book it out of there. Shit. I put my hands on Sean's chest and gently pushed him back. When he frowned, I held up a finger and then darted off in Bailey's direction. 25. Sean. Bailey! The sound of my brother's name from Xander's lips was enough to snap my brain into gear. Xander pulled away from me and started making his way through the crowd. After their little chat earlier in the night, I thought it best to put some distance between the two of them before a second go-around. But somewhere after my third, maybe fourth, drink, my watchful eye had turned into an appreciative one. And instead of making sure to keep my hands to myself, I'd given in to the temptation that was Xander. Fuck. People moved aside as the birthday boy shoved his way through the groups of people. That was when I spotted Boudreaux exiting the room Xander was now halfway across, and headed in that direction. I stepped into the hall and saw the three of them booking it toward the elevator, and I knew without a doubt what Bailey must have seen. There was only one reason he'd cut and run the way he was right now, and that was if he'd witnessed more than he was willing to see. As I closed in on Xander's heels, it didn't escape me that people had stopped what they were doing and were watching what was unfolding. And I knew if I didn't get to Xander in the next couple of seconds, they would be in for one hell of a show. Xander, I called out, hoping to snag his attention, but it was well and truly fixated on Bailey. Bailey, wait up a second, would you? Xander's request fell on deaf ears. Bailey kept on, clearly determined to get the hell out of Dodge. The problem was that leaving Xander's fancy high-rise when people were coming and going via his private elevator wasn't as easy as walking out the door. Unless, of course, you felt like taking a hell of a lot of stairs down to the ground level. When Bailey reached the elevator bank, he jabbed the button like he was mad at it, which might have actually been the case now that he realized he was stuck. But Xander wasn't about to let him go quietly, and since I was still trailing behind, I had no hope of stopping the train wreck I knew I was about to bear witness to. Bailey, come on. Would you stop for a minute and let me talk to you? As if he only just now heard Xander calling out to him, Bailey looked in his direction and shoved past Boudreaux. He stormed over to Xander and got right up in his face. You know, it was hard enough to come here tonight knowing that I'd have to smile and pretend that I was okay with this when I'm not. But for you to just act like it's all fine and there's nothing fucking weird about you suddenly making out with my brother, who you barely tolerated 2 months ago, that's not okay, Xander. None of this is okay. I know. Xander shook his head. I wasn't thinking, See, that's the problem. For the last couple of months, you've stopped thinking about anyone else, stopped using your brain. It's like it just up and left your head. Bailey's voice was rife with judgment, and a whole lot of alcohol by the sound of it. I mean, why else would you be with Sean? The muted chatter of the people who'd gathered around us ceased, until all that could be heard was the soft jazz floating through the air. What did you just say? Oh, shit. Xander's voice was quiet, so quiet that you wouldn't have heard it if everyone in the near vicinity hadn't tuned in to the night's entertainment. I stepped up behind him and placed a hand on his back. But instead of calming him, the gesture seemed to initiate a kind of fight inside of him that I never would have expected. How dare you? Xander took a step forward, and as my inner big brother role warred with that of the boyfriend, I decided to hang back. This wasn't my fight, and though I knew whatever was about to go down next would be ugly and painful, it needed to happen if Bailey and Xander ever had a hope of regaining their friendship. How dare you stand in my house and pass judgment on a relationship you know nothing about? Not once have you bothered to ask me how this thing with Sean started or why. Because if you had, then maybe you'd realize that the man you're so quick to write off as someone who's not worthy of a relationship is actually really fucking good at them. Okay, I hadn't expected that. Xander and Bailey's past was so rich with history that hearing Xander defend me was almost like an out-of-body experience. A really fucking good one. It made my heart beat a little faster and my chest fill with pride to think that someone as amazing as him was standing here in front of everyone he knew, fighting for me, fighting for us. Bailey cut his eyes to me, and for a second I thought I caught a flash of shame. But before I could say anything, Xander took another step forward, clearly determined to make his point now that he had Bailey's attention. Your brother is one of the best men I have ever met in my life. Bailey scoffed, and Xander shook his head. Don't do that. Don't make light of what I'm telling you because it's easier than hearing the truth. He's kind and caring, and behind all the rough edges is a man who loves you and would do anything for you, even break up with me. But I'm not going to let him do that, not even for you. Bailey took a step back as though the wind had been knocked right out of his sails, and Boudreaux moved in behind him. Xander looked his way, and whatever Boudreaux saw there stopped him in his tracks. The message was apparently clear. Don't interfere. You're willing to throw away 3 decades of friendship for this thing with Sean? Bailey's eyes teared as he looked at me, the confusion, betrayal, and heartbreak all coming to the surface as he shook his head. Are you happy now? He picked, and you won. No, Bay, come on, I said, and moved forward to stand alongside Xander. I don't want this. I want you to be happy for us. I want us to all be able to get along. Xander took my hand and entwined our fingers. We love you, Bailey, but you need to open your eyes and see what and who you're letting go before we disappear altogether. A tear fell down Bailey's cheek as he took a step back and ran into Boudreaux, who tucked him into his side and glared at the two of us. He was pissed at how that had just gone down, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he punched the elevator button again and ushered Bailey inside, and a couple of seconds later, the two of them were gone. 26. Xander. Sometime later, much later, I made my way out onto the terrace that overlooked downtown Chicago. The night was finally winding down, and there was only a handful of people left. But as soon as I'd been able to, I'd excused myself and escaped. Ever since Bailey had left, I'd been running over our showdown in my head. Was I too harsh? Should I have just let him go? But every time I convinced myself that maybe I'd been unreasonable, I'd seen Sean across the room laughing with my workmates, or chatting it up with my parents, and was reminded of the exact reason I'd done what I'd done. I was in love with Sean. There were no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and I was 100% in, and I knew without a doubt that he felt the same way. That meant the people in my life, and his, needed to get on board with it, because it wasn't about to be over anytime soon. But for the first time ever, Bailey and Sean had swapped roles, All throughout our lives, Sean had always been the stubborn, hard-headed one, who blustered through the difficult moments of life with more attitude than caution. But this time around it was Bailey. He was being stubborn to the end, and I could only hope that tonight hadn't been that end. "I thought I might find you out here." I glanced over my shoulder at the sound of Sean's voice. He stepped outside and shut the doors behind him. "I just needed a moment to myself, that's all." "Yeah, I get it." Sean braced his hands on the thick stone railing that surrounded the terrace. "The last of the guests just left, said to tell you they had an amazing night." I aimed my best smile in his direction, but I clearly didn't do a great job of it, because Sean's lips pulled into a thin line. "It wasn't so amazing for you, though, was it?" I shrugged and looked back out to the buildings surrounding us. "It went pretty much how I expected it to." Sean nodded and turned around to lean back against the rail. "Hey," I looked at him. "I didn't want to get into it right after it all went down, but I wanted to thank you for what you said to Bailey tonight." I frowned at him, wondering what he meant. "I know it couldn't have been easy, especially with how upset he was." Sean reached out to run his thumb over the furrow in my brow. "It meant a lot to me. No one's ever been in my corner that way before." I pushed off the railing, turned and placed a hand on his arm. "I love you. I want to be with you. And while I know that's a hard thing for Bailey to hear right now, it doesn't change the facts. I'm not ashamed of this, Sean. Not you, me, or what we have together. And I'm done lying to him." "Me too." Sean let out a sigh and put his hand over the top of mine. "Your mom's worried about you. She came in on the tail end of the whole thing and saw Bailey leaving. I told her you'd fill her in when you felt up to it, but for now, her and your dad have headed off to bed for the night." "Thanks for that," I said, turning back to face the twinkling lights. I can't go over it all again right now." "Totally understood." Sean moved behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. "You miss this place?" I looked down to the cars on the street and the buildings rising from the concrete below. Then I listened to the sounds echoing throughout the busy metropolis. "I miss parts of it." I looked back at him, but not as much as I expected. Sean's eyes widened. "Wow, I thought for sure you'd be chomping at the bit to move back in after being here tonight. All week I've been trying to think of creative ways to change your mind." As a warm breeze ruffled Sean's hair, I thought he'd never looked more handsome. "Nothing creative is needed." "No?" Sean chuckled, and the sound was like music to my ears. "Your revolving rotunda tells a different story." How he could make me grin after such a disastrous night, I had no clue. But that was one of the things I loved best about Sean. He knew the exact right thing to say to distract me. "Oh, I don't know. I've discovered I'm more easily pleased these days." I thought about that for a second and then added, "Or maybe I no longer need all of this fancy stuff because I finally found something real that makes me happy." Sean nuzzled in against my ear. "You better be talking about me right now." I tipped my head back to look up into the sky. There were a handful of stars twinkling overhead tonight, and the sight made me smile. "I'm talking about the man who took me out into the middle of nowhere and showed me there's plenty of glitter beyond the city. You just have to look up. I used to love this apartment, everything about it. I never felt anything other than happy when I was here. But this isn't my place anymore." Sean turned me around, so I was looking him in the eye. "I can't imagine being here on my own anymore, Sean. I can't imagine being somewhere that you aren't." I sighed, and when a piece of hair fell down across my forehead, Sean reached out to brush it aside. "Then don't leave." "What do you mean?" "Don't leave. Move in with me." Sean's words were sure and steady as a wide smile stretched across his face. "Not temporarily, not just out of your suitcase. Move in with me for good."
27. Sean. The joy that lit Xander's eyes made me feel like the richest man in the world. They all but twinkled as he stared at me with a look full of hope and excitement. You're serious? I've never been more serious in my life. Or crazy, apparently, because only a crazy in love fool would ask someone like Xander to give up this castle to come live in my 2-bedroom disaster. I know it's fast, supersonic, really, but when you know, you know. And Xander, there are 3 things I know without a doubt. 1, I love you. 2, I don't want to watch you pack your suitcase and leave unless I'm coming with you. And 3, I don't want to wait another however many years for us to take this to the next step. I want it now. I want you. Xander took in a shaky breath, and when he let it out, I took his face between my hands and kissed his lips. Tell me I'm not crazy here, that you feel the same way. Xander grinned. If you're crazy, then so am I. Yeah? Xander nodded. Yeah. Oh my God. I know. Oh my fucking God. I swiped my thumbs across his cheeks and blinked, making sure I wasn't imagining this moment and the way he was looking at me like I'd just hung the moon. You really mean it? You want to move in with me? Xander reached for my wrists and drew them down so he could take my hands in his. I really do. Wow. I looked around the huge terrace at the massive windows that flanked the entire side of Xander's ultra-expensive penthouse apartment, and then turned back to him. Are you drunk? Xander let out a loud burst of laughter, and it was so free and full of happiness that I couldn't help but join him. No, I'm not drunk. I mean, you just said you want to move in with me. That means leaving all of this behind. Xander looked around my shoulder, then back to me. I know. Maybe you should sleep on it for the night. Are you changing your mind already? Hell no, but I'm not stupid, Xander. You're used to a lot more than my place has to offer. Do I seem worried about it? Surprisingly, no. He seemed incredibly chill about it. No, you don't. Then why are you? Good question. But maybe it was because it felt like he was giving up everything and I was giving up nothing. Not that it would be a hardship to leave my place, which got me thinking, what if we look for a place together? Xander's brows rose. You want to move? Hadn't really thought about it until right now, but then again, I'd never really had a reason. But you do now? Yeah, I do. Plus, why should you have to give up everything and start over and I get to stay where I am? It's not like I'm overly attached to the place. As you know, it hasn't seen a fresh coat of paint in years. That's true. So, what do you think? I couldn't believe we were standing here on Xander's terrace talking about getting a place together. It was insane, reckless, and totally out of character for the both of us. I think it sounds perfect. Xander looped his arms around my neck and moved up to his toes. Perfect. He kissed me. Crazy. He kissed me again. And exactly right for us. I closed my eyes and captured his mouth in a kiss I felt throughout my entire body. I slipped my tongue between his lips to tease and tangle with his, and the delicious taste that was all Xander flooded my senses. When I finally released him, I took his hand in mine, more than ready to get out of here. What do you say we head home? And I'll give you your real birthday present there. Xander hummed, and the velvety sound made my entire body go on instant alert. Well, look who has a one-track mind tonight. I didn't even say anything. Don't even try to deny it, Anchorman. I know you want to unwrap me for your birthday. Xander looked me over, and the arousal in his eyes told me I was dead on.
it also made my cock really damn excited. Fuck. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. We slipped inside and made our way to the elevator, careful not to wake his parents, and when the doors slid shut, Xander moved into my side. I wrapped my arm around his shoulders and breathed in the intoxicating scent of his cologne and shampoo, and I swear it was the best thing I'd ever smelled in my life. A lot had happened here tonight. Some of it good, some of it not so good, but with Xander this close and his head on my shoulder, I couldn't find it in myself to regret a single part of it. Not when I knew it had led us here. I loved this man more than I'd ever known was possible, and I'd do whatever it took to make him happy, including tracking down Bailey and handcuffing his stubborn ass to a chair so we could talk. Because no matter what Xander had said tonight, he shouldn't have to pick between the two men he loved, and Bailey was just going to have to get on board with that. 28. Sean. He's not here. The sound of Boudreaux's voice made me look up from my cell phone to see him coming down the hallway to his office, alone. It was early Monday morning, and I decided to go and plant my ass outside of Bailey and Boudreaux private investigators in an attempt to launch a sneak attack on Bailey. It appeared my plan was in vain, however. I assume you're here to see Bailey? Not take me out to breakfast? I shoved off the wall and slipped my phone into my pocket. He's not coming in today? He's taking a personal day. A personal day? I crossed my arms and eyed Boudreaux. What's that mean? He's getting a pedicure? A massage? It means he's taking a day for himself, minus you. Boudreaux stepped around me and unlocked the door, and it was clear I was going to have to work on him a little to get the information I wanted. Shouldn't be a problem, though. I'd been working Boudreaux for info the entire time we'd known one another. This 'cause of last night? Boudreaux tossed his keys on his desk and walked over to open the blinds. What do you think? I think for someone who said he was going to help smooth things over with Bailey, you've done a pretty shit job. Quick as a flash, Boudreaux was around the desk and in my face. After what you two pulled last night, you're lucky I haven't broken your damn jaw. That was some classy shit, Dick. It was the truth. Not about to back down or apologize for Xander standing up for him or myself, I plowed headfirst into the argument Boudreaux was looking for. Something Bailey was in desperate need of hearing if he doesn't want to lose one of the people he loves more than anything else. And no, I don't mean me. Henry's eyes darkened as he tried to bore a hole through me. You know I'm right. He loves Xander. That's why this is killing him. They're hurting right now. Are you really going to stand in the way of me trying to fix that? I did my piece, Boudreaux snapped and turned away from me. I got him there last night. It's not my fault your man went and blew things up. Xander tried to reach out before then. You know that. He wanted to talk. Well, sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes you hurt the people standing in the blast zone and can't take it back. I scoffed. So, what are you saying? Xander should just let him go? Boudreaux turned back and locked eyes with me. What I'm saying is that sometimes it doesn't matter what you want. Sometimes it happens no matter what. Got a lot of practice blowing shit up, huh? No, I got caught in the blast zone. The seriousness of Boudreaux's words resonated with something deep inside me. They were far off, distant, as though he were remembering something particularly painful in his life, and I knew I didn't want that for Bailey or Xander. Then you, of all people, should know how important it is that I do everything I can to fix this. Tell me where he is, Henry. The use of Boudreaux's first name wasn't lost on him. He eyed me closely. He went to see your parents. Your mom. Said he needed space to think. Of course he'd gone there. Mom had always been the one Bailey turned to when he needed to talk. I bit down into my lip and gave a clipped nod,
then turned and headed for the door. "Sean?" I stopped and turned to see Boudreaux watching me with worried eyes. "Fix this, yeah?" "I'll do everything I can," I promised, and then disappeared out the door. Graceland Cemetery was a beautiful historic garden cemetery located in the north side community of Uptown, with winding paths and botanical gardens. The tranquility of the large reflecting lake gave a sense of comfort to an otherwise somber place. The three of us had chosen to have our parents buried here because this was where our grandparents had been laid to rest. I made my way to the large oak tree where we'd said goodbye, and when I found Bailey standing there with his head down and a bouquet of roses in his hand, my stomach tightened. I closed my eyes and looked at the clear skies above, and for the first time in a long time, I sent out a prayer to my mom. If she was watching, if she was listening, that she help me out here. Help me get through to her middle son before he ended up losing one of the people he loved most. I crossed the freshly cut lawn, through several rows of headstones, until I came to a stop a couple steps back from where Bailey stood. I was about to announce myself when he turned his head to the side and got in first. "I know you're there, Sean. Damn that big-mouth Boudreaux." Seeing how there was no need to hang back any longer, I slipped my hands in my pockets and made my way forward. For a moment, we just stood there, two brothers paying their respects to their parents in the quiet morning of a summer's day. It had been too long since I'd come out here to visit, finding it easier to deal with their loss if I wasn't face to face with the headstones that proved it. But standing here now gave me a sense of peace that I hadn't expected to feel. "You were always her favorite, you know?" Bailey's voice was soft and steady as he stared at the grassy plots that stretched out in front of us. I frowned and shook my head. "Oh, I don't think so." "It's true. She always held you up as the example." "Of what not to do?" "No, of the one who was independent. Sean is Sean. That's what she always used to say." Bailey let out a soft chuckle as he looked at me, a sad smile playing at the corners of his lips. "She didn't mean that in a bad way. She used to always say that you could look after yourself, that you were smart and strong and marched to the beat of your own drum, that you didn't care what anyone else said, and she was right." Bailey's words couldn't have shocked me more. I'd always gone through life believing I was somewhat of a disappointment to my mom, the delinquent of her three boys, the one who was always getting into some kind of trouble. She was wrong. The words were out of my mouth before I even knew I was going to say them. I couldn't look after myself. I wasn't smart or strong. I ran away from my feelings and problems instead of learning how to deal with them. And for the longest time, I believed I was better off alone, that was what I deserved. Until Xander. I swallowed, trying to think of what to say to explain to Bailey all that I was feeling. But my words seemed to have up and vanished, right along with my ability to talk. Luckily for me, Bailey asked the one question I had a definitive answer to. "Do you love him?" Bailey's voice was so soft that I almost missed the question. But when he turned to look at me, fighting back tears, I knew I hadn't misheard. This was it. It was time to lay it all out there and let the chips fall where they may. It was time to be brave and strong. "I do." Bailey worried his bottom lip with his teeth. "See? You are smart." "I don't know about that." "I do." His voice wavered as he averted his gaze, and then he reached up to wipe away a tear. "I've made a mess of this, haven't I?" The pain in Bailey's voice broke my heart as I stood there and watched his emotions unravel before me. "I didn't mean to. It just—" He brought a hand to his mouth and shook his head. "It was just such a shock. Xander is important to you." I took a step closer to him and reached for his hand. I know that. I don't want to get in the way of that, Bay. I'm the outsider here, not you. What you two have, this crazy, long history full of memories and moments that only you two share. No one can ever take that away from you. I wouldn't want to. It's what made you the man you are, and Xander who he is. I just want to be part of the future memories, and I want you to be okay with that. I need you to be. Tears fell down Bailey's cheeks as he looked up at me. Oh, I've been so stupid, Sean. So stupid and immature, when I should have just been happy for you. Happy for Xander. Nah. I pulled him into my arms and wrapped him in a fierce hug. You were caught off guard. Hell, so were we. I get it. But I don't want to be the reason you two aren't friends anymore. I'd never forgive myself. Bailey took a deep breath to compose himself. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve this from me. Some of the things I said, you were upset, confused. It doesn't matter. You're my brother, and I love you. I should have dealt with this better. Would you stop beating yourself up? All we want is for you to be part of our lives. All I want is for you and Xander to get back on the same page. Bailey grimaced. I don't know if he'll even talk to me after last night. That made me smile. Are you kidding? That's all he wants, to talk to you. I looked at my watch. Xander would be heading into work about now, but he'd be available after, which gave me an idea. Are you free tonight? 29. Xander. Find me someone who knows anything about the reconstruction of the New Orleans levees. Then we'll bump the story to the B block. I need something solid. I shoved out of the war room with Jim close on my heels. It was Monday night, and the story of the evening was the hurricane heading into the Gulf of Mexico this week and taking aim at Louisiana. Things were about to get really ugly down there, and we had field reporters heading south tonight to begin covering it from all angles. Let me know the second they have the expert lined up. I want to run through some questions with them before we hit the air. Got it. Jim scribbled something down on his notepad as he followed on my heels. Also, let Marcus know I'm good to cover this from beginning to end when it finally hits. Sure the boyfriend's okay with that? The comment was so out of the blue, so unexpected, that I stopped and turned on Jim, making his feet falter. What did you just say? Jim glanced up from his notebook and blinked. Nothing. It didn't sound like nothing. In fact, it had sounded very much like a personal dig, one I wasn't about to put up with. Do you have something to say to me? Because if you do, you should say it. Jim tapped his pen on his notepad as though thinking over his words. It just seems that Sean has a lot of say on when you come in and when you don't these days. I eyed my EP closely, trying to gauge his angle. I'd known Jim a long time now. He was ambitious, hard-working, and cutthroat when it came to getting what he wanted. And he'd made no secret over the fact he disliked working with my replacement during the month I'd been out. The only person who has any say over whether or not I'm here is me. And I'd appreciate it if you kept your comments and opinions on my personal life to yourself. Jim tucked his pen behind his ear and nodded. Didn't mean anything by it. Just making an observation. Well, don't. Jim gave a clipped nod and turned on his heel. And as he made his way out of the newsroom, I stood there and watched him go. What the hell was that all about? But then I remembered. Jim had been working the night I'd had my panic attack in the lobby, and Sean told Marcus to give me time off. Had he somehow heard about that? And if so, what was he worried about? Sean didn't want me to quit my job, and even if he did, there was no way in hell I would. Jim's remarks were baseless and completely unfounded, but he sure seemed to have an opinion. That was when it hit me. Oh, shit. No, There was no way what I was thinking right now was true. That Jim had been the one to call Entertainment Now and out Sean. But as I crossed the newsroom toward my office, the idea began to take root. Ever since that article had come out, I've been trying to work out who would have leaked it. Who would have had something to gain from handing over that piece about the two of us? And this made the most sense. Damn it. I needed to talk to Marcus, because if I was right, Jim would have to go. I couldn't work with people I didn't trust, especially my executive producer. I headed to my office to email Marcus about setting up a meeting, and saw someone standing inside. Knowing I didn't have anything set up this close to broadcast, I pushed through my office door, and when Bailey turned around to face me, my breath got caught in the back of my throat. "Hey," Bailey said as the door swung shut behind me, and when it was clear I was at a loss for words, he added, "I hope you don't mind me just showing up here, but I don't." In fact, I was so happy to see him standing in front of me that I thought I might be dreaming. "I'm just surprised to see you, that's all." "I know, Bailey twisted his hands around themselves and gave me a crooked grin. "I probably should have called instead of just showing up, but Sean said you wouldn't mind, and—" "You spoke to Sean?" He hadn't told me he was going to see Bailey. "Yeah, this morning. He tracked me down at Graceland, the cemetery where their parents were buried." "Good, that's good. I know he's been worried about you." Bailey nodded and lowered his eyes to the ground. He stood there like that for several seconds, and then we both said, "I'm sorry." Bailey raised his head, and when his troubled eyes met mine, I offered up a half grin. "Some pair we are, huh?" I took a step forward and went to reach for him, but at the last second, I hesitated. Bailey saw my indecision and quickly made up the difference, and the next thing I knew, he was wrapping his arms around me. "I'm sorry, Xander. So damn sorry." I pulled him into my arms and held on tight, and it felt so familiar, so right, to comfort my friend this way. When he finally pulled back, I took his face between my hands and said, "Can you stay? Wait for me?" Bailey nodded. "Yeah, I was hoping I could take you to dinner." I ran my hand over the back of Bailey's head and squeezed his neck. "I'd love that." "Me too." I was reluctant to leave, now that he was here, but when he smiled and said, "Go, Cynthia will kill you if you're late for hair and makeup," I couldn't help but grin. "Don't leave." "I won't." I narrowed my eyes and pulled open my office door. "Ryan?" "Yeah, boss?" "Can you keep an eye on this guy? Get him whatever he wants, make sure he's comfortable?" Ryan walked over to the door and smiled. "Bailey? Oh my God, hi. It's been too long." "It really has been," Bailey said. "Okay, so how about I take you into the studio and you can watch Xander do his thing?" "I'd like that." Bailey brushed by me, about to follow Ryan and get comfy, but then he stopped and reached for my hand. "Have a good show." "I will." As he headed off through the newsroom, I quickly pulled my phone from my pocket and shot that email off to Marcus. Then I pulled up Sean's number and hit call. "Did he find you?" The smile on my face was so big that I was surprised Sean couldn't see it from wherever he was. "He did." And we're going to go to dinner after work and talk." "Good. Oh, that's so good, Xander." "I know." I could barely contain my happiness. I have so many questions, but right now I just want to say thank you. "No need to thank me. Just make things right between you two. That's all I want." I stopped outside of Cynthia's room and closed my eyes. "I love you. You know that, right?" Sean chuckled. "You better, 'cause I'll be the one waiting for you in bed tonight." "Can't wait." "Me either. See you later, Anchorman." "See you then." Do you know how long it's been since I've eaten out at a sushi restaurant? I popped a piece of sashimi into my mouth and chewed. "Not really Sean's scene?" I chuckled and shook my head as Bailey took a bite out of a California roll. "Definitely not. The last time I ate it in front of him, I thought he was going to offer to cook it. Bailey grinned. I'd actually pay good money to see him try to swallow down a piece of tuna. We might have to look into that. I picked up my sake and took a sip, staring at Bailey across the table. I still couldn't believe he was here, that he was sitting opposite me and actually had a smile on his face. But he was, and the mere sight of him made something inside of me click back into place, like the final piece of a puzzle. Thank you for coming to see me tonight. Bailey looked at me, lowered his chopsticks to his plate, and sat back in his seat. I should have done it a week ago. I frowned and shook my head. No, you needed time. Bailey raised a hand. Don't make excuses for me. I've been acting like a shit. We sat there for a couple of seconds, and then Bailey said, This is going to sound really stupid, but Henry told me I needed to be honest about all of this, or it's never going to heal, so he averted his eyes. I was jealous. My jaw almost hit the table. Nothing could have shocked me more. Bailey just wasn't the jealous type. He never had been, not even when we'd been together. And since then, we'd had plenty of boyfriends and hookups come in and out of our lives. The look on my face must have conveyed my confusion because Bailey sighed and ran a hand over his buzzed hair. It's stupid. It's not, I interrupted. They're your feelings and they're never stupid. I'm just trying to understand where it's coming from, that's all. You're happy with Henry, right? Yes, of course. I love him. It's just... Bailey paused and lowered his eyes to the tablecloth, where he was tracing the restaurant's logo with his finger. You were always mine. Those 4 words were so honest that they made my heart ache. I reached across the table and covered his hand with mine. I still am yours. I know. Bailey shook his head. I told you it was stupid. It's not stupid. It is. We haven't been a couple for years, but when I saw you with Sean, something inside me just, freaked out. Maybe because I knew it was real, that you'd really fallen in love. I knew the feeling. When I'd realized I was interested in Sean, I'd felt the exact same way. It was like this weird mix of jealousy and betrayal and embarrassment. Bailey scrubbed his hands over his face and shrugged. I kept thinking, why Sean? Of all the guys out there, why would you choose him? And when I realized how serious things were between you two, I started thinking, what has he got that I don't? Bae, I know it's a pretty normal reaction, I would think. Bailey looked down at the table again. That's what Henry said. You told him all of this? Yes, that's what made this even worse. I felt like I was betraying him by feeling this way. Henry's smarter than that. Bailey raised his head, and his blue eyes were a little glassy as he offered up a crooked smile. He really is. I know. He's in love with you. That makes him a genius. Bailey chewed on his lower lip. I'm sorry. You don't. I do need to say this, so please, let me. Bailey took in a deep breath and then let it out. I'm sorry for the way I reacted to seeing you with Sean. Not the shock, because, holy shit, he chuckled. It was shocking. But I'm sorry I didn't handle it better. I was immature and unforgiving, and that's not how friends act. Not best friends and not brothers. I could feel my own emotions getting the better of me now. Bailey leaned over the table to take my hand in his. I'm happy for you, Xander. Happy for you and Sean. It took me a minute to get my head around it, but the more I think about it, the more I realize how lucky I am. I love the both of you, and you love each other. What more could I want than that? Thank you, I said, and turned my hand over in his.
You don't know how much that means to me. How much this means to me. You here, eating dinner with me. It feels like everything. I blinked a couple of times, trying to stave off the tears. I thought I'd lost you. Bailey squeezed my hand and shook his head. Never. Friends no matter what, remember? I nodded, the memory of that day and that promise still so fresh in my mind. Good. Bailey raised a hand for the waiter, and then flashed a warm grin. Then I say we order some more sake, get a little wasted, and you tell me what the hell has been going on with my best friend these past couple of months. Deal? Deal. 30. Sean. Nervous? I looked over to Xander sitting in the passenger seat of my SUV and felt my stomach twist itself into a knot. It was Saturday afternoon, and we just pulled into Bailey's house for the usual get-together. However, this was the first time we'd been here in weeks, and even though we'd smoothed things over with Bailey, my stomach was still giving me grief. Will you think less of me if I say yes? Xander chuckled, leaned over the console, and kissed my cheek. No, I think it's cute. Cute? Mm-hmm. He kissed his way along my jaw and up to my ear. In a bringing your boyfriend home to meet the rest of the family kind of way. Hate to break it to you, but you already know my family. True, but they've never seen us as a couple before, and they've never seen you with me. I looked into his brilliant blue eyes and smirked. And how am I with you? Xander slid his hand a little higher. You're kind, sweet, and extremely sexy. I don't really think they're going to appreciate that last observation all that much. Xander grinned and nipped at my lower lip. Well, how about I appreciate it a whole lot when we get home? I closed my eyes as he found the erection he'd teased to life. He gave me a nice, hard squeeze, and my head fell back against the headrest. Jesus, Xander, you've got to stop that, or I'm not going to be able to walk inside anytime soon. Xander reluctantly removed his hand and settled back on his side of the vehicle. His eyes slowly wandered down over me. He licked his lips, and I made a promise to myself that by the end of the night, I would have that mouth and that body naked and pressed up against mine. Need me to talk about something else? I need you to get out of the car. Xander eyed me as I sat there counting back from 20. Let's see. I have a bunch of resumes to look through this weekend. Want to help me? We could read over them in bed. I had a very clear and vivid vision of him naked in bed, wearing nothing but his reading glasses, and that didn't help at all. I still can't believe Jim was the one who talked to Entertainment Now. So disappointing. Yep, that did it. I'd been livid when I found out Jim had been the one to betray Xander that way, but I wasn't all that surprised. He'd rubbed me wrong from the get-go. Not wanting my mood to turn south, I leaned across the car and pressed a kiss to Xander's lips. Get out of the car, Anchorman. You are decent. As decent as I'm going to get with you anywhere nearby. Xander's low chuckle told me he knew exactly what he did to me. He climbed out of the car and met me at the front. As difficult as it might be in there, I'd appreciate you keeping your hands to yourself. Xander smirked. I'll try my hardest. That's what I'm worried about, I said as we came to a stop outside of Bailey's front door and knocked. As we waited for someone to answer, I took the moment to enjoy the sight of Xander relaxed and casual for the afternoon. He was in those slip-on loafers he favored, navy blue Bermuda shorts, and a white button-down that I desperately wanted to peel him out of later. He had on a pair of aviator sunglasses that hid his eyes from view, and that thick, sexy hair was styled in a way that made me want to run my hands through it and pull that tempting mouth to mine. I was just about to tell him how damn good he looked when the door was pulled open and Bailey appeared on the other side. This was the first time the three of us had seen one another since Monday, And even though Xander had assured me that everything between us was good, I braced myself all the same. "Hey guys." Bailey's smile was warm and inviting, a far cry from the last few times we'd all been in the same vicinity, and it immediately put me at ease. "Come on in. Henry's just finishing up in the shower." Xander stepped inside first, and with his hand still tight around mine, he pressed a kiss to Bailey's cheek. "It's good to see you." "You too." Bailey grinned. "Don't look so worried, Sean. I'm not going to freak out on you." Xander chuckled as Bailey shut the door behind us. "He's been worrying the whole way over here." My mouth fell open as I stared Xander down. "Traitor?" "What? It's the truth." "Well, can you blame me?" "Not at all." Bailey looked between the two of us. "But you don't need to worry anymore. I've moved past the denial and stupidity stage, and am now well and truly in the happy for you stage." When I just stood there, Bailey let out a breath and said, "I mean it, Sean. Seriously. After talking to you and then Xander, I realize what an idiot I've been. I love you both so much. I just want you to be happy. And obviously you make each other happy." "We do." Xander leaned into my side, squeezing my fingers. "Then what more could I want?" I was about to respond when there was a loud knock on the door. Kieran stepped inside, his goofy grin greeting us all. Shit. Somewhere during the past week, I'd forgotten all about Kieran and telling him what was going on. That wasn't all that surprising, however. He worked insane shifts down at the station, so we basically caught him on Saturday for dinner. And since Bailey had canceled the last few, I hadn't had the opportunity to catch him up on, well, everything. He shut the door behind them, turned to look at the three of us, smirked, slapped a magazine up against my chest, and held up a pen. "You think you could autograph this for me?" I stared down at the copy of Entertainment Now, then aimed a withering look his way. "Oh, you're right," he said, and snatched it back before handing it to Xander. "I should get the famous guy to do it. It's worth more that way." "Shut the hell up," I said, and took the magazine away from the moron before Xander decided to placate him by actually signing the thing. "What? You're famous now, and gay, apparently? But the last one isn't going to do much for me, so—" Kieran smirked, and I whacked him in the arm with the magazine. "Ouch!" He rubbed his bulging bicep, then looked to Xander. "You sure you want this guy? Really? I mean, I'm the best-looking one out of the Bailey brothers. Let's be real." Xander grinned. "You're also the straightest." Kieran seemed to mull that over and then laughed. "Huh, yeah, fair point. But if I ever change my mind, you'll stay the hell away from him." Both Bailey and Kieran's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and I realized just how possessive that sounded. And on that note, we all looked over Bailey's shoulder to see Boudreaux sauntering down the hall. I say we move this little get-together out onto the deck before Dick decides to draw his sword and show us all how big it is. 31. Xander. "So, how's work these days? Busy?" I asked, as Henry took a seat beside me at the outside table, while the brothers watched over the grill. "Busy enough. There's always someone doing something they shouldn't. But I don't need to tell you about that, now do I?" He popped the bottle caps off the beers he'd just grabbed and handed one over. "So, you and Dick, huh?" I laughed. A way to ease into things there. We're way past that now. We've moved on to the "you lied to me" part, so spill. Henry and I hadn't really gotten around to having a one-on-one about the me and Sean deal, and I'd been curious about his thoughts, considering that one conversation we'd had when he thought we were an item. "I didn't lie." "Bullshit. I asked you flat out if the two of you were fucking. You said no." While not as shocking to hear it as it was the first time around, I still found myself choking on my swallow of beer. "So classy, Henry." I'm a classy kind of guy, and you're avoiding my question.
Fine. To answer your question, the last time you asked me, we weren't together. I was feeling things, but it just seemed weird because it was Dick. I looked over to where Sean was laughing at something Kieran said. Yes, I've known Sean my whole life. It was strange that I was reacting to him the way I was. But when he started to feel the same way, one thing led to another, and you started fucking. Oh my God, I need more alcohol than this.
Nah, Henry laughed. I'm just messing with you. A little payback on Bailey's behalf.
I winced and lowered my beer to the table. I deserve that, for sure. I hate how he found out.
So do I. You two should have talked to him before then. Always sucks to feel like the last person to know. The fool in the room, you know? But I get it. A lot was going on, and he understands that now too.
I nodded, and as we looked over at the three brothers shooting the breeze with one another, Henry said,
You've changed him, you know?
Who, Sean?
Yep.
Henry tipped his beer up and drained it.
He was a miserable, surly pain in the ass when I first met him.
How did you two meet?
Whenever I ask, he always changes the subject.
Henry scoffed.
Probably for the best. That story doesn't really show either of us in a particularly good light. But these last couple of months, it's like he's a totally different person. He laughs, smiles, and let's be real, actually gives a shit about how he looks these days. You did that. He did that. Because of you. You bring out the best in him. You know how I know that? Henry looked at Bailey and smiled. Because Bailey did the same for me.
I looked across the deck, and when Sean's eyes caught on mine, my heart thumped a little faster. I might have brought the best out in Sean, but that worked both ways. He taught me how to stop and slow down, how to unplug from the rat race and take time to enjoy who and what was around me, not just work, work, work. That was an invaluable lesson.
Careful there, Xander.
Henry's voice brought me back to the present.
Your eyes are all hearts and rainbows right now.
Good. I didn't bother looking away from Sean as he headed my way. Didn't bother trying to hide it. I was finally able to look at him the way I'd wanted to for the past 2 months, and I wasn't about to feel ashamed of it now. When he got to the table, Sean slid the tray of hamburger patties and buns on the end, and then sank down into the seat beside me and pressed a kiss to my lips.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, God. Kieran groaned as he dropped into a seat opposite us.
I don't know if I can deal with a sappy Sean. It's kind of nauseating.
I grinned against Sean's lips before he pulled away from me and flipped off his younger brother.
You're just jealous because you're the only one sitting here solo tonight.
Kieran scoffed.
Sure, that's it. You don't actually think this is my last stop on a Saturday night, do you?
Bailey came out of the house carrying a tray full of chopped tomatoes, lettuce, onions, and every condiment known to man, and slid it down next to the burger and buns.
I don't care where your last stop is, Sean said, as long as it's nowhere near me.
Everyone laughed as Bailey moved into the seat beside Henry. Kieran picked up the tray of patties and passed it Sean's way.
Feel like a little meat tonight?
Sean rolled his eyes and took the tray from his brother.
You're an idiot. Come on. You have to know I'm going to give you shit about this for at least 6 months, right?
Before Sean could respond, Bailey threw a bun at his younger brother.
Why don't you stick something in your mouth instead of flapping it all night? I'm pretty sure that's on Sean's agenda tonight, not mine. Kieran. Jeez, okay. Sean comes out of the closet and suddenly we all have to act like he's got a sensitive side?
Sean laughed.
You're such a shit. And who do you think I learned that from?
The brotherly bickering went back and forth around the table, and Henry eyed me and winked, the message clear. See? Changed for good. He was right. I hadn't seen these three so relaxed in years.
and as we ate our way through dinner, the jovial camaraderie continued. "So, Bailey tells me you're moving out of the mansion in the sky." Henry sat back and rested an arm along Bailey's seat. Finished with my burger, I looked at them and nodded. After everything that happened there, I just can't imagine going back. "The guy took photos in his bedroom, in his bed." Sean took my hand. "There's no way he'd ever feel comfortable there again." "No shit." Kieran popped the last few chips on his plate into his mouth, then grabbed his phone. "Guy sounds like he was a total freak." "Yeah," I said with a frown. "So you're moving into Sean's place permanently?" Bailey laughed. "Okay, now I know you love him." "Hey, my place isn't that bad." Bailey's horrified look would have matched my own just a couple of months ago, but after having lived there and fallen in love there, my opinion of Sean's place had dramatically changed. In fact, I was kind of sad over the thought of leaving it behind. "It's not that bad. Actually, it's kind of grown on me." Sean narrowed his eyes, and I grinned. "What? It has?" "Mm-hmm. What he's also not telling you is we're going to start looking for another place. That's why he's not freaking out right now." "You are?" Bailey looked between the two of us. "Now, this'll be interesting. Where are you looking, the city or suburbs?" The two of us laughed. "We have no idea." I turned to Bailey and said, "I think I want to get out of the city." "Seriously, but you love it there." "I used to, and I love working there and being in the middle of it all." I squeezed Sean's hand. "But I think I want to be somewhere quieter when the day is done." The emotion swirling in Sean's eyes suddenly made me wish we were somewhere quieter and more private. "We were thinking somewhere by the lake," he said, his eyes still glued to mine. "Really?" Henry sat up a little straighter in his seat. "How far from the city?" Returning our attention to everyone at the table, I shrugged. "We hadn't really thought about it. We were going to start looking next week." Henry and Bailey were having some kind of silent conversation as they looked at one another. "Why?" I asked. "Well," Henry said, "there's this place that just became available up on Chicago's North Shore. They're having an open house this weekend. It's about a 30-minute drive, but it's gorgeous." Bailey eyed me. "Lake views, sandy shores, immaculate outdoor area, and super private." "What are you, their real estate agent?" Sean said, and I couldn't help but laugh because Bailey really was laying it on thick. "No, I'm just imagining spending the weekends out there." Sean looked suspicious. "How did you hear about the place?" Bailey turned to Henry, who shrugged. "It belonged to someone who, won't be needing it anymore." "Meaning?" I asked. "Meaning he's currently doing 20 to life in Stateville, and his wife is motivated to sell." "You want to sell us a criminal's house?" "Hey," Henry said, "you might get it for a steal." "You said it's on the lake?" I asked, looking at Bailey. "Yep," he said. "Seriously, it's stunning." I looked to Sean, who arched a brow. "Really?" "Aren't you curious?" I asked. Kieran looked up from his phone and waggled his brows. "Bet that's not the first time you've said that to him." Sean pointed to his phone. "Shut up and go back to your sexting." "Don't mind if I do." Sean looked back at me and smiled. "I guess we're going to the North Shore this weekend then." I pressed a kiss to his lips and nodded. "Guess we are." 32. Sean. Tonight was fun. I followed Xander inside and tossed my keys on the entry table. "Which part?" "All of it." "Yeah, I don't know about that. Kieran's getting a little too mouthy for his own good, and Boudreaux gave us a great place to look at tomorrow." Xander headed down the hall to my bedroom and flicked on the light. "It was fun, being back together again." "You make us sound like some 80s band that reunited." Xander rolled his eyes. "You know I'm right. Stop acting so blasé. It was great to see Bailey smiling and not glaring us to death. Yes, Xander chuckled. I wasn't sure we'd ever get back to that point. I pulled my phone from my pocket and then went about securing my weapon. And when I was free and clear of all obstacles other than clothes, I went after what I'd wanted all afternoon, Xander. I took hold of his shirt and drew him in close, and he wound his arms around my neck. Do you mind if we stop talking about my brothers now? I asked. Xander pretended to mull it over as I slid my hands down to his ass and walked him back to the bed. You got something else you want to talk about instead? I nipped at his lower lip and then let him go. Don't want to talk at all. No. Then if you don't want to talk, what do you want? Xander licked at the spot I'd just bitten, and my cock jerked. I knew exactly what I wanted tonight. That tongue in my mouth, those hands on my body. I wanted to feel him against me naked and crazy as I drove him out of his mind. All that talk about moving in together, and finally being free to kiss and touch him whenever I liked, had made me realize that this extraordinary man was really mine. And tonight, I wanted to look at him and know that all the way to my very soul. I want you to undress for me. Xander smiled, kicked out of his loafers, and began to unbutton his shirt. All of the blood in my head rerouted south because, fuck, Xander was damn fine to look at. He shrugged out of the shirt and tossed it to the floor. Then he reached for the button of his shorts. I nodded, the message clear. Keep going. I reached down to palm my stiffening length. Xander slipped his thumbs into his shorts and briefs and shoved them from his hips. When he kicked them aside and straightened to his full height, his erection stood tall and proud, and the sight just about brought me to my knees. What now? Jesus, I had no idea. I felt like I'd lost the ability to think. But when he reached down and stroked himself, a low groan rumbled out of my throat, and I took over for him in a heartbeat. The second I wrapped my hand around his thick length, Xander grabbed my arms and let his eyes fall shut. I slowly and methodically began to milk his length. Up and down, I stroked him, his pre-cum making the slide a sticky mess. I lowered my head and brushed my lips across his. Oh, you're so fucking sexy. Xander panted against my lips, his lust-heavy eyes opening as I flicked my tongue over the corner of his mouth. Open for me. I want to taste you. The second he did, I slipped my tongue inside. Xander moaned and shoved his dick through the tight fist I had around him as I sampled and tasted his mouth. He dug his fingers into my biceps as he moved a little faster, trying for more friction, but I didn't want that to happen just yet. I wanted him out of his mind when he finally let go tonight. Reluctantly, I released him. Get on the bed. Xander's breathing was coming hard as he looked me over, his blue eyes blazing as he visibly tried to calm himself. Then he did as I asked and got up on the bed. As he lay down in the center, I kicked out of my shoes and put a knee to the edge of the mattress. Then I took a nice, long look at the wicked hot picture he made. With his swollen lips, hard cock, and naked body on full display, Xander was everything I wanted, and he was all mine. I moved up the bed, and as I came for him, Xander put his feet flat and widened his legs. Shit. When I got to his stiff dick, I slid my tongue up the underside. Xander pumped his hips up off the mattress as a low curse echoed around the room. I glanced up his body and flicked my tongue over the swollen head. Xander's eyes slammed shut. Sean. Never had my name sounded hotter than it did right then. Xander reached for my hair and tangled his fingers through it. But I wasn't about to be deterred. I wanted all of him tonight.
I sucked him between my lips, and as I relaxed into it, I slid my mouth down his thick length until he was writhing under me. Damn, Sean. Oh, don't stop. He put a leg up over my shoulder. Loving the access that gave me, I reached under his hips and grabbed his ass, and as he began to thrust in and out of my mouth, I closed my eyes and let him go. It was just about the hottest thing I'd ever experienced. Then Xander yanked my head up and said, "No more. Fuck. No more. Or I'm gonna come." I licked my lips, chuckled, and climbed up over him. As I settled between his naked thighs, I planted my hands by his head. Then I lowered my mouth to his and said, "Open your eyes." Xander immediately did as requested, grabbed at my hips, and arched up under me. That feels, really fucking good according to his body, which he was now rubbing all over mine. Xander reached down between us and quickly undid my jeans. Then he wound his naked legs around mine and began to get himself off. His hands went to my jeans and slid inside, shoving the stiff material down under my bare ass. When our naked cocks came into direct contact, he craned his head back. I watched with a greedy sense of ownership as he moved under me, my brain going crazy over the knowledge that he was mine, even as he was now marking me in the most primal way ever. "Xander, give me your fucking mouth. Kiss me." Xander rose and grabbed the back of my neck. Then he took my mouth in a crushing kiss. I gripped the pillow beneath his head. With his tongue in my mouth, a hand on my ass, and his legs wrapped tightly around me, we were as close as we could get without releasing one another first, something neither of us were willing to do. My erection throbbed as I rubbed it alongside his. When Xander slipped a hand between us to encircle our lengths, I tore my mouth free. Xander grinned against my lips and squeezed his hand tight. "You gonna get naked, or am I going to have to get rough with you?" I liked the sound of that. Bring it on, Anchorman. Do your worst. 33. Xander. I flexed my fingers around the two of us as I looked up into Sean's tense face. He was so unbelievably sexy hovering over me. With his cheeks flushed, his lips pulled tight, and his hair flopping down on his forehead, he looked on edge, like he wanted to attack and devour me. But first things first. I released my hold on him and put my hands on his chest. Then I put all my strength behind me and pushed up to roll him over to his back. I was under no delusions that I outmuscled Sean, but since he'd all but dared me to take charge, I figured he'd give in willingly. As I landed on top of him, I rolled my hips over him, enjoying the new position and pressure I could apply. It felt amazing, and when he smoothed his hands down to my bare ass, I rocked a little harder. "Jesus, Xander!" I kissed him quiet, his rule, not mine, and then began to push the buttons of his shirt free. As I made my way down his body, I kissed and licked at the skin I revealed until I finally reached the bottom and spread his shirt apart. At the sight of his thick erection through his open jeans, I trembled. I couldn't wait to feel him inside me, filling me, stretching me, taking me over. I slipped my fingers into the sides of his jeans and pulled them free of his legs, then grabbed the lube and a condom from the side drawer. Not wanting to waste any more time, I tore open the packet and straddled his thighs. With my hands on his chest, I shifted until the head of his cock was brushing against my entrance. Sean's hands were back on my ass, spreading me wide, and with his eyes locked on mine, I began to push back on him. Nice and slow, I took him 1 inch at a time until he was fully inside me. I dug my fingers into the muscles under them, and as my body adjusted to his, I lowered myself over him. "Move with me," I whispered against his mouth,
and began to grind my hips over his. Sean pushed up into me, the pace this time around much slower, but no less intense. The sensation was incredible as he wound his legs over the back of mine and methodically moved inside me, hitting every single spot I needed him to. My fingers were in his hair, my mouth was on his, and as his cock slid in and out of me, I felt like I could stay this way with him forever. "You feel incredible." Sean kissed his way to my ear and sucked on my lobe, tight and hard in all the right places. I closed my eyes and angled my head so he could kiss his way down my neck, and the sharp scrape of his teeth across my shoulder made me shove back on him a little harder. Sean licked over the spot and then sucked on the skin, and when I clenched around him, a tortured groan left him. The next thing I knew, we were moving, rolling across the sheets until I was on my back with Sean between my thighs. He was still lodged deep inside me. I wound my legs around his waist. Then Sean took my hands and planted them by my head. I entwined my fingers with his as Sean pulled out of my body. When he slowly re-entered me, he whispered across my lips, "I love you so fucking much." I trembled under him as he took my mouth in a kiss so fierce that it made everything other than him disappear. Sean began to move again, his eyes roving over my face, gauging my every reaction, my every emotion, as his body imprinted itself on mine. And every part of me in that moment was his. He could see it, and I could feel it. My body started to vibrate under his. Sean lowered his head to the crook of my shoulder and picked up the pace. I closed my eyes and held on to him with everything I had. The pleasure and promise of all our tomorrow swirled around us here in this bed. It was both exhilarating and terrifying to feel this connected and vulnerable with another. But if ever there was someone I trusted with all of me, it was Sean. And I was ready to risk it all. "Sean, I love you." This time, when his mouth met mine, there was an underlying desperation to acknowledge this moment we both knew we were in. We each felt the change, felt the importance of this union. When he reached down to take me in hand, I cried out, "Come for me, Xander. I want to see and feel your pleasure." I stared up at him as he stroked me in time with his steady thrusts, and there was no way I could hold back. My body shook and tensed, and when the pleasure became too much to resist, I gave into it and did as he requested. I came all over his hand and our stomachs in a hot rush of desire. Sean's chest heaved as he stared down at the proof of my arousal. Then he raised his eyes to mine. The love from a second ago had been swallowed up by raw hunger. He swooped down to capture my lips with his, and his strong, solid body began to move over mine like he couldn't get enough of me. I closed my eyes and sank into the feelings consuming us. Sean stiffened and shouted out my name, and I wrapped myself around him and held him through the storm. As our breathing slowed and the room slipped into silence, no words were needed to express what our bodies had just said so eloquently. I'd never felt more complete in my life. In every other relationship, I'd always felt something was missing. I'd felt unfulfilled in some way that had left me restless and wanting. But as Sean shifted to my side and pulled me into his arms, all I felt was content. I was finally satisfied, finally at peace, and the only thing I wanted right now was a long, long life, so I could go on feeling this way forever. 34. Sean. That drive wasn't half as bad as I expected it to be. Xander turned onto Crescent Court and slowed the Maserati to a crawl. What did you think? I looked around the beautifully landscaped area to see miles and miles of trees, and wondered if there were any other houses in the near vicinity. I agree. I thought the traffic would be a nightmare, but the commute seemed pretty straightforward. It is Sunday, but I don't think 30 minutes is too far out of the city. Do you? Not at all. I think it's nice. Gets us away from it all. Agreed. Xander smiled at me and squeezed my hand as he came to a stop at the end of a cul-de-sac. As we climbed out of the car, I quickly scanned the area and noticed the perfectly manicured lawns and lush trees concealing the property behind. How big did you say this place was? Just shy of 2 acres. I shut the door to Xander's car and came around the hood. That gate looks like the one that leads to your little hut. Think the place back there has electricity? I took Xander's hand in mine and tugged him up the drive to the gate. I think you might be in luck. Pretty sure they probably have an inside bathroom, too. Xander chuckled as he keyed in the security code to the lockbox and grabbed the keys. Once we were inside, we headed up a stone pathway, which was surrounded by thick hedges and garden statues that seemed to be a part of the elaborate outdoor area. I could only imagine how the inside looked if the garden itself was so well kept. Bailey was right, Xander said when the home finally came into view. These grounds are stunning. They sure are. It was hard to actually believe we were only 30 minutes from the city. It was so quiet that the only sounds I could hear were the birds in the trees and water lapping against the shore somewhere off in the distance. It was exactly the kind of place that called to me. I just wondered if it would be too isolated for someone as city slick as Xander was. Well, what do you think, Anchorman? Want to take a look inside? Xander's grin was answer enough. He made his way up to the front door and unlocked it. As we entered the 2-story living room, the first thing I noticed was the expanse of space. It was highlighted by all of the natural light through the wall-to-wall windows, which also showcased spectacular lake and garden views. Everywhere you looked, there was something new to see. But when Xander stopped in front of the windows on the opposite side of the room, it wasn't the view I found myself staring at, but him. Oh, Sean, you need to come and look at this view. I slipped my hands into my pockets and crossed the room. Directly ahead was every kind of tree you could possibly imagine. Oak, ash, maple, all of them fully grown, all of them bordering our very own private oasis, should we choose it. But that wasn't all. If you looked through the thick foliage, you could see the lake stretching out beyond that, as far as the eye could see. Gorgeous, isn't it? Xander looked back at me, and as I stared into his handsome face, I forgot all about the trees, lakes, and homes, and instead got caught up in his sparkling eyes. It is. Let's go and look at the rest of it. Xander kissed me on the lips, and then took hold of my hand, leading me through to the next room. Okay, this is a dream kitchen. Look at the oven. I looked at the range and gas grill and grinned as he walked through all the white marble and stainless steel appliances. As he traced his fingertips across the kitchen island and around to the other side, I leaned against the door frame and watched him go. He opened and shut cupboards, checked out the butler's pantry, and when he came back out with an even bigger grin, I chuckled. So, does it meet your approval? Are you laughing at me? I clamped my lips together and shook my head. I don't know. I feel like you're laughing at me. I reached for his hand and drew him to me. I'm enjoying you. And what exactly does that mean? With his hands on my chest and mine around his waist, I brushed a kiss across his lips and grinned. It means I'm enjoying your enjoyment as you look around. What's so exciting about the pantry? Xander slid his hands up over my shoulders and looped his arms around my neck. Other than the fact it's a secret little room where we can hide and make out when we have guests. Oh, I liked that idea. But I had a feeling there was more to his excitement, something a little more uppity. That's definitely a plus, but I think there's something else that got you all worked up about that room. Something less sexy and more domesticated that you don't want to tell me about. I pulled away from Xander and headed to the pantry, and when I opened it up to see a full sink and fridge inside, I turned back to face him. He shrugged. What? Sometimes it's nice to prepare a fancy appetizer for guests and surprise them. I can honestly say that thought never occurred to me. I walked back over, took his chin in hand, and kissed him hard. And for that reason, I love you. Xander rolled his eyes. That's your way of asking how the hell are we together. I swiped my thumb across his lower lip. No, that's my way of saying I love you. Xander swayed into me and sighed. Sean. Before things got out of control, I reached for his hand. How about we go and take a look outside? You don't want to see the rest of the house? If you take me anywhere near a bedroom right now, it might turn into a you use it, you buy it situation. Is that supposed to deter me? Judging by the look on his face, no. And I was tempted. Really fucking tempted. But who knew what kind of security setup a house like this had? The last thing I needed was my naked ass splashed all over entertainment now. Come on, let's go check out the pool and lake. I know that's one of the main draws for you, and personally, I want to see this private beach the listing talked about. Deal, but don't think I'm leaving without checking out the main bathroom in this place. Next to the bedrooms, that's the most important place for me. Hey, any place you get naked, I want to visualize. Xander looked around the kitchen, a sensual smile curving his lips. Start visualizing then. We get a place this private, you'll be lucky if I bring clothes when we move in. If the real estate agent had been there, I would have signed the papers right then and there. 35. Xander. I pushed through the French doors that led out onto the paved patio area, and as the fresh air hit me, I took a deep breath in and soaked in the beauty of the place. Bailey and Henry had been spot on with their recommendation. This place was the perfect blend of opulence and tranquility. It mixed all of the things that Sean loved, the outdoors, the seclusion, and the peace, while catering to my uppity ways. I could definitely see us here, and judging by Sean's reaction, I knew he was feeling it too. I smiled to myself as I checked out the pool that was off to the left, and directly up ahead there was a path leading through the sprawling property behind the house. This place just gets better and better. I turned to see Sean heading in my direction, and with his sunglasses on and the lake breeze ruffling his hair, I couldn't get over how at home he looked here, and how incredibly handsome. It does. I took his hand, and then we headed toward the path. Bailey and Henry were right, weren't they? Yeah, they didn't do too bad. Didn't do too bad? I mean, don't forget, the place does belong to a criminal, Sean scoffed. I don't know why I'm so surprised coming from Boudreaux. It doesn't belong to him anymore, I said, and bumped into Sean's arm. And like Henry said, the fact that the seller's husband is, moving out. Nice way to spin the facts. It's the truth, isn't it? It is. Well, that does make her extra motivated to sell. Sean stopped beneath the arching canopy of leaves and pulled off his glasses. You could really see yourself out here? This far away from the city? Are you kidding? I looked around us, and the fact there was no one here but us gave me a sense of privacy and anonymity that I no longer felt in the city. The problem isn't seeing myself out here. It's wanting to leave once I get here. Really? I knew I'd surprised him. I'd been the quintessential city boy as long as he'd known me. But over the last couple of months, I'd realized there was something to slowing down and getting away from it all. And I had this man to thank for that. You're surprised. You could say that. Sean slipped his glasses back on. You've always struck me more as, be nice, I teased. I was gonna be. You've always struck me more as the kind who likes the conveniences a big city brings.
I always have been. But someone recently showed me the benefits of getting away from the city. That little trip you took me on? Yeah. It changed something in me, Sean. It made me crave that kind of peace in my everyday life. That freedom to just unplug and be me when the day is done. You told me you go out to Savannah to be reminded that there's still beauty in the world. Well, I think this could be a good reminder of that too. Don't you? Sean looked around and nodded. It definitely could be. We came to a white gate covered in vines. I pushed it open and looked down the stairs. The beach? That'd be my guess. Want to check it out? Definitely. We followed the stairs down to a beautifully terraced bluff, and the private beach the listing boasted. And as I took in the panoramic lake views, my feet got stuck in the sand. Oh my God, Sean, this is... Sean let go of my hand and walked across the shore to the water's edge, and the sight of him standing there in the afternoon sun just about took my breath away. Sometime during the past couple of months, Sean had found his way into my heart and become the most important part of it. He had this way about him that called to me, that calmed me, and while we knew that people thought we were mad, to us, it didn't matter. It was like we'd waited our entire life to come together at this exact moment, and I wasn't about to miss it. Marry me. The words were out of my mouth before I realized I was even going to say them. But something about the peace and quiet of this place made me greedy, realizing that my entire future was standing right in front of me. What did you just say? I made my way over to Sean, and as the cool lake breeze swirled around us, I reached out and took his hands. This was it. Sean was it. And as I stood there with my heart on my sleeve, I asked him again, "Will you marry me?" Epilogue, Xander. 1 week later. The red light on camera 1 blinked as I aimed my smile in Mikey's direction, and he signaled a commercial break. It was Friday night, and the final broadcast of the week. It was also a test of sorts for my new EP, Angela Davis, and so far, she hadn't messed it up. Bright, energetic, and possessing a resume impressive enough to make both Marcus and myself take a second look, Angela had jumped at the opportunity to step in tonight and show us what she could offer as my executive producer. From the first run-through to the last, she'd gone through each of the news blocks today in search of which story was most important, and not once looked to me for assistance. She ran my war room like a pro, and sent her soldiers off to fight the good fight, and when I'd sat down in front of the camera tonight, I'd had no hesitation about the lineup she'd handed over. I glanced at the clock above the cameras and took a sip of water as everyone moved back into position, indicating we were about to go back on air. A few seconds away from go, the door to the studio opened and Ryan stepped inside with Sean in tow. They looked in my direction and waved. This was the best part of my day. When Sean walked into a room, any room, it was like everything else in the world faded into the background, and as far as I was concerned, that was where it could stay. Ryan led him over to camera 2. Sean stopped beside Greg and nodded at something Ryan said, and I took a moment to drink in the sight of him. In a fitted blue suit that molded to his frame and an open white collared shirt beneath, Sean looked as handsome as ever. He'd styled his hair, pushing it back from his face, and tonight he trimmed his stubble down to a sexy shadow that I wanted to rub my cheek against. He dressed up tonight because we were celebrating. Yesterday, we'd signed the paperwork for the house on the North Shore, and we decided to go out to dinner this evening before we dove into packing up my place this weekend. Life was barreling along at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and we were holding on to each other and enjoying the ride. Before I could go and get my hands on him tonight, however, I needed to wrap up the broadcast and sign off for the weekend. Sean winked at me, and I turned in my seat so I was back to facing camera 1.
Mikey nodded my way, a gesture I returned. Then he counted me in. We're back in 5, 4, 3. As you all know, we usually end our broadcast with a story that inspires, one that uplifts or brings joy to us all. A story that gives us a reason to be happy and hopeful as we head into the evening. But tonight, instead of venturing outside of the newsroom for our final story, I'd like to take a moment to share with you some joyful news of my own. This past weekend, I got engaged. As a gay man, I wasn't sure I'd ever say those words. But last Sunday, I asked the most wonderful man I've ever met to marry me, and he said yes. And tonight, I'd like you to meet him. I paused to let those words sink in, then cut my eyes to Sean. Ryan shoved him forward into the spotlights. The silence in the studio was palpable as everyone looked between the two of us, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Surprise! This is Sean. As some of you might already know, he's a detective with the Chicago Police Department, and just recently he stepped into the role of my bodyguard. But what you don't know is that I've known Sean for years, ever since I was in elementary school. We grew up right under each other's noses, but it wasn't until I almost lost him that I realized exactly what I'd been missing. Sean's stunned expression was locked on me as I slowly got to my feet. A hometown boy who loves fishing, frogs, the Chicago Bulls, and his brothers, Sean is up for just about anything unless it involves sushi or a black tie. But no one's perfect, right? The crew chuckled as I walked around my desk and made my way over to Sean. We are opposites in every way that's possible, but that's what's going to make life interesting. And I am beyond thrilled that he agreed to be my husband. I took Sean's hand, and he shook his head as though he thought I'd gone mad. But the love in his eyes told me he wasn't upset in the slightest. I looked back to the camera, where Mikey signaled me for the closing, and smiled. From my family here at ENN to yours out there watching at home, I hope you all have a safe and wonderful night. I'm Alexander Thorne. Thank you for joining us here at Global News. As the light on the camera switched to red, the spotlights shut off, and the studio lights flooded the room. The crew broke out in raucous applause, and when Bailey, Henry, and Kieran stepped through the cheering crowd, Sean aimed accusatory eyes my way. You planned all of this. I grinned. Well, if we're going to make the news, I'm going to give them a headline worth writing about. Sean wrapped his arm around my shoulders and planted a kiss on my cheek. The sound of a champagne cork echoed around the room. We looked over to see Marcus holding up a bottle and 2 glasses. To the happy couple, he called out. May the rest of your lives run as smoothly as tonight's broadcast did. Congratulations, Angela. You're hired. To everyone else, there's more of this waiting out in the newsroom. As everyone filed out of the studio, Sean turned me in his arms and brushed a kiss across my lips. I love you. I love you too. Sean grinned, arrogant as ever. Yeah, I kind of got that when you told millions of viewers. Are you mad? He shook his head. Mad? Are you kidding? The sexiest news anchor in America just announced he's marrying me. I'm just hoping Ryan will get me a copy of that. You know, so I can remind you anytime I feel underappreciated. Is that right? I chuckled, and took his hand in mine as we headed for the studio door to join the others. I'll just have to make sure I appreciate you as often as possible then, won't I? Sean let out a low growl, and when we reached the door, he stopped me. Think we could make a break for it? What did you have in mind? You, me, and a little place that only we know about? I smiled and tugged him toward the opposite door. Will there be Pop-Tarts? And a couple of frogs, I'm sure. That sounded as close to perfect as life could possibly get, and as we slipped out into the summer night, we went in search of stars and forever, knowing exactly where to go to find them. This has been Headlines, Primetime Series Book 3. Written by Ella Frank. Narrated by Charlie David. Copyright 2020 by Ella Frank. Production copyright 2020 by Ella Frank.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.